Hey there, friends! This is Laz, the undying man. He can't die at all. Well, he can, but he always comes back. Don't believe me, eh? Have a gander at this, pal. How you like them apples, baby boy? Today we will be playing RimWorld as Laz, and every time we die, we will be starting completely fresh in a new universe, world, and even a new mod list. For example, if Laz here is an Imperial Marine serving the great Emperor Napoleon alongside a battalion of clones, but dies during the war, then he may very well end up being an ancient samurai in feudal Japan. Now, real quick before we begin though, because of the way I do my titles in each series, it may be a bit hard for you to keep track of which series this is. So that's why if you see Laz here in the thumbnail, you'll know that this video is part of the series. Also, the mod list is always going to be in the video description of each video. Now, shall we begin? I believe we shall, and as you can see here, Laz is a pretty gentleman who's pretty good at most things except for intellectual, social, artistic, and construction. He also doesn't have any health issues like missing limbs, scars, or any diseases as for now, although I think scars, missing limbs, and things like that may very well carry over into the next mod list and world when he dies. Let me know what you guys think about that though. In this world and universe, Laz was a soldier who was over agriculture and grew up as a cave child, thus why he has some great survival skills, and thus why collecting wood for any campfires or construction needs, as well as being able to mine quite well, comes so natural to him. Survival skills are quite crucial on a planet like this, where the dominating force seems to be pirates, bandits, and looters, and the Empire is indeed shattered and hardly a government at all. Laz, exhausted from his day's work, would collect some berries outside and eat them before going beddy-bye. He'll need to get plenty of rest because in the morning we have a lot of work to do. We would begin by digging out some compacted machinery so that we could get components, and then we would begin deconstructing some steel structures. You probably already know where I'm going with this, but I'm afraid I'm a silly gooberhead and I completely forgot that the construction skill of Laz is piss poor, and thus he cannot make a wood-fired generator or any type of power generator. We would begin constructing some proper furniture, some torches for light, and also a campfire so that we may begin cooking all the berries that we're collecting into a proper meal. With that work completed, we would then begin focusing on smoothing the floors and the walls of our little makeshift cave shelter here. All the while, all of this work was helping us significantly increase our construction skill. Later into the night, we would end up having two visitors from a nearby mercenary settlement. One of them in particular, by the name of Anarchist, had a very beautiful pistol that we were interested in, but unfortunately, we were a little bit of a poor boy, so we'll just stick to smoothing our walls. They were, however, kind enough to leave us a little bit of medicine. We would then utilize some of the wood that we had harvested to make a bow and arrow. Now this is going to be perfect for defending ourselves as well as hunting some small game like rabbits to eat. After all of our work from smoothing walls and floors, we finally got our construction skill up to a 4 and we were able to build a wood-fired generator and a proper light shortly thereafter. But power generation was far from our only concern. Our main priority now was going to be defenses, something that I cheaped out on and I should have been working on already. I ended up building some walls, some barricades, and also some wooden spike barriers. We would also build a small wooden shack for all of our storage needs. Slowly but surely this place was becoming quite the cozy little abode, but it wouldn't do us any good if we started starving to death in winter, and that's why the next day we built a very small field and started planting some rice so we could get a head start. Being on a planet that's dominated by mercenaries and pirates, I was also a bit concerned about our safety, so I ended up building some wooden armor and a backpack for our carrying needs. Feeling safer already. I sure hope we are actually safer though. It looks like we have our very first raid. Something tells me our wooden armor won't fare very well against bullets, but I guess we're about to find out. After the pirate entered our camp, something of a shootout had begun. Arrows and bullets whizzing back and forth over the campfire. Occasionally we were getting lucky with a shot or two, but as was the pirate. We began to make a retreat away from our walls. To make matters worse, it would appear that Laz here has lost his right eye. I don't think we'll be hitting much of anything now. There would be no time for us to try to flee the area though, as the pirate was coming right for us, and yet another shootout would end up beginning just outside our walls. well, that's not good. It would seem with that one final shot, Laz lost his brain. Or at least the part that kept him alive. You know, in hindsight, perhaps a stone mask or even something simple like that to try and protect his head would have been good. Try not to be angry with me, okay? This happens more often than you would think, and normally I have to restart the series, but in this case, it can continue on even after he's shot in the head, so, you know, kind of a good thing. Kinda. At the very least, we're back alive, in a totally different world, but still alive. It would appear that we're in some type of Japanese-centric culture here on this planet, and upon further inspection, this does indeed appear to be the case for the most part. Even so, with many different types of samurai factions as well as tribal factions, it would also appear that there are some space junkers here as well. Should be an interesting blend of technologies. Just a bit ironic that my example earlier was a feudal Japan, and now we're actually in a Japanese kind of playstyle. I should also mention that every time I die, I'm going to be using a randomizer to choose new mods to be added to the mod list for the new world and universe. There's also a chance that it will be completely re-rolled into a completely new mod list as well. In this new world, we quickly threw together yet another wooden house with a decorative roof as well as a new campfire, essentially placing us right back where we were in terms of progress in the other world before we died. Luckily, we hadn't got very far, except we did have power over there, but it won't be long. Interestingly as well, I noticed that even after being resurrected, Laz has a giant gaping hole in his chest, although it's not actually affecting him negatively. Something else that's very interesting is a few years back I tried this exact same prototype series, though it was much less refined, and after resurrecting Laz several times, he was actually completely rotting, so that might happen this time too. It also might not though. We began planting more rice, as even this planet seems to have a winter month as well, so we don't want to starve to death, and then we would begin mining some copper out of some nearby hills. We decided that we would utilize this copper for some weapons. Even though it is much softer than steel, it's also much more abundant here. Look, I'm gonna level with you. Sure, in that first world, before we died, we weren't ready at all for the first raid and we got our shit rocked, but that's not going to be the case this time. If we need to, we'll get up close and personal. We had some visitors stop in that night, but we were fast asleep. They ended up leaving us 91 silver as a gift. The folks of this world seem to be pretty kind. We also had some starship chunks that didn't burn up when they fell from orbit, and we deconstructed those for some resources. Utilizing those resources, we would also end up building ourselves a small wood-fired generator. That way we could at least keep some lights on around the base and inside our home. But I was beginning to feel like we were going to be caught off guard with our first raid here as well, so I decided to begin working on defenses, some large walls, and this time around I began putting some traps in the middle instead of some wooden spikes. Not to worry though, we were still sure to give Laz a nice snack break here and there. Early one morning though, as dawn began to break, we were cutting trees by the small pond when I noticed there was someone skulking around the small hills of the base. It would seem that an enemy samurai has detected our little humble abode. Well, this was bound to happen sooner or later. The gentleman would try to approach us with his katana in hand as we fired off arrows at him. We had eventually tricked him into the hallways of our walls, where he would then try to come out and hit a trap. Ah, you poor dumb fool. We wouldn't make the same mistake twice. We would, however, begin tending to his wounds before we took him back to our very own home where he would be imprisoned. We would also begin recruitment attempts, of course, as it would be nice to have another helping hand. But we really liked our home, so we would end up building the prisoner a place of his own to sleep. He seemed to really like it here as well. It sure as shit beats sleeping outside. I also wanted to mention the reason I had chosen him is because he had a pretty decent skill set and he was quite steadfast, and thus he was well worth it. Besides, even though Laz has indeed accomplished quite a bit of work here in the last few days since he has arrived on this planet, in this body, in this universe, it would still help out quite a bit if we had some other people with us. Especially in cases where we're getting attacked by the space mercenaries and pirates that are on the planet as well. It would come in handy if we're not the only one fighting them. After all, traps can only take us so far. In the meantime, we would be doing a lot of work, like as you saw there in those clips, building a new storage house as well as deconstructing some old ruins, and best of all, adding some more defenses in with another wall to the western section of our base. These two locations, the opening to the west and the opening to the north, were the most vulnerable spots to us, and thus it was quite vital that we actually put some choke points in. For all of his hard hard work these last few weeks though, Laz would celebrate with a singular brewski by the fire. A job well done, my friend, you have earned it. After some time, he had also finally convinced Black Toad, our would-be samurai murderer, to join us here. After a bit of discussion between the two of them, they decided that this place and our faction needed a name, so we went with the Lazaranians. I know, not very catchy and a bit corny, but even more lackluster, we ended up naming this settlement Flowing Hills. But maybe it'll sound cooler when I tell you the reason we named it Flowing Hills is because of the lava flowing off the nearby mountains. No, not better. Okay, sorry. In the days to come, a small child would enter our camp begging for 37 pieces of silver so that she may buy the freedom of her older sister. Her sister had been enslaved by the space pirates of the planet. If somehow we had enough forces, maybe we could go and try to liberate these slaves, but for the time being, I'm afraid we can only donate our money. We can only pray that it's not in vain, and also pray that that child didn't just rip us off with a story. Either way, we still had ourselves to worry about for the time being, so we ended up planting a decent-sized field of corn to help us better prepare for winter, but we also needed to expand our knowledge of different technologies if we'd ever hope to make it out of the slums of these hills, so we ended up building a small shack for research, and we would start with the Bushido Code. This technology will help us out with some new types of apparel, a shield, as well as weaponry. Plus, given the fact that Black Toad here is somewhat familiar with his planet's culture, it shouldn't take all that long. While he was researching the code, we ended up having a man-hunting pack of raccoons enter the area, but they were hardly any concern. Well, except what we should pair them with for dinner, that is. Some time later though, and Toad had finally finished up his extensive research into the Bushido Code, and we are now beginning to learn the way of the samurai. With this prerequisite out of the way, we would also begin research on Ashigaru armor and helmets. However, with that being said, the creation of said armor and helmets will be a little bit longer as we still need to do smithing as well. So in the meantime, we would begin working on a grand hall next to this small pond where we can have nice meals together, have little soirees, and cook all in the same room. However, it was also around about this time I was getting a bit sick of the decorative roofs. I couldn't find one that would really fit this type of building. There's only some for 5x5, 7x7s, and 13x13 structures, and I really don't like the large white squares when you hide the roof, so I got rid of them all. Besides, it would hardly make sense for little places like this in our nooks and crannies where we end up building a roof over some columns for something like a storage depot, and then we have a full-on decorative roof right next to it. Either way, we'll get this place looking pretty good by adding in some natural pathing as well as stone flooring that really complement our ancient style technology. Plus, some nice looking homes and feasting halls are all we needed for some teamwork motivation. However, the peace couldn't last forever as we now have yet another raid. This time around though, it would seem to be the space pirates. One singular mercenary rifleman, it would seem, is all that's came. Interestingly enough though, upon further inspection, she and her cohorts appear to have adopted the cultural styles into their advanced armor and weapons. Make no mistake though, the armor may indeed look ancient, but it is damn near bulletproof, which is quite a shame as we only have arrows. Perhaps if we could weaken it with our traps though. She managed to tank all 3 of the traps, but luckily the second one or so ended up making her drop her rifle. We rushed in to try and pick it up. Looks like our chances of survival just increased tenfold. Using this bad boy would end up winning the battle for us. If she hadn't have dropped her rifle though, we would have had damn near no chance of winning this thing. Her armor sure is powerful for her to still be alive. I think we'll take that for ourselves. We would also begin tending to the wounds of the space mercenary so that we may try to recruit her. Luckily, she's not unwaveringly loyal to her home faction, as you might expect given her profession. Now, I'll be the first to admit, in the beginning of this new world, I was quite skeptical at just how well we would fare here. But my, we are really coming along, aren't we? And we look damn good doing it as well. Laz, the one-eyed samurai. Speaking of faring well and thriving in our environment, we ended up building a small log home for Laz since the prisoner is currently housing in his, and we would also build a blacksmithy. It was during this time as well that we had noticed a volcanic eruption filling the sky with soot. Given the biome, I expect that this will be a common occurrence. With our blacksmith shop and our forge finally set up though, we would be able to utilize some of the steel that we've been him mining into some proper attire and armor for Toad. Just a couple of dapper lads hanging and banging. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Anyway though, we began focusing on our defenses a bit more with some upgrades like some wooden embrasures in our walls, allowing us to shoot out at any enemies. But that's not all. We would also bring in the heavy artillery with some very large cannons just on the inside of our walls, just in case the shit really hits the fan. We would also end up building some wind turbines just for a more consistent source of power. And then I ended up spotting, this creature. It appears to be a large beaver with an organic terrarium growing out of its back. It would seem that this mod list and the creatures on this planet are a little bit stranger than we initially thought. And quite frankly, I love it. However, something I do not love are the two enemy samurai coming to flay the flesh from our bones. We would prefer to keep the flesh where it is, so we're going to try to stop them in their tracks before they even make it inside. Unfortunately, I had forgotten to move the stone chunks in front of our embrasures, which would give the enemy ample cover. Luckily though, our traps would take out one of them. And if you're pretty good at math, you'll know that that means there's only one of them left, so we would try to rush him with our katana, and he died pretty easily actually. Our defenses seem to be working pretty darn well. Now with the threat neutralized, how about a little bit more work on some research? We're going to be researching clockwork. For us, this will end up unlocking many a new item that is based on basic steam tech technology as well as basic clockwork technology. And it's also a prerequisite technology that needs to be completed before we can research steam power, which will help us harness, well, the power of steam, as you might imagine. Now, all this talk about steampunk and clockwork and all these other different types of technologies are going to need some unique metals like zinc and tin and copper. That way we can use them to make an alloy known as bronze and brass. That's right, baby, the Rat Daddy knows a thing or two about metallurgy. As we were working on mining some of these metals, we would end up recruiting the Rough, which is the samurai that initially attacked us, from the Space Mercenaries. I'd be lying if I said I trusted her completely already, so she would have to try and earn our trust by doing some work around the colony, such as hauling all those metals and all of the corn that we've managed to harvest and grow. Speaking of which, after this very first harvest of our corn, we were actually quite ready for a rough winter if one were to ensue. But avert your eyes, my friends, for we are once again being raided. This time around, it would seem to be a small group of Neanderthal tribespeople. And that is not a diss at their intelligence. No, quite frankly, they are literal Neanderthals, meaning that they are pretty dumb, but they're also very tough. We'll have to aim true with our bows and with our rifle if we ever hope to defeat them swiftly, for these Neanderthals have the tough skin and the muscle density of a damn alligator. As you can see here, this one easily tanked 3 of our spike traps. Laz was coming down from his little mining trip and ended up engaging in melee combat with one. This was not a great idea on my part, and I was playing a little bit too fast and loose. Oopsie daisy. Luckily though, Laz was still alive, and our other 2 companions would be able to subdue the Neanderthals. A shame that we ended up killing them, as I'd like to have taken one as a prisoner and made them into a tough little recruit for us. Nonetheless though, we would end up tending to Laz and putting out all the fires that the Neanderthals had started. After much time and much tending, it would seem that Laz isn't going to be going to a new planet and new mod list anytime soon, thankfully. A short bit of time later, and Black Toad had finally finished up his extensive research into clockwork, unlocking all the secrets of that technology for us. One of which that I had a particular interest in was the clockwork exoskeleton. Would I like some steampunk power armor? Yes sir, I think I would. I was also very interested in the steampunk prosthetics that we would be able to unlock with future technologies as well. This might very well be our best bet at replacing Laz's eye. In the meantime, while we're working on other types of technology, I thought it might be useful for us to have a prison up and ready to go just in case we have any other Neanderthals or enemy samurai that need to be recruited. We would also build a separate room onto our hull for food storage. Now this might not seem like too much of an interesting change, but there is a big difference here. I've actually added a door so that the temperatures are going to be differing here, and an embrasure onto the food storage room. That way in wintertime the food will be frozen and thus will not expire. And now a little bit ago I was a little bit perplexed when talking about the clockwork technologies, as I thought I had to do more research before I could build any of the production areas like an alloy furnace, which we would end up building, and a clockwork bench, which we would also end up building. Well, after smelting many a bronze and brass ingot that is, but even after creating both of these new production areas, there still wasn't all that much we could make until we get some more research out of the way, so it's still a little ways off. Sorry. Not to worry though, a steampunk samurai is still within the very near future and well within our grasp. Now, as this episode is winding down to an end, I wanted to get some suggestions on names from you guys for the Rogue and Black Toad. I think in this series I would like to have you guys be the ones to name our pawns instead of sticking with their names that are generated by the game, especially since, you know, we'll probably end up dying again at some point. But my friends, we have built a quaint and cozy, well-protected little village here nestled in between these hills. I look forward to seeing how you guys feel about it, your suggestions, and also how you feel about this series. I think we're off to a pretty good start, minus the part where I basically immediately died early on, but we won't talk about that. And I truly do look forward to surviving here, thriving here, and growing here. And hopefully our death in this world is only due to old age. Ah, son of a bitch. Well, I'm gonna level with you here. This doesn't look too good for us. I suppose we'll find out in the next episode. Hello, I just want to pop in here at the end of the video and kind of talk to you guys about this series and my plans for this series and what I want to do and, you know, just stuff like that, I suppose. This series, as I briefly touched on earlier, is actually based on a previous series that I done maybe 2 or 3 years ago when the channel was still relatively new and I was still very, very small, of course. That was called RimWorld Infinite Lives. You can actually go back and see that playlist. I don't know if you'd want to watch it. The audio wasn't great, and the idea was very, very unrefined. I think back then, every time I died, I just resurrected the character, which was fun for me, but eventually became quite boring because there was really no stakes. And that's why I think I like the idea of this one a lot better, but of course, I would like to get the ideas and feedback of you guys for different things we could add to the series. For example, if you guys would like, something that I also kind of touched on early on in the video is when we die, if we're going to keep, you know, our body parts. Say, for example, Lazarus has lost his eye in this one, and he ends up getting a steampunk eye. What if that mod isn't there anymore when we move on? Or should we just leave the mod in? Should we leave the eye, or should we take it out? To me, personally, I feel like we would, you know, leave the eye out, and he's just kind of, you know, eyeless, but of course that could end up with him being a torso on the ground that can't move at some point, and we just keep on starving to death. You know, so that's kind of my thoughts with that, but let me know what you guys think, if that would be something you'd like to see, or what other kind of conditions would you like to put on this series. And I won't take up too much of your time anymore, but real quick, I do want to explain what I want this series to be. It's going to be very fun because we'll play with different mod lists whenever we die and stuff like that to keep it fresh, but also I want this to be something of a back burner series, and what that, you know, I guess what I mean by that is something of a staple on the channel where I'll work on it when I can, and I'll play it when I can. If we don't have any current projects that are going on, like any new series like the Gun Empire series and stuff like that, then this would be the main focus, of course, right? So something that's always there. Even when we're working on other main projects, we would also be working on this on the back, you know, in the background, that kind of thing too. That way it's always going on, and, you know, I mean, essentially with this series idea, it could be indefinite. You know, we could keep on going and going and going with it. So not only would it be a constant series that we just never end, but it would also be a constant source of entertainment for you guys that stays fresh as we die and continue to update stuff. So that's kind of what I want, and that's what I want this to be and stuff like that. So I just wanted to explain that to you in case you have any confusion as to where this came from and why I'm wanting to even do this series. But truly, my friends, I do hope you have enjoyed. I love you guys, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hey folks, how's it hangin'? Welcome back to what we're going to be calling the RimWorld Restart on Death series, formerly known as the Infinite Lives series. Previously, my friends, we had left off where this neo-ninja from space was coming to murder us, which is no bueno. We had rushed our defenses, but he was a master of stealth, meaning we could barely hit him with any of our bow and arrow shots. What little bit of damage we had done would do little to deter him from attacking us. The man was a damn artist with a shuriken. His stealthiness, the darkness, and the pouring rain made it damn near impossible for Laz to draw a bead on him. Thankfully though, we had a friendly caravan here to help us out, as they also hated the space mercenaries, giving us a clean kill. Really a shame that he ended up dying though, as I'd hoped to take him prisoner so that we could recruit him, but oh well. Probably best he died when he did though, because a few more hits from one of these Neo Shuriken and we would have lost some limbs. As you can see here, Laz damn near lost his left arm during the whole kerfuffle. With the threat behind us, Black Toad could finally finish up his extensive research into steam power. With this new technology under our belt, we would also be able to start on a new project, and we're going to begin researching lens cutting, which will unlock ruby lens, which are of course crucial for completing a clockwork exoskeleton suit. Now, as Laz was healing up from the battle, I noticed he got an infection in his left arm, but thanks to some Glitter World medicine that we actually ended up receiving as a gift last episode as well, he should be right as rain. We also finished up lens cutting, but we don't have any rubies to cut for the exoskeleton, so we're going to have to begin some strip mining operations. Now, when it comes to this steampunk tech, I always feel like we're one step ahead, but two steps behind, and this situation's no different, as even though we've researched the technology and we're going to find rubies in the very near future, we don't have a pawn that has the required crafting and artistic skill, because apparently you need both. But we'll eventually find someone, I'm sure. As we were mining under the mountain, we also found an ancient danger, but for the time being, I'm going to leave it alone. We also ended up finding a small vein of sapphire. Even though it can't replace ruby, it'll be useful later on for some other stuff. Then, as we were mining for our sweet jewels, we ended up receiving notification that we are now being raided by some cultists. Even worse, it would seem they plan on summoning some fleshy monsters to try and attack us, which I'm not excited about. To prevent this from happening, I decided to try and attack them preemptively. And at first, this was actually going quite well, as we easily tore through the cultists. Then one of them knocked down the rogue and we had to kill him. Laz would go on ahead to try and stop the ritual as Black Toad began tending to her wounds. Laz had finally arrived, but every damn shot he took with his laser rifle ended up missing until finally he shot them in the back. This did indeed end the ceremony, but the cultist was quite pissed and started whapping him on the head with their mighty club until knocking him to the ground. I began to think we might have to restart in the near future. However, lucky enough for me, we ended up killing the cultist, and Black Toad would go in and save the day by rescuing Laz as well as the rogue. We would also end up taking one of the cultists prisoner, and the hope was, of course, that we would be able to recruit him, but with a resistance this high, there's a much more likely chance we'll end up selling him. In the meantime, however, on the world map, I noticed a faction contingent just outside the base, very close by. Essentially, some very valuable drop pods were falling from orbit, and some of the local factions were going to be fighting over them, and there was indeed going to be a threat there. So we began heading there, but upon our arrival, we realized that there were a lot, and I mean a lot, of very large mechanoids. Now, you know me, normally I like to roll the dice a little bit and try my hand at these types of things, like sneaking in and taking some of these items, but because a couple of days ago some cultists almost completely handed our asses to us, I decided not to tempt fate this time. The trip was not completely in vain though, because it really helped me realize on the world map that our closest, even neutral settlement that we could trade with was about a 5 days journey on foot. So we're gonna need to step it up and try to get some vehicles. Now, we do have some basic animal powered vehicles that we can currently build, but we're going to need some hay grass to go about attracting the horses that will pull the carriage. Oddly enough, it is currently winter time here, however, it is also warm enough for us to continue growing different types of crops like hay grass. Almost definitely because we're currently living in an active volcanic area. We would also end up having some visitors who were visiting the colony looking to do a bit of trading, and thus we would sell them some of our knives in exchange for some sake. Now, Laz here has lived many a life, and throughout each of those lives he has indeed enjoyed his alcoholic beverage or two. But by far, I think sake might just be his favorite. For a time, while we're waiting on our hay to grow, we would end up working on some new residential housing for whenever we begin recruiting more people, just as well as some more natural pathing to ensure proper mobility around the colony. Our construction efforts would be halted when we ended up having yet another raid from an enemy clan. Luckily, these are not the space pirates and or mercenaries, so their tech is pretty limited. Even so though, they outnumbered us and many of them were already on Muffalo back, so they had us at a stark disadvantage. Many of them tanking right through our spike traps coming right for us. We would attempt to escape them by hiding inside of our walls. Things were beginning to look a little bit grim. On a spur of the moment idea though, we decided to burst out our western side walls and begin firing at our enemies. When this didn't exactly have the desired effect, we decided to rush them with our katana, and this seemed to begin doing the trick. So much so that they actually began to flee our colony. With the victory under our belt, we would begin tending to one of the samurai who had attacked us by the name of Ori. Ori here was of particular interest to us, not only because he was recruitable and we need the extra manpower, but also because he has some pretty close crafting and artistic skills to the ones that we need. Luckily, the enemy clan hadn't done too much damage to our base, simply lighting a fire or two and destroying our cannon, material things. Sometime later though, when our hay grass was finally big enough for us to harvest, we would quickly throw together a little makeshift hayloft, that way we could store it all in as well. And finally, now that we have hay, we'll be able to utilize that hay to attract some ox, that way we can make our very own ox cart. Now, in terms of a personal vehicle, I do much rather prefer a covered carriage, but the ox cart would be perfect for traveling and trading. And that is exactly what we plan on using it for right now. This will reduce our travel time to any nearby friendly factions for trading to a mere fraction of what they were. We headed north to do some trading with a friendly clan. On one hand, we really wanted to make some silver and also see if they have any exotic items that we could purchase from them, but we also wanted to increase our relations with them. It might be nice to have some allies on this world. Laz and the Ox would begin their journey all the way back home, but in the meantime, we were working on our defenses and improving them furthermore. I wanted to add in some more spike traps as well as some large wooden barricades that would force them to walk through the spike traps. I would also move our cannon back to a more suitable position. It was also during this time that we had finally recruited Ori into our clan, which was nice. Now that he was finally one of us, we would help him increase that crafting skill immediately. We began making a stone cutting building. Now, stone cutting itself actually won't increase the crafting skill, but it does give us stone blocks which we can utilize to make clubs. Now, clubs are really easy to craft and they don't exactly increase the skill all that quickly, but you have to start somewhere, and I didn't want to use up all of our metallic resources. At least not before we collected more steel, that is. Then, late one rainy evening, Laz had finally arrived back home to drop off all the goods that he had purchased, as well as some of the silver that he had made. And just so happened, he actually ended up purchasing a very unique and interesting weapon known as a steam-powered hammer. This hammer would significantly reduce his construction times, but it also has the same DPS as one of our katana. But of course, it's not near as effective as cutting through armor. Crushing heads, on the other hand, yeah. And it would seem to celebrate our first successful trading mission, Laz was throwing a party in our feasting hall for everyone. Looked like a bit of a snooze fest if you ask me, but they seemed to enjoy it, I guess. Then I damn near forgot to furnish our new residential housing, so we went ahead and done that with an end table, a dresser, and a bed for anyone that decided to stay there. It was also during this time that I moved Ori up to making some steel swords for us instead of the normal clubs, and he was doing quite well with it. The reason that I have moved him up, as I mentioned earlier, clubs are much easier to make, and thus they don't take near as long, and thus, because of that, the skill improves much slower. But we can't wait around on Ori all day, so while he's making new swords and increasing his skill, we were going to further improve our defenses by building more and more cannons, wooden embrasures, and some wooden shields to hide behind. When it was all said and done, we had 2 cannons per wall, one on the outside and one on the inside in case we have to retreat back inside. But another reason we're having to do this is because these cannons, of course, have a minimum range, so if enemies get too close, we won't be able to use them anymore. We would then end up having someone by the name of Harry contacting us from nearby, stating that some type of threat was following her, and if we allowed her to stay here and take on the threat for her, she would join us. Since we're desperate for new members, we would accept. And truth be told, I'm very glad that we did, because she had a really good construction skill and her social skill was off the damn charts. Now that she's one of us, we would allow her to go through our storage house and get some more appropriate attire, like some wooden armor on, and then we immediately put her to work helping us haul some of our resources. Not long thereafter though, we would be alerted to the threat that was after her. It would seem that Harry had insulted one of the Neanderthal tribal leaders, and somehow those Neanderthals managed to get their hands on a toxic spewer that they were going to use on our area. A very particular situation indeed. Well, we wasted absolutely no time sending out Laz and the Rough to handle these filthy Neanderthals. These knot-headed fools, we almost felt bad for them to think that they thought it was a good idea to mess with us and one of the people that were joining us. That would be the biggest and last mistake that they would ever make. Using our ox cart, Laz would go through and trample them. And because they were too stupid to make any ranged weaponry, it was quite easy to kill them. It's a shocking miracle that they managed to figure out how to turn on the toxic spewer in the first place. My theory is that these fine folks in these cages were most likely operating the spewer, and the Neanderthals just simply took over. As you can see, it looks like they left some of their articles of clothing behind. Either way though, even with an army of ox and muffalo, we wouldn't be able to move this spewer back to the base to properly utilize it, and I'd much rather have the components from it anyhow. In the nearby fields by the spewer, we also found some glowing flowers, which was very interesting. The Rough seems to think that they could be utilized in some sort of potion. Well, Laz is a man of science, but nevertheless he decided to collect them just in case they were useful. Now, as the two of them were on their way back at home, Black Toad tried to romance Harry by telling her a tale about hats. I know, he's a smooth operator, and by golly, he ended up getting the girl. It would now seem the two of them are indeed in love. By this point, Ori had made many a steel sword, and finally increased his crafting level to a 6. Now, utilizing his artistic and crafting skills properly, he would be able to craft these rubies into the delicate lenses that we required. And finally, though it did take us a little bit of time utilizing these materials, he would be able to make our very first clockwork exoskeleton suit. And as you might have guessed, I ended up giving our very first one to Laz. And just in case you're playing along, I did have to use Character Editor to go about editing the apparel layer so that I could make sure he wore it over top of his armor, just in case you're curious. You could think of it as cheating, but I think of it as a necessary evil. Now, these exoskeletons, as you might imagine, offer a pretty minimal layer of protection in terms of combat, but they actually increase our movement speed by quite a bit and our carrying capacity by 20. And these are the lower level exoskeleton suits. Imagine what the steam-powered ones could do. Late one evening, though, we ended up having someone by the name of Throb visiting the colony. He had a bulbous, misshapen, mutilated head. After confronting him, he would tell us a very sad tale about how he escaped a planetary cult here, and he also has some type of unique ability, but he promises not to kill us with it, which was good enough for me, so I let him join us. Now, it should be noted that his skill set was pretty lackluster other than his burning passion from mining and construction. However, his unique ability looked pretty interesting. Known only as Psychic Slaughter, we were unfamiliar with this ability, so we decided to test it out. A demonstration, my friend. Welcome aboard. Well, her skills are very useful, and you did indeed hear me correct. Her, I messed up earlier. She's a she and not a he, but can you blame me? It's a little bit hard to tell. She's, interesting looking. Now, after collecting a few more resources, we decided to have Ori here go ahead and make us a few more clockwork exoskeletons. We would end up giving these to the Rogue and Black Toad, who, if you ask me, are in desperate need of some brand new names, which we would promptly give to them. They will now be known as Kona, Yoshimaru, and Jiraiya, respectively. Of course, though, these excellent names come from our good friends in the comments section, Adam2275 and Marcus XJX Keats. So thank you both ever so much for the name suggestions. I love them. And now, of course, we do also need names for Throb, Harry, and Ori. So if you guys have any name suggestions for them, be sure to leave those in the comments section as well, and I'll pick and choose my favorites. Speaking of which, we would have Ori here go ahead and utilize some of the brass that we've been making to make some proper armor for Harry and Throb. Throb, our blind psychic swordsman here, would definitely need some proper proper protection during battle. Harry, on the other hand, is really only going to be wearing it so that she fits in with the culture and with the colony, but also in case she gets attacked and can't defend herself, which she's incapable of violence, so. Now, throughout this episode, I've actually been researching several different types of steampunk research technologies, and I just haven't mentioned every single one of them, but right now we're currently working on clockwork weapons, and we're going to be moving into clockwork turrets, which I felt was important to tell you. Now, even though turrets are going to be mighty useful for us, I want to continue improving the apparel and loadouts of our soldiers, and to go about doing so, we're going to need a tailoring building. This textile workshop would allow us to utilize our leathers and furs to go about making different types of clothing. Something in particular that we were interested in making was some backpacks for everyone. They offer some pretty minor protection with attacks from behind, but the most important thing about a backpack, of course, is how much it helps us carry, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, these increase our carrying capacity by about another 20 to 25. I apologize, I actually just double checked, and it would seem the backpacks increase our carrying capacity by an extra 50 kilograms, meaning that with the exoskeleton and a backpack, that's an extra 70 kilograms. Hopefully our backpacks will be useful against these raiders that are sneaking up against our colony in the dead of night. Ah yes, space mercenaries once more, it would seem. A bit frightening though, as some of them have some charged firearms as well as a charged bow. We would rush to our defenses so that we may defend our home, katana and cannon in hand. I'm afraid our cannon wasn't exactly the most accurate weapon in our arsenal though. I'm afraid our less advanced technology wouldn't fare too well against their charged weaponry. We would have to take cover as we were under some excruciatingly heavy firepower. Eventually, one of the Neo-Samurai would make her way inside our tower walls where they would attack our own. Thankfully though, Throb was here to save the day. Without their leader, the others were disorganized and fairly easy to take down. I was a bit worried about Laz at one point getting into a fight with Greyhound, but he too would fall to our might thanks to Ori. Unfortunately, we had killed all of the mercenaries, but we did end up getting their weapons, and I do say unfortunately simply because I had hoped to incapacitate them and take many of them as prisoners. But a brand new sword, rifle, and bow and arrow, all working off plasma tech, would be perfect for us. Laz got the bow as he has our best shooting skill out of everyone, and Ori got the sword because he has the best melee skill. It wasn't all good news though, I'm afraid. As I noticed Jiraiya laying in bed, I also noticed that his left hand had been cut off by the Neo-Samurai mercenary, completely cutting his manipulation in half. Now, we do currently have access to some pretty basic steampunk prosthetics, but they actually require a neural apparatus to be crafted, which requires specifically 6 in crafting for an intellectual and 4 in medical, which Ori doesn't have, unfortunately. So it'll be a hot minute before we can make a new hand. But in the meantime, there are a few other clockwork and steamwork creations that we can make utilizing our sapphire lenses. In particular, this little creation that we've made is known as an artificer's mask. It has absolutely no relation to his missing hand, but we would once again give this item to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, of course, is the colony researcher, and this mask will actually increase research speed by 10%. It would also increase our social impact by 10% as well, even though he doesn't really do any social interactions for us. It makes him research a bit faster though, and it looks pretty darn cool as well. Now, while we're still on the topic of our research building, I also decided to build a bookshelf, even though we don't currently have any books, some filing cabinets, and a nice plant pot, which should help him research faster as well. After that, I decided to put my focus into something of a butchering building. Normally, I keep my butchery as part of my dining room or great hall in this case, but I don't know, I wanted to try something a little bit different, so we ended up building an entire building for the butchering as well as some meat hooks for our animal carcasses. It is still within close proximity to our feasting hall though, and I also built some bridges across the pond for ease of access. A bit of time later, and I decided to upgrade our defenses once more, this time around with it taking out the wooden walls and replacing them with slate walls. Our defenses are always in need of a good upgrade, and you can never have too great of defenses. especially when we have mechanoid clusters randomly falling from the sky. Normally in a situation like this, I wouldn't even bother trying to fight the mechanoids, but this one in particular had a sun blocker which was going to kill out our crops, so we had to do something. Even though our cannons aren't exactly the most accurate, they do pack one hell of a punch, so we began using that against the sun blocker, which ended up waking up the mechanoids. Now that they're awake, we can give them one hell of a thrashing with our bows and our rifle. Well, assuming they don't pin us down with their lance, their shotguns, or their flamethrower. We would make a strategic retreat back towards our walls and defenses so that we may properly defend ourselves. Luckily, the mechanoids were so pissed off by this point they were willing to follow us. The last remaining mech was a big chungus with the needle rifle who we planned on jumping out on and beating him down with our katana, but luckily our spike traps ended up doing the job. Finally, we made our way back down to take out their last remaining inferno turret that was guarding the location, and once we had completed that, we would begin working on taking out the sun blocker as well. With it, as well as all the other mechs destroyed, everything was hunky-dory and we were safe and sound once more. Our beautiful village nestled in between the hills, no longer under the threat of a mech invasion. But before I go today, my friends, I want to share some wonderful ideas that you guys have provided for this series that we'll be sticking with. First up, we have a great suggestion from our friend C1or0N, whose suggestion here today is that every time Laz dies, we would add some type of scar to indicate how he died in a past life. I really like this suggestion. I think it's a lot better than my idea where we'd eventually end up as a torso with no eyes and no limbs or anything like that, and instead we'd just be a person with a shit ton of scars. I think that would be really fun, and it would also still add that little complex kind of issue where he's constantly aching from all of his scars as well. We also have a great suggestion from our friend the Itachi Killer, who was saying that his scars and whatnot should be the only things that carry over with him into a new life, and that he can barely remember his past lives. And to me that does make sense, because otherwise it would also feel like we should let him keep the research that he's completed in past lives as well. Otherwise, you know, how would he forget about it? And also I think him forgetting about his life would kind of single him as the main character, but also we could focus more on who the other characters are, like in each colony, which is kind of what I want from the series too, where we can mess around with different mod packs and mods and different characters. So I really like that idea. Remember though, my friends, if you have any ideas for the series, and especially any names for our characters, be sure to leave those in the comment section down below. I'm not going to be doing any lore or anything like that like we do with like the Eternal Winter series and stuff like that, at least not right now. I just kind of want to focus more on gameplay and a little bit less on lore as for now. If for some reason though, like in the next episode or any future episodes, you don't see me naming the characters or choosing from any ideas or anything like that, some of these may end up being pre-recorded and scheduled for in the future for you guys to enjoy while I work on some other projects to have uploaded for you guys. So, you know, don't be discouraged from providing names and ideas and stuff like that. I'll definitely get around to them. And, you know, I mean, if we end up dying and your ideas don't get used, I apologize in advance, but that shouldn't happen because I'm pretty good at the game, you know, unless Laz gets headshot or something somehow. But anyhow, I hope you've enjoyed. I love you guys. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello my compadres, and welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. My friends, it's ever so good to see you back here today. Today we're starting off a bit hot and heavy with some great news. Omar has been recruited into our ranks. Omar, of course, being a cultist that had attacked us in the last episode with a really high resistance, and we finally managed to win him over. In today's episode, we're also going to be starting off by mining some of the more rare resources of the region, such as tin, zinc, and copper. The reason being, these resources were going to be absolutely vital to a brand new project, a steam-powered smithy. Actually, an entire smith shop, as it just so happens. Now, our brand new steam forge inside this smithing shop is going to allow us to create pistons. Pistons are used in many a different type of steam technology, such as a steam-powered power suit. But you may notice they require a crafting of 8, something that Ori, our best crafter, does not currently have, as he only has a crafting of 6. pickaxe. So either we work on that or capture somebody with a higher crafting skill, which sounds like a lot more fun to me. In the meantime, however, I'm going to be attempting to make friends with some of our neighbors, and to do so, we're going to be loading up plenty of weapons and other items into our ox cart to take to them. Unfortunately though, as we were doing so, we were notified of a mech cluster with a weather controller in the area. Now, it wasn't all that far from the base, but I didn't have enough time to deal with it right now, as we really need to go out and make some friends. So we're going to deal with it later, and we'll also have to put up with the rainy thunderstorm. Just for right now though. We are going to be heading out though to offer some gifts to the Black Shogun clan. There seem to be 3 clans on the planet of Black, Blue, and Red, but the Black is the closest to us and also the closest to becoming neutral with us. As a gesture of good faith, we would offer up many a resource like components and different types of leathers, as well as plenty of weapons, and this significantly helped us out. But another reason that I chose the Black Shogun clan to make peace with is because they also had some peace talks in the area, in the mountains here, so that'll help us out quite a bit as well. While Laz is out on his journey for peace though, back home we ended up having a man-hunting pack of tortoise enter the area. These disgusting, monstrous beasts were coming right for our colony, with complete disregard for any living life form. It was like fighting a horde of unfeeling, demonic beasts. I'm afraid, my friends, today is the tortoise takeover, and we will be making our last stand against them. At least Laz won't be here to die as well, so we won't have to restart the series again. I'm joking, of course. Did you really think I was serious? It was just a little group of turtles. The only thing these little bastards will be taking over are our taste buds from the inside of a soup bowl. All that turtle soup should help propel our brains in our extensive research that we just finished into clockwork turrets, our very first turrets of this series. We would go ahead and begin building some slate embrasures on the inside of our walls just next to our traps, where we would also end up building our clockwork turrets. We would also go ahead and begin building 2 more on the other walls as well. Now, the best thing about these clockwork turrets is they don't actually require electricity or even steam for that matter to be powered, meaning that they are ready 24/7, 365, or whatever kind of year calendar this planet has. Now, by this point, the peace talks were over and Laz was on his way back home. Thankfully, everything went very good. Not only did Laz get a significant boost to his social skill, but we are now neutral with the Black Clan. As Laz was making his way back home though, we would begin to try and tame one of these massive terrarium creatures, and our first attempt was a complete failure, but after some time we would eventually manage to tame one. A handsome fella that I'm sure you fine folks have a great name for. It would also seem that we're able to use the creature's biology to grow different types of vegetation, though I think we'll have to unlock them first. Either way, I think it'll make a fine mount to ride into battle on. We would end up building a pin for the big fella, but after putting him in there, it doesn't seem like it works at all, and we would have to use walls to keep him in, so we'll just keep him tied to the ground for now. In other good news though, it would seem that Jiraiya has proposed to Harry, and the 2 of them are now engaged. Young samurai love. As a celebration of their engagement, and also because I am sick and tired of the noise of these thunderstorms, we're actually going to travel to the weather controller and destroy it. Luckily for us, it seems that all the mechs are recharging their batteries, so we can sneak up and deconstruct this wall and then start bashing in the weather controller with a sword. With a shot from Omar's rifle, it was destroyed, the mechs were none the wiser, and we could finally begin heading back home. That was actually quite a bit easier than I thought it would be. Laz would end up beating us back home though from his peaceful, long trade mission. One could almost call the mission a bit boring as well, with Laz being the one guy that we don't need dying in this series. I kinda thought it'd be cool if he got ambushed, but oh well. The others would end up arriving back at Flowing Hill shortly thereafter. After they had returned, we also finished up some research into alchemy, which unlocks quite a few things, but it's mostly a prerequisite tech. Now that we have that under our belt though, I want to focus on something a bit different, some proper samurai armor. We already have a bit of knowledge into this research, so it shouldn't take too long, but while we're waiting, we're going to work on some other projects, such as a hot air balloon. Our incredibly slow but also first aerial vehicle of this series. We're going to let Throb here take it out on its maiden voyage. Now I know what you're thinking, but Rat Daddy Throb is completely blind and doesn't have any eyes. Yeah, I'm sure she'll do fine. The reason that I built the hot air balloon is because we are surrounded by many an enemy, and I thought this might be a pretty good way to transport some very small yet valuable items to our allies. This way we can avoid ambushes completely. Since we're still working on improving Ori's crafting skill, I thought if we're going to do that, we might as well make some interesting items. I introduce to you, my friends, the Steamwork Pepper Box Pistols. Some fairly primitive firearms compared to the tech that we've seen the space mercenaries using, but it should be enough to help us defend ourselves. Finally, after learning more about samurai armor, we completed the research, and we would also have Ori begin working on several samurai helmets as well as the armor itself to once again increase the crafting skill and also get everybody some better armor. I was really happy with how it turned out, though I think I'd like to grow some dye so that we could change the colors and perhaps even make our own color-coded clan. Looks like it'll be in a hot moment though, as we have a color-coded clan, the Red Clan in this case, coming to attack us. Interestingly enough, it would also seem that the Red Clan have been producing some primitive firearms of their own, some type of long rifle. I think it'll be in our best interest to steer clear of the wrong end of those. As the invaders would approach our village, we were firing from the comfort and safety of the inside of our embrasures. They may have well outnumbered us, but we were using superior technology. On the other hand though, they had sappers among their ranks, and they would begin mining through the hill to try and enter our village and catch us by surprise. Well, quite frankly, I hate surprises, so we decided to come out from the comfort and safety of our embrasures and try to sneak up while they're pinned in this little hole in the mountain here and fire at them. Trapped just like fish in a barrel. They basically signed their own death warrant like a bunch of fools. They began trying to flee the area after seeing many of their friends torn apart by Throb's psychic abilities and blasted into oblivion by our plasma rifles. There were a few of them left behind, but their skill sets weren't all that great, so we didn't really care about them, and we would simply strip them for their armor. Speaking of which, we would also confiscate these rifles. You never know when you might need a good long rifle to do some dirty work. Given the frequency of attacks lately, I thought it might be a good investment to go ahead and replace our northern wooden wall with some slate on the outside as well, just as we had for our western wall. Attacks don't seem to be all that frequent from the north, but just as with most things, they happen when you least expect them. Now by this point, Ori had finally gotten his crafting skill up to an 8, meaning that we could make brass pistons, and with those pistons we could also make a steam research bench, which is indeed a required facility to begin researching farther and farther into the steampunk technologies such as Steamwork rifles, which is our current project. We would also unlock steam-powered tools as well, which will help us with mining and construction, just as we've seen with Laz's Steamwork hammer. I also want to mention that we've planted some dyes, and once we have these harvested, we'll actually be able to change the color of our armor, as we talked about earlier. We would then get to witness the beautiful marriage ceremony between Harry and Juriah. As is customary on this planet, the two of them would say their vows and hold their hands, and they were now one. And we could now celebrate with some good food and even better sake. Now, I've been thinking about it, and something I would really like around the base are some more people, and one way we can go about doing that is going to a nearby logging site, beating some people down, and taking them as prisoners. We're going to be sending Omar because of his rifle skill. Hopefully he doesn't end up killing someone though, and we're going to be sending Laz because, one, I'm playing a bit fast and loose, otherwise there wouldn't be that much fun, and because he has a big hammer to bonk them on the head with. Taking the hot air balloon to avoid any horse carriage traffic, of course. Another great advantage to using the air balloon for these types of attacks is that not only can we avoid ambushes, and it is much faster to just simply fly over, but we're also quite stealthy, which is really sticking with who we are as a clan. Stealth kinda went out the window though when Omar was spotted and he began unleashing hellfire from his rifle. We had really hoped to try and take as many of them prisoner as possible, but I mean, yeah. Thankfully though, we did have one of the loggers left, but she was trying to get away from us. Omar was able to get ahead of her and absolutely body her, taking her to the ground where we could try to subdue her and begin tending to her wounds. Looks like we've made a friend after all. We would also scour the camp for anything useful, but we really only found some wood and pemmican, which is better than nothing, I guess. Some time later, and we had finally returned home, where we would throw our new friend known as Tha in the prison, where where we could begin recruiting her. Out of all three of the loggers, I had checked their skill sets, and she actually had the worst out of them all, but it's still not too bad, with her being mediocre at most things. Either way, her fire breath ability would be pretty useful. A little bit of time later, and our couple of fields of dye had finally grown to maturity so that we could harvest it. With that, we would go ahead and utilize the dye to dye the armors and apparel of our samurai. As we were doing so, Jiraiya had managed to finish up his research into steam work weapons, allowing us to harness the power of steam for more violent purposes. We would waste no time in having Ori go ahead and build us a steam work rifle. He would complete it shortly thereafter. Now, I am going to level with you, this rifle may look a little bit silly compared to your average firearm. And also because it uses steam as a propellant for the bullet, it is a bit weaker than your standard gunpowder and or black powder propelled weapon. For a good comparison of this, I've decided to compare it to the matchlock weapons that we saw the other clans utilizing. And yes, as you can see, the damage is about half that of a matchlock weapon, however, it is much more accurate in medium to short range. Now by this point, we had finally dyed all the armor and apparel of all of our samurai. We're going to be going with a purple color for our clan, minus Laz. Personally, I think the purple is a good contrast from the other three clans of red, black, and blue. It kinda sets us apart. Even more so is the fact that the purple clan shall be led by the Crimson Warrior, the old one-eyed samurai himself. Later on that night though, it would seem that we have yet another attack by the space mercenaries, and they're coming right for us. There were indeed several of them, but many of them didn't have the same samurai apparel that we had become accustomed to. It would seem that not all of the mercenaries had taken up with the culture of the planet, but one thing was for sure, they were all extremely dangerous. As they approached our base, we prepared for a battle of epic proportions. However, our large bulbous mega terrarium creature was left outside the village walls, and Ori would rush to mount it to try and get away, but he was shot quickly off its back. It would seem that we now have to rescue both of them. Luckily, a trade caravan from the Blue clan was here to try and assist us in our endeavors of protecting ourselves, though they were basically cannon fodder against the charged weapons of the pirates. But given the circumstances, they were putting up one hell of a fight, so much so that the mercenaries decided to try and run away while trying to kidnap who they could before doing so. Luckily, we had already rushed to Ori by this point, so he was safe and sound. We just needed to get away from the mercenaries as they were retreating and firing at us. Yes indeed, faced against overwhelming odds, the mercenaries have decided to run away, but something tells me this is definitely not the last time we'll see them again. Many an ally was lost here today on this battlefield from the Blue clan, and their sacrifice is greatly appreciated. There really wasn't much of a way for us to repay them, but we would take in one of their injured members and try to nurse him back to health at the very least. Thankfully, Ori was safe and sound as well. We had managed to get to him just in time. Another hour or two out here on his own, and he definitely would have bled out. He and the Blue clan soldier definitely have a long road to recovery ahead. It would also seem upon further inspection that he has lost his left eye, just as well as his left leg. He's lucky he's not just a torso lying around on the ground as many times as he got hit by that charge rifle, so it could have been worse, I guess. The severity of his wounds did make me realize, however, that at the very least we needed something of a makeshift hospital, so naturally we threw one together. This little makeshift hospital actually has its very own portable generator, that way in case something happens with the main grid we can still keep power going in here. We also have a handful of hospital beds, but more importantly we also have 4 operating tables in their own rooms. On the outside of the little hospital I made something of a nice little nature sanctuary that, it could use some work, I won't lie. But touching back on the operating tables, the reason I built those separate rooms on their own in the hospital is so that we could actually perform some surgeries. I had planned on making a clockwork leg as it doesn't require that many resources. But those of you with a keen eye probably do notice the fact that it requires a crafting of tin, something that none of our people have. And yet again, we have been bested by a crafting ceiling. But I refuse to continue empty-handed, so for the time being, at the very least, we're going to be giving Laz here a peg leg for his right leg. I was considering waiting on the clockwork leg before we perform surgery on Ori, simply because everyone's medical skills are very low and I really don't want to mess up. Now, I ended up doing something a little bit controversial. I have actually added a mod to the mod list, which is the RimHammer Steam Tank, as I feel that it is very fitting with our technology and the theme for this series. Now, I definitely don't plan on adding or removing mods very often, as I do want the mod list to be quite random, but if I find one like this that I feel really fits with the theme and stuff like that a few episodes in, we'll most likely end up adding it, and the same goes if we have some that are causing issues, I'll have to remove them, but you know, that's the only time. Another reason I was okay with adding this mod is because these steam tanks can actually simply be built after researching smithing, and really that didn't feel all that fair to me, so now that we've really progressed into steamwork technology, it feels fair. As you can imagine, the parts that go into a very complex machine such as this require their own special workbench known as an engineering bench, allowing us to make all the parts that are required. However, they do require many resources, and by this point we've all but depleted our supply of steel and components. Now, luckily we did have plenty of starship chunks to deconstruct, plenty of compacted machinery and steel, as well as some old runes made out of the same. And I think this should be just enough resources to build one singular steam tank, which is really all we want, just so we can test it out. Now, while Ori's working on our steam tank parts, we're going to be sending Laz out once more on the ox cart to do a little bit of trading with the Black Clan. As you well know, since Ori has really been trying to progress his crafting skill, we have a lot of weapons that he's been making, so we would end up selling those to them before heading back home. However, shortly there before we would arrive back in town, we actually had enough parts to create our very first steam tank. Something really cool and also really useful about the steam tank is that it actually uses wood as fuel, which would make sense. Now, I had hoped that I would also be able to use coal as fuel, but because the steam tank is not from the same mod set as the steam works and rifles and things like that, it doesn't seem to be possible. Nevertheless though, the steam tank is still cool as shit. I think we're going to do a bit of a weapons test as well. The main cannon of the tank actually has to be pointed at the enemies at all times, as it's not able to move on its own on a swivel. Although, it's pretty powerful. The secondary weapon of the tank is known as a steam turret, and it is just as it sounds, a turret that literally blows scalding hot steam onto its enemies. Now, this episode is pre-recorded ahead of time to come out after the next episode, so I haven't gotten around to naming any of our characters. However, if you would like, you could also provide a name for the tank, and in the next episode, I'll get around to naming everyone and everything. Later into the evening, though, Laz would finally return home from yet another successful trading mission where we made a lot of silver, or at least a lot considering how much we had before. However, nearby scouts from the Black Shogun clan had told us about an upcoming battle in our area. It would seem a good-sized force from the Red Shogun clan and the Neanderthal tribes were about to have a battle. Now, of course, they weren't here to attack us, nor did we really have an interest at first in this battle, but truth be told, I did begin to find interest in it, thinking about who would win, as the Red Clan are better equipped with weapons and armor, but then again the Neanderthals have very thick skulls. I suppose we're about to find out. The two groups would clash in a small valley here between our volcanic erupting hills. To my surprise, the Neanderthals were absolutely tanking several arrows and katana wounds. They were even managing to overwhelm the Red Clan's forces and began pushing them back further into the valley. So much so that at one point the remaining Red Clan members would attempt to flee the area. And we didn't have to get involved, as I mentioned earlier, but I wanted to try out our new steam tank. And this group of Neanderthals all huddled together felt like the perfect target to try it out on, testing their thick skulls against our thick plate armor. And cannon, of course. Many a Red Clan member was still alive after the whole ordeal, but I was hardly interested as none of them really had any good stats that we didn't already have access to, and I knew that we could repurpose their gear and sell it back to the Black Clan, so we stripped them and took it. Now that that's over with, I wish to expand our steampunk technology even further with a personal steam-powered suit, which we would actually end up allowing Laz to try out. You could think of it as something of a prototype. Now, not to worry, he can still wear it with his armor. I've simply taken it off to give you a better look at the suit itself. I should mention though that I was only able to make the two of them wearable at the same time because I edited the apparel layer for the suit itself, which makes sense to me that it would be a skin layer as it is a suit. Now, the suit itself isn't exactly rated for combat, even though, yes, indeed, it does provide 120% protection against sharp damage. It is mostly for day-to-day productive purposes, so as you can see, it also increases mining speed by 20%, construction speed by 10%, and also toxic resistance by 50%. It decreases movement speed a little bit, but it doesn't really matter as this is easily offset by our clockwork exoskeleton. But with that, my friends, I feel like this is the perfect place to leave today's episode as we have made some great strides in our steampunk technology. We've achieved a lot of great milestones in this episode, we've done a lot of new things, and I'm really proud of that. I only want to end the episode here because since it is a pre-recorded episode, I have a really bad fear that Laz is going to die before I get to use any of your great suggestions or names, so I'm going to try to maybe not do so many pre-recorded episodes like this. We'll see. But thank you for watching. I love you. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Howdy kiddos, welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series, where we are currently living up our voluptuous lives as steampunk samurai. Today we start out by mining some resources under the mountain here in our strip mining operation, not only because we need these resources for an upcoming project, but also because we're trying to excavate the ancient danger that is hidden under this mountain. Now, we're no fools, so we know exactly what could be hiding behind those walls, or at least we have a good idea of such, so we ended up building some proper defenses to try and protect ourselves. Now, for cracking open the ancient danger walls, we have chosen Omar, as he is one of our few samurai with both of his normal natural-born legs, which is becoming a scarcity nowadays. After he opened up the wall, we realized that the entire place was crawling with mechanoids and megascarabs. It would appear that we are indeed in for a fight. They had snipers, they had shotgun mechs, they even worst of all had a flame-throwing mech, which our clockwork turrets were none too happy with. But thankfully, with our combined efforts, it wouldn't take much at all for us to easily defeat them. Now with the mechs defeated though, we could focus on more important things like putting out the fires and trying to salvage any technology that we could, as well as people that may have been of use to us. After investigating a bit further, of course we had plenty of new items that we could take back home, but we also ended up having some marine armor that we would provide to Throb. Not to worry though, I ended up dyeing it purple. Can't even tell the difference. Since we've been having such a large surge in the amount of items that we have and that we're bringing in, I thought it might be best if we went ahead and built a much larger storage room that's about twice or 3 times the size of our previous one, and then of course we began hauling all of our goodies in there. The question remains though, now that we've emptied out the old storage room, what do we do with it? Well, I've decided to use it as something of a makeshift recreation hall with a nice poker table and a billiards table. I know it's not exactly the most accurate culturally, but you know, it makes them happy. If you guys are cool with it, and only if you're cool with it, I might find some mods that add some recreational items that fit the culture a bit better. Let me know what you think about that. Now that everyone has a proper place to enjoy themselves though, I think we're going to dabble in a bit more research. This time around, we're going to be researching steamwork turrets, which will allow us to create a steam cannon. Now, whether or not this cannon fires an actual cannonball or a gigantic spewing steam geyser is yet to be seen. Now, while we're working on the research, I want to go ahead and show off some of the wonderful names that you guys have provided and that I have chosen for our samurai. First up, we have Throb, who is going to be renamed Zaltoichi, which was suggested by our good friend EE45122, and the name is actually from the main character of a movie about a blind samurai and or swordsman, which is very fitting for Throb. Next up, we have Ori, who is going to be renamed to Origami, which is a name suggestion from our compadre Luca Belestra 3550, who said that he should be renamed to Origami due to his crafting and artistic skills, and I completely agree. Last but not least, we have Harry, who is now going to be renamed to Aoshiro, a great name suggestion from our friend Neil Jan99, because of course Harry has has blue skin and white hair, so it makes sense. Now, I will say though that Google Translate actually says blue-white should actually be Aijiro, I think? I'm not very good at pronouncing the words, and I also don't speak Japanese, and I'm relying on Google Translates. But either way, you know, I love the name. I'm here for it, so yeah. Now that we've got the naming out of the way though, we're going back to the Ancient Danger to strip up any steel out of the floor, the columns, anywhere we can find it on the map essentially, and we're also going to be deconstructing mechanoids for the same purpose. The reason being, we're going to be utilizing these resources to build ourselves a brand new type of steam tank, although this will take quite a while, as you well know, so we'll come back to it in a moment. Besides, we have plenty to do now that we finally finished up our research into steamwork turrets, and we can build our very first steam cannon. Now, interestingly, but shocking to no one, I'm sure, this steamwork cannon actually has to be hooked up to the steam pipeline. So that makes sense, I guess. It does not, however, require any type of traditional power source like electricity though, which is completely fine by me. I really like that we're using kind of a fraction of modern technology and electricity and things like that, and also some steam tech, and it's all wrapped up into this nice little bundle of a fraction of ancient Japanese culture. It's interesting. But I'm done yapping, baby, because we have yet another steam tank to build. This one is not your average steam tank. No, this one, my friends, is called an Alter Comrade steam tank. Now, there are some slight differences between it and the original model, mainly the fact that the cannons on the front of this one are much smaller, but they have a much wider radius and fire much faster. This did remind me, though, that we still need a name for our previous tank. I would end up naming our original tank a Matsumara. This splendid name suggestion was suggested by our friend the guy who goes meh, who was saying that the name is after the god of blacksmiths in Shinto. So of course it seems like the perfect name for an ironclad on wheels. Before I forget as well, I just saw a wonderful name for our mega terrarium that is going to be Acupala, or Acupia. Once again, I'm not very good at pronouncing the names unfortunately, but it is going to be named after the turtle that holds up the world. A great suggestion from our friend Till Dao from Hindu mythology, so thank you very much for that. Now, before we move on, I feel it's important that I tell you that I am currently using the storyteller by the name of Mifune Misfortune. I didn't mention this earlier on because sometimes I change storytellers depending on the type of story I want to tell, but so far I've stuck with him. Now, I do notice that we're able to build a lot without really having any incidents happening. There's not really that many raids, pretty few and far between, and the reason I bring all this up is because I just feel like I've built so much without really having too much of an issue. So I wanted your opinion if I should change the storyteller back to the vanilla ones, or if you like the way that the story and the colony is progressing. Either way though, I do plan on bringing the fight to our enemies since they're not coming to us. But before that, I should also mention that we had finally recruited Tha into our ranks. She of course was the impid farmer that was at the logging site from last episode, and we were happy to have her aboard. We would immediately send her into our warehouse to go ahead and equip some proper attire and weaponry. She's looking much better, and I'm hoping that she can make good work out of that matchlock rifle she's obtained. Now, before we end up going out and attacking our enemies, I thought it might be best for everyone to get a little bit of protein into their bodies because all we've been eating are vegetables like rice and potatoes. The opportunity would present itself in the form of some two-headed cows in the area. This planet never ceases to amaze me. Well, we decided to send Omar out and he would begin hunting them with his battle rifle. I suppose that they're safe enough to eat. Perhaps a taste test is in order. Well, now that everyone's muscles are feeling big and strong, they'll be strong enough to lift these cannons up off the ground, and that way they can haul them onto our ox cart and prepare for an invasion. For you see, my friends, we are going to be attacking the space mercenaries for a change. I grow tired of sitting around waiting in fear on them to attack us. It is time that we bring the fight to their front door. As the majority of the group were traveling, we ended up having a mech cluster drop back home, and I found it quite interesting as there was indeed a clockwork beetle among the mechanoids, meaning simply that even clockwork and steamwork automatons can be taken over by the hive, something we should keep in mind in the future when we build our own. Regardless though, the group had finally arrived at the mercenary base. It was quite well defended by automated turret, but even more so it was absolutely crawling with the mercs. Once again, as you can tell, I am playing a bit fast and loose here, and this is going to be our most dangerous endeavor yet. I do have Laz enclosed in our most durable steam tank though, so he should be safe and sound, hopefully. After arriving at our designated location, we began prepping our cannons to be fired on the enemies. These cannons are simply Phase 2 though. Phase 1 is using the cannons on our tanks to begin attacking the enemies in the city itself. Doing so, of course, would get their attention so that we could try to run away and draw them away from their turrets, as well as any cover they would be able to take inside the city. These mercenaries may have the advantage of technology and muscle on their side, but we have intelligence and ingenuity. We would still need to try to end this as swiftly as possible though, because even though our steam tanks have very durable stainless steel plating, these plasma weapons can burn through it easily, given that they have enough time to do so, which it doesn't seem that they will, as they are now fleeing the area after we've curb stomped them. I suppose the cowards couldn't stand the sight of seeing their allies stuck in the treads of our steamy wheels. Unfortunately, many of them would still end up getting away, as our tanks were very damaged and I had feared trying to chase them any further. I am also afraid to say, but we did end up suffering one casualty during the battle. Omar has died. He had succumbed to a shot straight through his heart, and we had no opportunity to try and save him or tend to him, unfortunately. Not to mitigate our loss here today, as it is devastating, but given the circumstances of the weapons and armor that these mercenaries have at their advantage, it's a damn miracle we didn't lose many more. Our success would not have been possible without our tanks though. Though we weren't interested in most of these mercenaries because the majority of them didn't have that great of skill sets, or they had some type of drug addiction that we wouldn't be able to fuel and thus they would end up going insane, we did have one here who had a pretty decent skill set, no drug addictions, and thus we would tend to her wounds and take her prisoner. We would also need to have a few of our people begin repairing these tanks if we ever hope to get them back home, as they were almost completely decimated from the plasma weapons. As some of our samurai were repairing the tanks though, Laz and a few others would go into the town itself and begin trying to engage with the turrets there so that they may not kill us in the future. Or, right now either. I had hoped to take many of them back home with us, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be much of an option. With all of the turrets destroyed or dismantled though, we would be free to go throughout the town and begin looking for riches. We ended up finding quite a few sapphire, as well as quite a few piles of silver. There were a few other things we would be sure to claim as much as we could before beginning to make our way back home. Once we had left the road though, going through the mountains, the journey would be quite long, so in the meantime we had a bulk goods trader arrive at the colony here at Flowing Hills, and we decided to do a little bit of trading with them. As you can see, we ended up purchasing 2 cows. I think these will be perfect for giving us some good calcium in our diet from their milk and possibly some protein when we eventually slaughter them. Our war party would finally end up arriving back home a little bit later into the evening, at which point we would throw the Cruel into a prison cell and begin recruitment attempts. As you can see, she's pretty good at crafting, but really good at melee and shooting, and that's really all we want her for. She's also a quick sleeper. Using our steam tanks, we would easily dismantle this mech cluster, and then, unfortunately, poor Laz would have to bear the burden of burying our friend Omar. His tomb would be engraved with some very simple artwork. The depiction of a district with a careful arrangement of a dozen lentils around it. Though his passing was very sad and our mourning of him will continue, we must also continue pushing forward with our colony, so we're going to be hauling in all the cargo that we got from our raid. And of course, I would allow all of our fine folks to have at it with any armor and weapons that they choose. By the end of it, they were looking pretty darn good, though unfortunately it doesn't seem that I can dye the ninja armor here, so it does have to stay black. I suppose black, red, and purple are now going to be our main colors, which I'm kind of fine with, to be honest, because the straight purple was a little bit bland. I also wanted to build a very small battery room, that way we can at least store a little bit of power. We normally only use electricity opportunity for some light, so I think that's fine. However, I will say that we had also taken a brass turret from the raid when it happened, and we will be using it as well. I realize it's more modern tech, but my kind of unspoken rule here is that that's fine as long as it's stolen and or earned through combat. We then began to tackle something of a mega project. I was going to build a very large garage for our steam tanks. Now, I previously had a clip where I actually dug out this very large square and started putting in the garage doors, or at least I thought I did. Maybe I wasn't recording or wasn't paying attention, but that's what we're building. Not only will this be a safe place to keep our tanks, they'll also be out of the way in here. Up until this point, we've had our garage gates built into our walls, and this has caused some issues as we continue expanding out the village inside the walls. We decided that we would begin to work on a clockwork leg finally. As mentioned previously, we needed a crafting of tin, which Origami now has after plenty of practice making weapons and other sorts of items. Now, this leg is still a bit of a prototype, so just bear with me here as we try to shove it into Laz's stump. I joke, I kid, I play, of course this was a proper surgery and it went off without a hitch. Even though we had a very low medical skill, I think she had a medical skill of 5, and there was a very high chance of that killing him and or injuring him. Which brings me to my next point. I know a lot of you guys have been bringing up how we're basically not going to die at some point after we get some heavy defenses and stuff like that, and I just want to assure you that I will be taking chances like this along the way, so there's a pretty high chance that we end up dying regardless, because, I mean, technically that is the point of the series, no? Of course, though, I'm not trying to kill him. Either way, once the anesthesia had wore off, his moving was up to 85%, which was much better than it was previously with his peg leg. Still not 100%, but we'll take what we can get. Later on into the rainy evening, we had finally recruited the Cruel, who it didn't seem to take very long to break her resistance and have her join us here, thankfully. After seeing a bunch of samurai wipe out your entire colony with some tanks that run off steam power, I suppose I can't blame her. We're the coolest damn cats on the planet. Who wouldn't want to join us? We would even trust her to dual wield some ancient charge SMGs. Oh, wow. Welcome aboard, little buddy. Now I have some good news and bad news. The good news, our cow is pregnant, so that's good. The bad news, we're under attack again. I suppose this was to be expected, though. We haven't had a raid in quite a while, like I mentioned earlier, and the entire time we've been playing in this save and on this planet, we haven't had a raid from this Impid tribe, so it's well overdue. I had positioned Laz and a couple others in the main tower closest to where the raid was coming from, which was a massive mistake because they immediately lit us on fire and we almost blew them up with a cannon. No, really, I swear I'm not trying to kill him. We would pull out from the tower and try to take cover behind our clockwork turrets and the embrasures. This was going pretty great, at least for a little bit of time, until the enemies continued to spew further and further through the gates. It was time for us to get a little bit hands-on here because our turrets and traps could only take us so far. We had managed to kill many of them, and by doing so, they would begin to try to run away. We weren't too keen on letting cowards get away from us, so we would kill as many as possible, but unfortunately, as you well know, some of them did manage to escape our vicinity. There's always next time. As you can imagine, that fire breath from them was a little bit of a hairy situation, so we had plenty of fires to put out, but luckily the rain helped out with that quite a bit, and then we would actually end up taking one of them as a prisoner. We would of course begin the recruitment process. Now, I'd be lying to you if I said that she had any decent skills at all other than shooting in melee, but she can be a good fighter for us, I'm sure. Now, our metallic resources were becoming quite low once more. Looks like we'll have to go out and collect some from a different area, as I believe we began depleting all the ones in our vicinity here. However, they are low because I've been saving up for a little project. As a matter of fact, I've been using these resources to build more plate armor, pistons, and yada 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 to build yet another steam tank. I know, you love it, I love it, we all love it. The problem with this one though, it has a flame turret instead of a steam turret, so that means we need chem fuel, and I haven't noticed any boomalope in our area. So I decided to actually load up our hot air balloon with some silver, and I was going to go out and buy some. Now, I'm sure all of you remember, but our allies around here are few and far between, so the only person we could really go out and try to do any trading with to purchase chem fuel was the Black Clan, but upon our arrival I noticed that they didn't have any chem fuel to be spoke for. They did, however, end up having a calligraphy table, which we could have researched and built ourselves, but we haven't done that research yet, and I thought it'd be easy to spend about 100 silver on it, so we bought it. I'm not sure how peaceful peaceful and tranquil it'll be to try and paint on this next to a poker table, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Oh well, we'll eventually get around to finding some chem fuel or taming some boomalopes somewhere perhaps. Maybe we'll form a camp a few miles away from the village. But as you could probably tell, I'm trying to up my repertoire of these steam tanks as there are many different kinds. I think I'd like to have something of a little army of them so that we can go and invade other bases. However, something for the moment that I feel is long overdue is our research that we need to complete about our utilization of the mega terrariums. Because currently we haven't even the slightest clue what we can use Occupara's gigantic globe on his back for. After completing the required research though, I could see that he is literally just for growing crops. However, there were still a few areas that were marked out that we couldn't use. I noticed a bit further down the research tree there was one called Unlock Chemical Divisions. I thought maybe there was a chance we could grow some chem fuel, so we went ahead and finished up both of those researches, but unfortunately it doesn't appear that we can actually do that. The new research does, however, allow us to grow ambrosia as well as herbal meds, so not really useful, but whatever. Perhaps if we have a gigantic volcanic explosion and we don't have any other way to grow plants. I did, however, notice that I actually have the technology unlocked for biofuel refining, which I forgot about, so I ended up just building one of those so we could make chem fuel. I would have preferred a steampunk variant, but I guess it has tanks and pipes and a boiler, so, you know, close enough, I suppose. With this chem fuel, though, we were finally able to fuel up the turret of our brand new tank, and we were going to take it out for a spin. We would test it out on a pile of corpses, that way we can have a two birds in one stone situation. I think this very well may be my preferred tank, especially since enemy villages and bases are normally made out of wood. We could just essentially burn them to the ground easily. Slowly but surely though, our little collection of these behemoths is growing. I think next episode we may build a few more and maybe take them out for a spin, though we'll have to try to get our population up so we have enough people to actually man the guns inside of them. This planet is absolutely chock full of enemies just waiting to be conquered by us. Before the episode ends though, I want to mention that I moved our calligraphy table out by the hospital, out in the little kind of backyard shrine that we built last episode. It seems like a peaceful and more tranquil place for everyone to enjoy. But my friends, I want to thank you all ever so much for watching today's episode, and I would like to remind you that we need some names for our other tanks, as well as some of our new colonists, and our cows, of course, as well, if anyone has any names they'd like to provide. But I want to thank you guys ever so much once again for watching. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello all you fine Shogun out there. Welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. My friends, it's ever so good to see you here today. Coming in a little hot and heavy today, we are going to begin by building a smelter. We have no time to waste because, as I alluded to in the last episode, we need plenty of resources to create plenty more steam tanks. So we're going to be smelting down steel chunks for steel to make into, well, steel plates. The idea here being that at some point throughout this series, we are going to have an entire fleet of these steam tanks that we can use to conquer any enemy base. Or perhaps an enemy mining base controlled by the Impid tribes people of this planet that contains plenty of precious minerals like steel? I think so. We would begin loading up the 3 tanks that we currently do have in our fleet to go out, as they should be pretty impervious to the Impid fire breath with their steel plates and what have you. Even though we're traveling by steam tank though, the journey will definitely take quite a few days. So in the meantime, back home, it would appear that there was a shuttle chunk that had fallen from orbit. We're going to begin deconstructing that, as well as any other types of things that'll give us steel and components, which are indeed pretty few and far between at this point. After some time though, we had finally arrived at the Impid steel mining camp, and there were about 9 or so chaps and lasses here. Well, more like about 6 or 7. Maybe, okay, 5, 4. Anyway, though, we started launching our cannonballs at them from our tanks, and it was mighty easy making them retreat the area so that we could come in and take all their wonderful resources. Now, of course, they had plenty of steel in their little storage area here, but that wasn't quite enough for us. We were pretty desperate, so we actually began deconstructing the steel tiles they were using in their base and their steel gibbet cages as well. Every little drop in the bucket counts towards their ultimate ultimate demise. Now though, with plenty of steel and cargo, it's time for us to begin making the way back home. Speaking of which, back home, Aoshiro was working hard on trying to recruit our 2 prisoners. We also ended up having a quest from the Blue Clan, and they were saying that they've been facing repeated infestations and that they were requesting that we take on some of these infestations. In exchange, they would give us some goodies such as a Doomsday rocket launcher, which we were more than ecstatic to take on for that. I didn't have much of an issue accepting this, as I assumed the infestations would end up happening under a overhead mountain roof, which would be in our mining system here, and that's exactly what ended up happening, although I may have taken a bad chance there, a gamble, because they also can just show up anywhere, I'm pretty sure. Either way, we lucked out, and they are indeed under these mountains, which would make it quite easy once our caravan had returned home to aim our cannon barrels down into the mines and start blowing their hives all to hell. As one might imagine, the bugs were none too keen on this and came out trying to attack our tanks. The majority of them were ran over, but many of them were also burned to death and also boiled alive as well. Ah, you poor dumb little monsters. Good day and good riddance to you, as well as your pitiful little hives. We were pretty careful to not destroy all of the jelly, as it would go great with our rice bowls. As for our reward, the Blue Clan would hold well on their promise. Now, I'm curious as to where they got that rocket launcher, but I'm assuming maybe they got it in a skirmish with the space mercenaries. Not positive. Shortly thereafter, though, Origami decided to throw a party to celebrate our extermination of the bugs, our defeat of the Impid tribe's mining site, all the steel that we got, and the 2 gifts as well. After that, we would also begin hauling in all of said resources that we had gotten, and we wasted no time working on some new plating, as well as wheels and boilers and everything that you need for a good old steam tank. We had also finally recruited the Impid that we took prisoner last episode during the raid by the name of Therak. Always happy to have more hands on deck, of course. We immediately sent her into the storage building for some more appropriate attire and weaponry. Now, I'm sure many of you remember from last episode, but she is actually the prisoner that has a really good melee and shooting skill, and that is why we gave her an ancient charge battle rifle. Now, in the meantime, while we're waiting on the parts to build a brand new tank, we are also going to be naming our other 2 that we've recently built. We're going to be going with the names Fuji and Yasukichi. In particular, for the tanks, they were provided by Rocker 666-006 and the Bucket 2503. The name Fuji being from Mount Fuji, which is volcanically active, and also, of course, the tank has a flame turret, so it makes plenty of sense. And with Yasukichi being the name of a famous champion sumo wrestler. Now, I'm really digging these names, but moving on, we have more names for our bovine friends here. First up, for our bull, we're going to be naming him Wagyu, and for our lady cow, we are going to be naming her Cow Siam. These names were provided by our friends J-Cease, I believe, and the biggest Jake. Wagyu, of course, being after the Japanese beef, and Cow Siam seems more like a joke from our friend Jake here, but I really liked it, so thank you both. Last but not least, for the naming, we have our companions, the Cruel and Tha, who are promptly going to be renamed Mirai no Jose and Atsui. You'll have to forgive my god-awful pronunciations. With both of these names coming from our friends Leather Gnome 4654 and Doge General-M5S. With Atsui being a direct translation from the word hot, and Tha being an impid, it only makes sense. And the full name for Mirai, which I'm going to call her for short, comes from the translation of the words future woman. Perfect for a space mercenary, I would say, but I would like to thank you all for your name suggestions. Now that we're finally finished up with all our naming, though, we are going to begin on a new research, which is operating theater. Essentially, to simplify, this is the steampunk and steamwork version of an operating table / hospital bed, as well as a vitals monitor. At least in terms of their functionality, that is. We'll have Jiraiya get right to work on that, and while he's researching, we'll also overburden him because I wasn't paying attention to the work priorities by having him work on some defenses with everyone else in the southern section of the colony and base. Now, a sensible person would probably say, Rat Daddy, why the hell are you working on defenses down south when you don't even have any homes or buildings down that way? Well, my friend, we are actually going to be putting a new pen down this way for our cows. As you can see, they loved a new pasture with plenty of green grass to eat. Our mega terrarium had to be moved out though because he was eating up all the grass, trees, berry bushes, and everything in between. We would also finally have enough parts to go ahead and work on a brand new steam tank, but this would be interrupted by a prison sudden break. The ancient soldier known as Phoebe still had plenty of pep in her step, and a few wooden doors weren't going to hold her back, so we had to beat some sense into her, you understand. I don't think she'll be revolting again anytime soon. And with that, we could finally finish up our new tank. This, my friends, is an Emperor's Wrath tank, the strongest of them all. In terms of its weaponry, it's about the same as a normal tank. Essentially, think the normal original steam tank, but much beefier and able to take one hell of a beating. Basically just more badass in every way. I'm afraid our time of peace has ended though, as I have some very bad news. The space pirates / mercenaries are attacking us, and falling right on top of our heads. A genius move on their part, I will give them, as this completely avoids our tanks and the possibility of our defenses. Nevertheless, they are here now, inside our village, with some heavy weapons. We had absolutely no way to stop them before they fired at us. We would easily manage to overpower the three of them, but I'm afraid that the damage is already done. Much of our infrastructure was damaged during the attack. Our steam piping had exploded along with much of our electrical wiring. Several of our buildings would also begin to burn down, but luckily the rain had came and managed to put them out. But the worst still yet, we had lost Mirai as well as Origami during the massive explosion. Several of our other samurai were very injured during the blast as well, but it would seem that for now they would not succumb to their injuries. Of course, losing two of our samurai was absolutely awful, but I don't think you quite understand just how close we came to having to restart this entire series. Here's a little bit of a playback for you. We would immediately begin working on 2 marble sarcophagi, the best material that we had for our samurai, with both having some beautiful works of art engraved into them. Each artwork seemed to depict a battle that the samurai had taken part in. Very fitting for their last resting place, I would say. Speaking of which, since we've lost 3 of our samurai thus far, and there is definitely the possibility of losing many more, I thought it might be very fitting if we created a proper tomb and or crypt to keep all of their sarcophagi in. Again here for the flooring, since it does have a beauty stat, I decided to make it out of marble to ensure that our friends can rest in a very gorgeous place. We had also created a shrine for those of our living samurai who may wish to meditate in there or even pray. We would also of course begin repairing our piping and structures all around town that were damaged during the massive explosion. I also just wanted to take a moment to kind of reflect on the damage that was done as well as the situation, as I feel like it went by very quickly in the recording here. We lost 2 of our good friends, guys, and I wish that there was something I could have done to have prevented that, but that weapon was absolutely massive. If it didn't hit them, it definitely would have hit someone like Laz or someone else, but I am still quite sorry that it happened. We would, however, end up finishing our research into operating theater, allowing us to create a table as well as the notes. However, that being said, both items required silk and ink berries, 2 items of which we didn't currently have. The only logical solution here to me was to send Laz out in the hot air balloon to the Black Clan base to try and purchase some, but unfortunately they also didn't have any of either item. So I decided that we would try to grow our own instead, which is completely fine. It just, takes a lot longer. But the reason I was wanting these items is so that I could perform some surgeries with some clockwork limbs like clockwork legs, but I realize now those take a crafting of 10, and with Origami dead, our best crafter now is going to be Phoebe, who we recently recruited, but her crafting is only an 8, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to try to work on that. First and foremost though, she's going to need the proper attire and gear to go about living her daily life here in the village, and she needs the right colors to fit in with the rest of the clan, of course, but once that was completed, she could finally begin on her crafting and smithing. I felt that a good project for her to work on would be some clockwork exoskeletons, as we still had plenty of samurai who needed some that could really benefit from them during battle and just day-to-day operations working around the village, of course. It did take a day or 2, but eventually we had got the rest of the clockwork exoskeletons built for the rest of our samurai, and everyone is looking mighty fine, if I do say so myself, ready for battle. Though we have lost many of our friends, their courage courage and their bravery will live on forever through us. Laz might not always keep every single detail of his memories once he dies and is resurrected, but one thing is for sure. Some piece of them will always live forever through him, no matter what life he's in. After our exoskeletons were all completed though, we ended up having a quest from the leader of the Blue Clan. As is well known, they, as well as most factions on this planet, are currently at war with the Impid tribe, and they're hoping that we can assist them in an ambush. With the promise of some masterwork daimyo armor in hand, we would accept. I'm guessing the leader of the Blue Clan is calling upon us, as we do have quite the little fleet of steam tanks, and they have yet to build such technology thus far. Nevertheless, I don't mind providing a helping hand in exchange for some nice armor, as well as some good relations. The only issue being, as we were traveling to the ambush site, we ended up having a raid. It would seem a fair-sized group of Neanderthals were coming to kill us, but had no idea that nobody was home. In a fit of rage, they went to our garage and started busting all the lights that we had in there, but after realizing no one was around, they started going through our walls, hitting many of our traps, and getting into a bit of a tussle with our clockwork turrets. Unfortunately, we had forgot to refuel our steam generator, so our steam cannon was down at the moment. Not to worry though, for our clockwork turrets seem to be doing quite a number on the Neanderthals, even given their thick-ass skulls and their thick-ass skin. It was kinda like poking a rhinoceros with a sewing needle. Sure, at first it isn't really working, but eventually after you do it enough, you break the skin and you'll hit something. Before our defenses had managed to finish them off, it would seem that they had managed to light many fires, and it would also seem that a few of our structures are going to burn down. We were far from home, so there was nothing we could really do, and also we had much bigger issues at hand. As you can see, with a storm overhead, we had finally arrived at the ambush point. It does, however, seem that we've arrived a bit early, and our Blue Clan allies have arrived a little bit late. The Impids were quite swift in their movements, making it quite hard for us to hit them with our turrets, let alone our cannons, so we would try our best to run them over. Finally though, after many hours of fighting, our allies had arrived. I must say I was none too impressed with the fighting force that they brought to try and help us do this ambush, but whatever. It hardly mattered either way, as we had already killed the majority of the Impids. Because of the destructive power of our tanks and the close vicinity between the Blue Clan samurai and the Impids, I decided to pull my tanks back, that way we didn't cause any accidental friendly fire. And this way they could pull their weight and finish off the enemies for us. Truly it was the least that they could do for us, since they had requested our help, and thus far they hadn't even done anything. After some time though, they had finally finished off enough of the Impids that they had begun to flee the area. We would kill as many as we could, but some did get away. With a successful ambush under our belt, it was time for us to head all the way back home. Everyone was quite ecstatic to be back home, except they had realized that in their absence, it looks like someone had attacked the Neanderthals and half the village was burned. Looks like we have quite a bit of work ahead of us. However, there is some good news. We did end up kidnapping one of the Impids from the ambush, and we've decided to try and imprison them. She was a fast-learning psychopath with a good melee and cooking skill. Everything else was fairly subpar, except for her crafting, I would say, which she has a minor passion in. Perhaps she could be an apprentice smith to Phoebe or something. The Blue Clan had also made good on their promise to drop off the masterwork daimyo armor to us. Helping friends is always better when you get paid for it. And now with all that behind us, I thought it might be a good time for us to go ahead and make the required repairs to all of our structures that were burned, as well as the research bench and everything else that we had lost. Our recreation building getting burned down kind of worked out perfectly, because last episode I was talking to you guys about adding some mods that actually have some proper recreation items given the culture, and it seems like you guys agree. So first and foremost, I have added a new mod that is Aaron's Japanese Furniture. Now this doesn't have any particular recreation items, but there are a lot of decorative items and what have you, so I think that those will go perfectly. As for recreation items, I have added the Mahjong table. Now I realize Mahjong, I believe, is a Chinese game, not Japanese. I wanted to try to find a mod that adds shogi. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to have any on the workshop, so I'm just kind of making do with what I have here. But if if you close your eyes, use your imagination, and just pretend that the Mahjong is shogi, hey, it's actually shogi, look at that. But now with our new mods added to the list, we'd go ahead and add some new decorative items to the building, as well as 2 Mahjong tables, the appropriate sitting areas for them, and a regular chess table as well. I also decided to go through our feasting hall and deconstruct the old wooden benches that we had in there and put in some more appropriate seating areas with some more appropriate lighting as well. I would also end up doing something similar in terms of the decorative aspect inside of our crypt as well, just making it much more comfortable for any visitors of our dead to pray or meditate or just simply visit their deceased friends. Slowly but surely, we'll also begin phasing out the old furniture that we've been using in favor of something a bit more fitting of the culture, of course, like these nice futon beds instead of a normal wooden bed. At some point one night, Aoshiro and Phoebe ended up getting fibrous mechanites, which I'm not too excited about because of all the pain, but I suppose at the very least it increases their moving, manipulation, and their blood pumping, so okay. I would also spot a biomutation pulsar in our storage room. I remember we got this about an episode or 2 back, and I forgot to check to see if it would actually be useful for anything, or if maybe we should just sell it. Well, apparently this device will send out a broad wave of psychic energy that will change animals in the region into terrifying monsters by affecting their molecular structure down to the very last atom. This device seems like the ultimate super weapon against an enemy base, so I decided to pack it into the tank, and we were going to take it and use it on a local Impid tribe base. Now, we could use it on the space mercenaries, but the problem is I've never used the device before, I'm quite unfamiliar with it, and I fear that if we go there, there's a much more chance of us dying than us being successful with it. Worst case, if something were to go wrong here, we have a bunch of tribespeople shooting at us with a bow and arrow while monsters are chasing us instead of some large ancient plasma weapons. Now, because this device is going to turn these animals into bloodthirsty monsters, that does also mean they're going to attack us. So we decided to cut down a bunch of trees in the area and make ourselves a temporary structure to hide in. And just in case wooden walls aren't strong enough to keep them out, we'll jump back inside the tank. But without further ado, here goes nothing. Well, it looks like that did the trick. All the animals in the area have been turned into fleshy monsters. It would also seem that they have noticed and began attacking the tribespeople as well. I will say though, kudos to the tribespeople as they were holding their own quite well. I suppose it has something to do with the fact that they literally breathe fire and the flesh beasts are very, very flammable. Even so though, the beast had caught them by surprise and completely outnumbered them, causing many of them to die in the initial chaos, and thus they would have to flee their home, while their village and the surrounding forest burnt down to an absolute crisp. All of this happening and we didn't even have to raise a single finger. Since everyone hates the Impid tribes, we ended up getting a boost of 20 with every single faction on the planet, although the mercenaries still hate us no matter what. With the coast as clear as it's going to get anytime soon, we decided to blow a massive hole in the wooden walls and take our tank near the village. Thanks to our tank's stainless steel armor plating, the flesh beast had no chance of getting inside. I had hoped to maybe go down into the town and blow through some walls to see if there's anything worth salvaging, but unfortunately, due to the massive fire, there wasn't really any chance of that. We did, however, rescue a gentleman by the name of Per, who happened to be one of the mercenaries who was about to burn to death inside of a building. We quickly cleared out the flesh beast around the town, although most of them burned to death anyhow, and then we quickly returned back home with him in tow. He is a filthy mercenary, so I should have just left him to die there, but he has a pretty good crafting skill, with it being a burning passion and a level of 9. He also has an 11 in intellectual with a burning passion there as well, so he can also help out with researching, or so I thought. Turns out we'll have to enslave him if we want him to join us, and of course slaves can't do research. Not to worry though, we'll make a friend by force out of him soon, and we'll be good to go. But my friends, that is going to be it for this episode. I do truly hope you have enjoyed. I want to thank you guys ever so much for your suggestions, and of course a reminder, we do have a few new people, so if you want to give them names as well as the new tank and anything and everything in between, of course, feel free to do so, and any suggestions for any mods that you may feel that fit the series or stuff like that, be sure to suggest those as well and we'll take a look at them. But I love you, I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, all you fine folks out there, and welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. My friends, I'm ever so glad to see you here once more today. Today, my friends, we start by facing the issue that we've been facing for quite a few episodes, the issue of not having near enough components and steel to build all of the tanks that our little hearts desire. So we're going to begin today by doing a lot of strip mining, which, as I'm sure you've guessed, will allow us to collect all of these resources that we require. During the time that we were strip mining, we had also finally enslaved Per, the fella that we had taken prisoner last episode with the great crafting skill, and because of this we would also have him begin working on plenty of alloys as well as some new tools. Not only because we want him to get that crafting skill up to a 10 as soon as possible, but also because these tools will be quite useful. These are steampunk drills, and they just so happen to increase mining speed by 100%, which is pretty darn good. We let Laz here test it out, and as you can see, he was much faster than Jiraiya or Kona Yoshimaru. Now, to be fair, his skill is a little bit higher than theirs, but with the drill, he could absolutely run circles around them. Some time later, and we ended up having a transport pod crash nearby. It seems that there is a space refugee by the name of Brick. Brick here had a pretty good set of skills, and just as well, he was an undergrounder jogger, so we were interested in capturing him, but I thought that might be a little too cruel, so we decided to rescue him instead. We'll tend him back to health and let him make his own decisions, but there's not really any way off the planet that we know of, so I have a feeling he might be interested in staying here. By this point, we also had plenty of silk and ink berries, which is exactly what we needed to build our operating theater note stables. These will help us out immensely with our successful surgery rate as well as our tinned quality. Later on into the night, it would seem that our hospitality has paid off as Brick has been healed and has also decided to join us. Welcome aboard, little fella. After some time of crafting and smithing, Laz and the other miners all had these steampunk drills, meaning that our strip mining operations will be most successful. Well, not only successful, but also successful within a very quick amount of time. To further upgrade Per's crafting skill, I also decided to let him go ahead and work on some parts for a brand new steam tank, like the boilers, the pipes, and all that great stuff. After a little bit of time, our efforts were quite successful as well, and his crafting skill was indeed now a 10, meaning that he could also make a clockwork leg for us. Once we finally had this created, we would have Laz install it on Kona Yoshimaru, who had been missing her right leg for quite some time now. Thanks to our operating theater table notes as well as our operating table itself, there was very little chance of this not going properly. Now, at some point in today's episode, I also plan on all of us doing a little bit of traveling for something special, of course, so I want to ensure that our defenses are up to par to protect the place in our absence. And thus, I have decided to build a clockwork sniper turret that is fairly slow, but also very accurate and also very deadly, covering basically the entire village. I also went to research pipe organs, basically making a large organ instrument that we could play, and it would be a cool decorative item, and it would bring people a lot of happiness, but after I ended up researching it, I realized that we don't meet the requirements. Per, of course, has a crafting of 10, but I think he's incapable of artistic work, so we're screwed for now. You live and you learn. We'll get around to building it eventually. I don't exactly think a steampunk pipe organ fits with the culture per se in terms of a musical instrument, but I definitely think that it fits with the theme of the series and our village and colony, so there's that. But that'll be later on. As for now, we have much bigger fish to fry with a very good-sized raid from the Impid tribes nearby, and they're attacking us from 3 separate angles. A little bit concerning to say the least. Even though this is simply a tribal attack, normally we would hop into our tanks and send them all out, but our garage was filled with some allies that we didn't want to run over, making it quite hard to send them all out. Nevertheless, we would do the best with what we had and try to get them out as soon as possible. Some of the others had broke through our defenses on the other side of our entrance and were getting shot to pieces by our clockwork turrets. Truth be told, though, that was considered mercy to what their comrades on the western wall were facing, as many of their heads had been ran over and crushed by our tank treads, and their chest cavities had been burnt and caved in by a super powerful, superheated stream of steam. They had started this fight, but of course we would have to end it as they ran away with their tails tucked firmly between their legs. Now, to be fair, I say that they started the fight, but technically last episode we did use a bioweapon to turn all the animals in the area into fleshy monsters that would attack an entire base of theirs and kill many people, but I digress. One of them had a pretty decent skill set though, so instead of executing her, we decided to take her prisoner, and of course we'll eventually get her recruited with time. Now that was a fairly tense situation for everyone. I thought they could use a good bit of rest and relaxation, so I decided to upgrade our calligraphy rec shrine area here just outside our hospital with more tables as well as a nice blossom tree. And you know, I think it really made everyone much happier, even if just by a teeny tiny little bit. A little bit of time later, we had finally recruited a impid that we had taken prisoner last episode into our ranks. And if I remember correctly, she has a mighty melee skill, and that is why when she went into the warehouse to equip all the weapons, I gave her a pretty darn good sword. Now it's no Neo Katana like some of our other samurai have, but maybe we'll get her one in the future after we kill a few more of the mercenaries. As for now, she'll just have to do the best with what she has while she's helping out cook around the village. Speaking of which, we could also use a little bit of protein in our diet, so we decided to slaughter some of our cows, including a poor little calf. Sadly, I had done this before I seen some comments on the last episode where some of you guys had actually named these cows, and I'm very sorry about that. Either way though, eating this beef will make our muscles all big and strong for the upcoming battle. Oh, what upcoming battle, you might ask? Well, my friends, we're loading up everything into our steam tanks and we are going back out to conquer yet another space mercenary settlement. Because truly the only good defense against these vile bastards is a great offense. And with our current fleet of 5 steam tanks, I think we should be able to pull this off again. I will say, upon our arrival, I was once again none too impressed with the defenses of this base. Though of course the folks that lived here appeared to be a lot more deadly, with some very heavy weaponry, and of course some extremely durable armor as well. Armor that I hope to pry off of them after murdering them. I don't think we'll have much issue killing them all, as it seems they can't even come together long enough to fight us away from fighting each other. Though it must be said that not all of the mercenaries were bloodthirsty fools with no sense of strategy. Some of them were much more calculated and even brutal. I take it he must be the leader of this chapter. Well, spooky names aren't going to scare us away so easily. Let's give him a little knock on the door, shall we? We had fired at the southern side of their base to try to draw them out into this field here, making it much easier to hit them with our cannons and to run them over as well. Truth be told, they do have quite the range advantage on us, and their weapons are much more advanced, so if we didn't close the distance and start running many of them over, we probably wouldn't be able to win any fight. However, the unfortunate part is doing this also opens us up to their leader here and his massive plasma swords. We were trying to do the best that we could, but the mercenaries were quick on their feet, and the more damage that our tanks sustained from the plasma weapons, the slower they became. The clock was ticking and we needed to end this fast. I would try to use several of our tanks to concentrate on one area of the mercenaries so that we may be able to kill them and force them to retreat. Eventually, this did end up working. I didn't want the Brutal to get away from us though, and we had managed to hit him with a massive cannonball right in the back of the head. Many of his companions attempting to flee the area wouldn't be long for this world either and would be joining him in the afterlife shortly thereafter. We had killed a lot of them though instead of incapacitating them, which was a shame because that means we don't get near as much armor. Laz and Per both had quite a close call as their tank was destroyed by fleeing enemies. I knew that this was a possibility as it had been immobilized during the battle, but I didn't expect it to explode so soon. Thankfully though, Laz was in the gunner's seat as I knew he wouldn't take near as much damage there. Even so though, the 4 remaining tanks that we had that weren't weren't destroyed had sustained extreme damage during the battle and would definitely need to be repaired before we even thought about going anywhere. Because of the extensive damage and the fact that the enemies would have reinforcements showing up in a few days, we would waste absolutely no time going ahead and starting repairs on all of our tanks. While that's going on, we could also check out some of the new weapons and armor that we got from the mercenaries, such as the leader's massive plasma swords. Something tells me we don't have the training or the power armor required to wield those though. Perhaps we'll obtain that type of armor in the future though, or if not, we could always sell them, but we definitely need to get them inside out of the elements before they deteriorate away. As we were focused on that, our samurai were having a little bit of an issue with the mercenaries' defenses, you know, the ones that I was criticizing earlier. Well, they ended up giving us a good run for our money, but eventually we did take out all the turrets. And now we can finally rest without the constant fear of death hanging over our heads, and believe you me, we needed to rest, as many of our samurai were completely exhausted. We went through the rest of the base just to ensure no one was hiding in the corner, waiting for us to step in so they could shoot us in the back of the head, and everything seemed to be good. With that being the case, as everyone is making their preparations for us to be able to go back home, I decided this would probably be a decent time to go ahead and name some of our fine folks. First up, we have Therak and Ne, who are going to be renamed as Senju and Hakuo. In particular, these wonderful names were provided by you wonderful people, in particular Rocker 666 006 once more, as well as Epping Cell, with the name Hakuo being based on a sumo wrestler who had actually reached the highest rank, and Senju being a mix of the words war and gun in Japanese. Now, for Therak, it was supposed to be Kana Senju, but I couldn't get a good translation on Kana with Google Translate. Unfortunately, that's all I really have at my fingertips, so I ended up just going with Senju, as it seems like a pretty decent translation of the two words. Which I think is also fine, because I most likely would have just said Senju for short anyhow. I decided that we should also go ahead and name our tanks, with our first one being named Kira, as well as the second one being named the Dreadnought. These splendid names were provided by our good friends Rins, Brian, Cardenaz, as well as Firefox 7658, with Kira being the word for death, but based on my research online, it actually appears to be the translation for the word killer. Either way, I'm super cool with that, and Dreadnought, although it doesn't say here in the comment, I believe is actually a reference to the Dreadnoughts from Warhammer 40k. Absolutely wonderful name suggestions, my friends. I want to thank you all ever so much for them as well. Now, after some time, we have finally managed to get all of our tanks repaired, as well as all of our people loaded up into them. Luckily, each tank actually has a passenger spot along with the gunner spot, so we had just enough room. We would finally arrive home, and now comes the difficult part, trying to haul all of the things that we have looted from our raid back into our storage room. A tedious process, no doubt, that will take quite a while. However, we did end up needing some more storage because of all the items that we actually collected from the raid, and thus we would end up building onto our current storage facility. Simply building some additional shelves, of course, but unfortunately this was interrupted. It would seem that we have a gigantic man-hunting pack of megasloths coming to try and eat the flesh from our bones. A bit strange since they're herbivores, but okay. Now, I will say I was a bit perplexed on how we should actually handle this issue, and I had actually saved the game and closed it and went and had some dinner and done some other chores and things like that, and during that time I was pondering in my head, how can I beat this gigantic pack? Is this the end? Well, no, as it would turn out that running them over with our tanks, as we've handled many of our enemies thus far, is quite sufficient, even more so. Though doing these ramming maneuvers would actually cause quite a bit of damage to our tanks. As you can see, one of them here is leaking fuel, which is just water, of course. Of course, there are some tanks that are specifically built for this purpose of ramming our enemies, so maybe we should try to focus on some of those in the future. With the manhunting pack of megasloths finally taken care of, we could finish up our additional storage to our storage room. Now, by this point, we had collected many a Neo-Samurai weapon from the Space Mercenaries with our recent raid. Even though we didn't get all that much armor, we did get get mini ranged weapons like rifles and bows and things of that sort. And I went ahead and had everyone equip some of those weapons. That way we have the most up-to-date, futuristic, and most powerful, most of all, weapons that we could possible. Now I realize that these aren't exactly steampunk weapons or anything close to that, but I think they really still fit our aesthetic pretty good, and to be honest with you, none of the factions on the planet sell or carry steampunk weapons really, so we would have to craft them ourselves, which would be incredibly difficult, and we would definitely die before that happened. Speaking of weapons though, it would seem that we have a very large mech cluster that has dropped nearby our base, and their weapon of choice is a toxic smog thing that they're gonna basically poison the air with, which is no bueno. And thus we'll need to take immediate action. Now realistically, the toxic spewer isn't going to be online for a few more days, but I find it best to attack preemptively. Besides, it's more fun this way. Firing our tank cannon at the spewer woke up many of the mechs who were very pissed off at us, which just so happened to draw them in closer, which just so happened to be exactly what we wanted, yeah. Now our Emperor's Wrath tanks are the most powerful and the ones with the most health that we currently have access to. Now they don't exactly specialize in ramming enemies, especially not mechanoids with their steel plating that they're made of, but they should be able to hold up under the pressure. And while the majority of the mechanoid forces are distracted by the tank, this would give our samurai an ample opportunity to pick off any stragglers. Luckily none of them were killed or mangled all that bad, except for Jiraiya, who just so happened to take a scyther blade straight to the dome. He ended up losing his right ear and his right eye, so he is now in the One Eye Club with Laz. Because of Jiraiya's injuries, I would send him and the others back home and bring down Phoebe with the Doomsday rocket launcher just in case. I would also send the Dreadnought Emperor's Wrath tank back and bring down Kira and Matsumara to finish off the remaining mech defenses before we would finally take out the toxic spewer itself. And with that, my friends, the mech cluster was no more. As a celebration of sorts, everyone decided to play a good bit of mahjong together in the recreation building. This, on top of the mood boost we already got from destroying a mech cluster, made everyone pretty darn happy. And I must say, I myself was pretty happy as well, as we had plenty of components, plasteel, and normal steel from the remnants of the mech cluster itself, which was absolutely divine, as we were going to be using some of those resources on a brand new production area, in this case an automaton construction table. Meaning, of course, that we'll be able to create our very own type of mechanoids. In a sense, they are a steampunk and or clockwork type of mech. For our very first, I decided to create a clockwork spider. This little mechanical marvel, as you might have guessed, is a large mechanical spider, but it also has a large clockwork turret built in as well, acting as a mobilized turret. Now, I could be missing something here, but it doesn't seem like the spider itself or these wind-up clockwork mechs can actually be assigned to an overseer. I know I don't currently have anyone that can actually be assigned any mechs or anything like that, as none of them have the chip in their brain or whatever, but even using dev mode, not to cheat, but just to check it out, it doesn't seem like that's a possibility. It does roam around the village on its own, though, making it something like a sentry bot, so that's pretty cool. Now, I will say I love our village, but it could use a little bit of sprucing up around the place, if you know what I'm saying, so I decided to do a little bit of research into cherry blossom tree sowing. Now, I know we got the big cherry blossom tree for our shrine, but it is a shrine, and that's why we're able to build that one, so we need the research. I had a good bit of resources left over that I had planned on using for more clockwork spiders, but then once I realized that we don't currently have a way to control them, and there may not be a way, I decided to utilize those resources instead on some clockwork turrets that are closer inside the village where everyone's residential housing is. This way, if we have any enemies like the space mercenaries dropping in drop pods in the center of town, we'll at least be a little bit ready for them. By the time our turrets were finished, we had also finished up our research into cherry blossom tree sowing. And we could place as many of these beauties all around town as we liked, the hope being that these little beauties will help us combat the ugliness of our clockwork turrets as well as our steam pipes that are right out in the open. I'm also going to have Per begin working on some new steam tank parts, as I'd like to replace the one that we had lost. During which time I also began planting plenty more cherry blossom trees all throughout the entire village. Which was all well and good, but I also had some construction projects in mind. In particular, I wanted to build an alchemy bench and an alchemy production area. For now, it's quite small and just barely thankfully out of the way of our wind turbines, but if we need to, we can always expand on another side of the village later on. Alchemy seems to be quite an offshoot from steampunk culture, but it is going hand in hand with it, so I decided that we might try and make some of these items here. To begin, I wanted to make a jar of Essence of Fire. Now, the item description didn't really explain what this was, so I thought it might be some type of potion or something, so I decided to let Laz try it out. But I noticed he dropped his bow for it, and it seems to actually be some type of fire bomb. Which, even given that we have a lot of ancient charged weapons that are pretty great, fire bombs would very much come in handy. And because of that, I decided to make many more for many more of our samurai. I also decided to use some of our ink berries to try and make some essence of ink jars as well, just to give them a try out. Interestingly enough, the ink jars actually seem to be more akin to something like a grenade or something like that, though they actually also make a very large pile of ink on the ground, and using the flame essence together with them seems to create something of a burning tar effect, even if only for a short period of time. Mighty useful indeed, I'll say. We had also finally created enough parts to replace the altered comrade tank that we had lost when we raided the space mercenaries earlier. And in tribute of our first tank, we would also end up naming this one Yasukichi Mark II. Glad to have you back, old boy. But after some time had passed, I realized we were facing a bit of a problem around the village. Overpopulation, it would seem. Well, not really. We barely have that many people, but it does seem that we don't have enough housing for all of our samurai, so we would go ahead and work on some new residential housing for them. With the proper road systems and some culturally appropriate bedding, decorations, as well as even doors. And I really like these doors, so I decided to go ahead and start replacing them all throughout the village. And yes, indeed, I do think that they suit all of our buildings much better. But my friends, I want to thank you ever so much for watching today's episode. If you would like, be sure to leave any suggestions as well as name suggestions in the comments section down below, and I'll try to get to those as soon as possible. I also just wanted to mention that this episode is coming out a little bit late in this week, unfortunately. My power's been off for a few days. We were affected a little bit by the hurricane, but we're all completely fine here, thank God. Yeah, if you guys are affected, if you're on the East Coast, I hope you guys are alright. I hope everyone's safe and sound. I love you guys, man. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed today's episode, and I hope to see you in the next one as well. Goodbye, guys. Howdy folks, and welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series, where today, my friends, we are starting off with a little bit of research. We're going to be researching electronic components in the steampunk category though. Reason being, this will help us access some new steam-based electronics, as you might have guessed, such as a steam turbine generator, which we can swap out our old wood-fired generators for. Now, for this type of research, we're only able to use our steam-powered research bench, so it will take a little bit longer than normal. Fear ye not though, I have plenty of work in mind while we're waiting on that, such as a brand new building that will be specifically for art creation. Not only further increasing the wealth and beauty of our colony, but making our village a staple among the planetary villages. We want the other clans to look upon our beautiful bonsai trees and artworks with envy and jealousy. We would also have Per begin working on more clockwork body parts for some of our samurai. The first that we ended up making was an enteric apparatus. Now, essentially what this is a very crude type of clockwork bionic that will actually take the place of a stomach, ripping up and digesting food for the user. The second that we ended up creating was a tympanic apparatus, which essentially functions as a crude clockwork ear. The stomach that Per had created was actually for Per himself, as his had been destroyed in one of our recent skirmishes. This should allow him to eat food much more efficiently, and thus making him much less slower during his day-to-day life, which is perfect for us since he's always doing so much crafting and smithing. However, this body part ended up giving him brazen rot, which appears to be some type of illness that affects those with clockwork implants. This is the first time we've encountered this illness, though it does say it can be prevented and cured with chime tonic, so that's something we'll be looking into. But before we look into that, we're going going to be replacing Jiraiya's right ear, which he lost last episode, to a Scyther, along with his right eye with the Clockwork Bionic. We had also finally finished up our research into electronic components, allowing us to now build the steam-powered generators that I was discussing earlier, and thus we would replace our old wood-fired generators. A bit of a bonus because it cost less resources, and of course it fits our theme much better. Speaking of resources, we would have Phoebe begin cutting plenty of sapphire and ruby lenses, which we would need for a brand new production area, a chemistry table. Yet again in a very small building that of course we can expand later on if we feel the need to, but we're making this so that once we finish up research into a chime tonic, we'll actually be able to create these tonics and hopefully get Per cured. Or at the very least make his disease a little bit more bearable. A little bit of time later and the Neanderthal leader from their tribe actually had a proposition for us. They've had some issues with the Red Clan attacking their caravans, and they said they would give us an orbital power beam targeter and a prestige recon helmet if we were to take on 2 massive raids from the Red Clan for them, so of course we accepted. It was a little bit of time after that we had finally recruited Retz, the impid that we had taken prisoner last episode, into our ranks. We sent him into the storage building and had him equip anything that he found useful, and shocking to no one, he ended up equipping a nice melee weapon along with a shield belt, which was perfect since he has quite the melee skill to go along with it. We also finally finished up our research into the chime tonic, so that way we can begin making those, although I did notice that it requires some ingredients we do not currently have. We would go ahead and temporarily begin growing some solar blossoms and frost berries in our small fields, that way we'll have the ingredients required for the tonic. Until then, Per will just have to endure, I suppose. Luckily, as of right now, Per is the only one who has contracted this illness, so let's hope it stays that way. With the upcoming raid, I thought it might be a good idea if we went ahead and began making some more automatons. Now, I only have enough resources at this time for 1 more, but it is a gargantuan clockwork bear. Now, when I built this big mechanical beast, I had hoped that our people would be able to ride him all throughout the village, but unfortunately, since he is technically a wind-up mech, that doesn't seem to be the case. Nevertheless, he is a 1-ton tanky piece of metal and gears that will roam throughout the village and protect it as he sees fit, which is better than nothing. Or at least I hope so, because it would seem that the raid has finally arrived, or at least the first one, that is, with what appear to be many more soldiers than we had anticipated. Well, that's not exactly true, as they did tell us the exact numbers. I guess I just didn't expect the army to be this large. Regardless, thanks to our fleet of steam tanks, I doubt we'll have any issue at all with this army. We do need to ensure that we stop them before they make it inside the village though, otherwise they may scatter and cause much damage. Luckily, I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. With them being in such large groups, it was quite easy to hit them with our cannons. Of course, those not in our direct line of fire we could also run over, but after a few cannon shots and a doomsday rocket launcher later, the army began to flee. Classic Red Clan move. Run away when the going gets tough, fleeing from the might of our samurai. 1 raid down, 1 more to go. Assuming that the next Red Clan army stays in a very dense, large group like that, we shouldn't have any trouble at all. Though it must be said that our steam tanks had suffered much damage from the raid, even though we had managed to be victorious without even taking a single scratch to any of our people themselves. It doesn't matter how thick the armor plating is, a few more direct hits on one of these tanks and there's a possibility it goes down. Looks like we're about to find out. Thankfully, the second group was approaching from the west, a much more open and clear view to fire at them. The only issue being this does also mean that they are much closer to being able to get into the village itself, and thus we wouldn't have enough time to line up enough proper shots, so we just kind of winged it and started running them over as best we could. And as their pathetic, helpless little bodies bounced off the side of our tanks, I think they realized it might be a good time for them to leave. And with that, my friends, we have defeated a second Red Clan raid. And not only that, we've also gotten the items that the Neanderthals promised. How they got their hands on a power beam targeter and a recon helmet, I'll never know. But I'm not one to ask questions when I just get something as powerful as this and such a nice helmet, of course. I ended up giving the orbital targeter to Laz just in case he were to need it, since he is our golden boy here. I ended up giving the recon helmet helmet to Sinju just before she ended up collapsing on the ground due to her wounds, but don't worry, she'll be fine. Because she is essentially our sniper, I thought it might be best to protect her old dome from any counter snipers. Now, before we began working on any projects around the village once more, I made it priority number 1 to ensure that we repaired all of our tanks in a timely manner. As you can imagine, if we were dealing with the Red Clan raids that we had just taken down without our tanks, we would have been absolutely toast, and that's why we need to ensure that we don't lose any more of them. Once that was finally completed though, I wanted to try to expand the village a bit more, but I didn't want it to look kind of stupid if we dug under the mountains and just had some wooden shacks under there, so I decided to actually start building some more residential housing in the southern part of the village where we're keeping our cows. This was interrupted though. Shit's really popping off this episode, eh? Looks like the Red Clan is back for some more, but this time around, not us. They're actually here for the mercenaries. Oddly enough, it would seem that one of the samurai of the Red Clan just so happens to be Brick's daughter, which is strange seeing how Brick fell from space. Well, that's something we'll have to ask him about later, and perhaps her, assuming she doesn't die in this battle. It would seem that the Red Clan may have them in numbers, but obviously not only do the space mercenaries have a technological advantage, it would seem that they actually have war caskets upon some of their soldiers. An interesting and powerful military technology that is far beyond anything our steampunk tech could create, I believe. Perhaps if we're lucky enough of the samurai, we'll be able to down one of those big bastards and we could salvage it from them, who knows. I'm not going to get my hopes up though, that's for sure. These absolute behemoths were incredible. They were like walking steam tanks, even walking challenges perhaps. It would seem that they have easily dispatched of the Red Clan army that was here, and they were no trouble for them at all, which doesn't really come as a shock, I suppose. While they were looting the bodies and killing what remained of their enemies, I thought this the perfect opportunity to try and exploit their vulnerability. We brought the tank fleet over and began testing them against these mercenaries and their power armor. Let's see how strong it really is. They were still much faster than us, unfortunately, but I had managed to ram one into a rock wall which crushed his head. We tried to run them out of the area, all except for one of them who we had hoped to maybe try to corner and down, that way we could extract their armor from them. Or perhaps at the very least we could try to recruit him, but he was proving quite difficult. Our tank was on fire and he had easily absorbed the pressure from the steam turret itself. The bastard was clever. We had lost our altered comrade tank once more, and thus we tried chasing him down again. It seemed the only way to stop him would be to run him over, but unfortunately he ended up getting away before we could even come close to hitting him. Laz had been severely injured as he was inside the altered comrade tank when it finally collapsed from all the fire. He was mostly suffering from some pretty severe burns, but as long as we tend to him now, he should be fine. Here's hoping for no infections. Now with all that chaos behind us, we can finally finish up the southern section of the village that we are creating, and with this addition we should have around about 5 or 6 new houses for any new members that we end up recruiting. And I was pretty happy with how it all turned out, though there is always room for improvement in the future. After about a day or so, we also finally had plenty of our solar blossoms and frost berries, and we'll begin making a frost and solar essence out of them. The two main ingredients for the Chime tonic, as you can see here. We would go ahead and have Per drink the tonic, and as you can see here, his illness appears to be cured, though I'm not sure if this is temporary or not. Though as long as it's keeping the illness at bay for now, that should give us enough time to make plenty more tonic for him. Since we lost our altered comrade tank, I decided to go ahead and replace it with a brand new tank, but this one is an indomitable tank. I had mentioned building one of these towards the end of last episode, as this tank's one and only specialty is ramming, which appears to be something we do quite a lot of during battle. We have built this tank and we plan on using it to achieve more conquering of the space mercenaries, as we need more of their weapons and armor to help us. We're going to be traveling a good distance north to attack yet another of their settlements. But first, it looks like we're going to be dealing with an ambush. A great big old herd of mutated cows coming right for us. Though we should have been frightened given how many of them there are, I was just so excited to test out our brand new tank and its ramming capabilities. No better time to test out your technology and weapon capabilities than randomly, sporadically, in the moment out in the field, I suppose. The tank would easily hold up under the pressure, though I did end up forgetting to check the health and status of all of our components on it. I also forgot to repair it, but it should be fine. Nevertheless, we would continue making the long, treacherous journey north. Thankfully, we didn't experience any more hiccups like another ambush or anything of that sort, and we ended up arriving not too long thereafter. A fairly small-looking base is what we've arrived at, and it seems to possibly be some type of mining or resource extraction base from what I can tell. I'm not really sure. It was awful tiny with a lot of troops. Many of them once again having war caskets and wielding some pretty massive firepower. I expect that they're protecting something quite valuable here, and I look forward to finding out what it is and taking it. We had brought the tanks near the base, not too far away, just out of sight. Though I must say, I hope to not even have to use them, as we plan on using our orbital power beam targeter first and foremost. The hope is that we can cook those big bastards alive in their war caskets and not even have to lift a finger. It seems to be working quite well, as at least a couple of the war casket users ended up dying who took a direct hit from the beam. I suppose we'll have to use our tanks after all. Such a pity. A pity for our mercenary enemies here, but I decided to use our ramming tank to try to run over several of them, and it ended up getting destroyed, unfortunately. During the chaos, Per ran right out in front of one of our other tanks and ended up dying. Then I also realized that Laz had been killed when the tank exploded. It would seem that when the tank was hit with a rocket, it completely shredded and tore off one of his arms, and he ended up bleeding out soon thereafter. This is what I get for playing fast and loose, I suppose. Though that was kind of the point, and I do suppose this was definitely inevitable. It's kind of why we're here, right? Still, though, I am a bit heartbroken, as I hope to not end this samurai, the steampunk samurai part of the series, so early. There was still much that I had hoped to do. Everything was going swimmingly. Our village had really developed into a booming little town. Well, I guess it's time to go, though. Laz would awaken in what appears to be a pool of his own blood, though I'm not exactly sure. He was wearing some interesting attire, though. Something tells me that there are no samurai on this planet. At the very least, I suppose we have plenty of resources to work with here. Not too bad of a start in what appears to possibly be maybe a temperate or boreal forest a bit north. A small planet with a very high water level, it would seem, and very little landmass. But also with many a brand new faction, it would seem, as well. Welp, I guess we'll have to make do with what we have here. It should be mentioned, though, that Laz still, of course, has his injuries. His nose is completely gone, but his right eye, left arm, and right leg have all been replaced with some appropriate prosthetics, based on some new mods that have been completely randomized. As a matter of fact, the entire mod list has been completely randomized now. It would also seem that Laz has basically lived an entirely different life on this planet, giving him a new set of skills, though his passions appear to be the same. His age has also stayed the same. When we began the series, he was 26, and now he's 29, with him living 3 years among the samurai. Not that he really remembers that, though. Slowly over time, it becomes more like a vague dream. I hope that they're alright, though, and that they prosper even without us. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be fair of me to not show you what happened after Laz died back in our steampunk samurai world, would it? Now that all the mercenaries were defeated, they would load up Per and Laz's corpses back into the tanks and begin making the long journey back home, after also loading up all the weapons, resources, and armor that they could as well. Upon their arrival back home, after unloading all their supplies, many of the samurai would stay in the garage and try to repair our tanks as best they could, while Kona Yoshimaru would actually begin building a sarcophagus for Laz. Fitting that our leader would be buried in the same crypt that he had commissioned while still alive, of course. His sarcophagus was adorned and engraved with artwork of a beautiful cherry tree, perhaps to symbolize what they believed to be his blossoming into the next life. Little do they know just how right they are. His funeral ceremony would be held, and yet again, Kona Yoshimaru would actually be the one holding the proceedings. So it should come as no surprise that she was also chosen as the next leader when a vote was held among all of our samurai. She was one of the samurai who had been here the longest and also had both of her eyes and was also capable of violence, something that you would probably expect with a samurai. She would now be gifted a modified Neo-Samurai helmet from the mercenaries. Every good leader needs to look the part after all. I wish for her a long and prosperous reign as the new leader of Flowing Hills. I'm sure they'll all get along just fine without us, but I am still very sad to see them go. I had more plans for this series. I guess I could talk about those now. If this had continued in the Steampunk Samurai world here, I was thinking of adding the Empires mod and possibly even creating our own brand of Steampunk Samurai through those empires and basically just building our very own planetary government that we would take out the space mercenaries and have all the other clans either ally with us or bend the knee to us. That was the absolute long term if we were to survive, but I mean, like I mentioned, this is kind of to be expected. We're using Steam technology and we're fighting spacer technology, right? With the mercenaries, the pirates, whatever you want to call them. They are much more advanced than us, and even using their own tech against them, we struggled many a time. As you could see, our steam tanks did do quite well, but I mean, you know, it's just expected that they would buckle under the pressure of a giant rocket launcher or a bunch of plasma shots at some point. I am still very proud of what we've done here, everything that we've built here. This village is probably one of my favorite little colonies that I've ever created. The defenses and stuff like that are kind of unique compared to what I normally build, but also kind of similar, of course. I've never even done anything in a samurai type culture with those kinds of mods and stuff like that, or steampunk really. So this was a bit of an experience for me, and it was all kind of new, and I think it was really fresh compared to the mods I normally use and stuff. So it's been a lot of fun. I also want to apologize real quick. I know I didn't really get to name anybody or anything like that. This episode is pre-recorded, so I'm trying to catch back up on videos where my power was out for a few days there, and thus I didn't get to name any more pawns or tanks or anything like that with the wonderful names that you guys are already providing or always providing, or really use any of the suggestions on the last video, as it hasn't even come out yet. It'll actually be coming out in a few hours, so I'm actually recording this on Friday. I wanted to talk about the new mod list and stuff like that, though you may not find it in the video description on this video. It will most likely be in the next, when we actually experience the mods in that pack, and we also kind of, get going with the series once more in a new world. So if you don't find it right away, that's why. It'll be in the next video. But I love you guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Goodbye. Hey there, the name is Laz. You may know me, and you may also not know me. Truth be told, I'm not really sure I know myself. Actually, come to think of it, I don't really think I know where I am. I think I might be lost. But I am pretty positive that I'm a soldier. I just don't know what war I served in, or if it's still going on. I also do know, though, that I have definitely seen combat, as I'm missing a few limbs. This here is my home planet, a RimWorld in the outer colonies. Long since forgotten, but filled with plenty of friendly faces and not so friendly faces as well. The government around these parts is quite ancient, but it is still somewhat functioning. I may have fought alongside them, or I may have fought against them. I still don't know. Well, one thing is for sure though, there was definitely a war around these parts at some point, as you can see with all the wreckage of military vehicles. They don't seem to be functional anymore, but this does seem like a fairly safe place to set up camp for the night. I am, however, a bit peculiar peckish, so I decided to try to pick some cherries from a tree, but I don't have a green thumb in any way, shape, or form, so instead I decided to hunt down a rat. I was much better with a pistol, so this was quite my forte. Now that we found the ingredients for dinner tonight, we'll have to set up our camp and go ahead and build a campfire. Rat sorbet isn't exactly what I would call delicious, but when you're in the woods with no food, you'll take what you can get. Perhaps in the morning, a big cow will come by the camp and plop itself onto the fire and we can enjoy a ribeye steak, but for now, this'll have to do. I was sure to leave a little bit of the meat out by the fire just in case this warg got a little hungry. The next morning, we would begin by collecting plenty of resources, most of which being wood, as we planned on using it for some proper amenities. Sleeping on the ground really sucks, but sleeping on the ground, kind of, sort of, covered in a makeshift shabby wooden canopy, that sucks a little bit less. As night began to fall, we took the old Pistioli out for a bit of squirrel hunting. We shish kebabbed him over the fire, and we enjoyed a nice meal finally at a proper table, albeit a small table, before going Betty by in our nice, comfy little wooden canopy with a full belly. But Laz is a soldier, and if there's one thing that a soldier knows, it's that times of peace don't always last, and thus the peace that we're currently experiencing won't last either. And it is because of that reason we encased our little camp in wooden barricades to at least give us a good bit of cover in case there's a battle. Funny enough, later on into that night, we ended up having a visitor, not a raider, but a trader, one with some interesting pointy ears. It would seem that this planet is home to quite a few interesting humanoid species. Now, unfortunately, I had nothing to trade to the dapper gentleman, but we did have a few good conversations. He was so grateful for my hospitality and kindness, he even left us a gift, a brand new helmet, which was absolutely perfect as I had nothing thus far to protect my old noggin. Such a kind gesture from the elves, one can only hope that the other species on the planet are just as charming, though I don't have that much hope. Now, if you know RimWorld, then you also probably already know that I should have stopped yapping long ago and started planting some crops, that way we don't end up starving to death by winter, and or during winter itself if we're not properly prepared. Something worth mentioning, a mod that I don't currently have during this series that I normally have in most series is the tilled soil mod. I kept it out, I could have added it, it wasn't part of the randomized mod list of course, and this adds a little bit more challenge not having it as we actually have to look for rich soil on our own. But to hell with the rich soil, we ended up having a mad raccoon. Oh, he's dead. No worries, little fella, we'll have you for dinner. After this, I decided to do a little bit of mining where I would collect plenty of components as well as steel. Reason being, of course, I wanted to get a good head start on some power production right away. Currently, the only thing between our camp and the eternal darkness of night is our campfire, and thus I wanted to change that and add in plenty of lights. This will help us spot any malicious fellows creeping around in the dark as well, of course. At one point, we ended up having a nearby horsey, a stallion self-tame, which was pretty sweet. The upside of this is now we have a pretty fast mount. In case we were to get attacked, we could ride away or run circles around our enemies and shoot at them. The downside is we'll have to shovel horse shit and also try to feed it as much as possible. We also needed a safe place to store all of our belongings though, and the safest place that I could think of was underneath this very small hill next to our camp, so we began digging under the hill to go about making a storage area. During which time we ended up having an elven slave trader stopping in, attempting to, well, sell us some slaves. Perhaps not all of the elven factions on this planet are as charming and peaceful as I let on. Nevertheless, Laz is a man of honor, and we would not keep any enslaved peoples. If we couldn't buy anyone their freedom, we would not participate. Despite their brief, immoral interruption, you could say, we ended up finishing our little shabby storage room here and began hauling everything in. The following evening, we would finally have our very first harvest of our rice field. I hate to say, but Laz has anything but a green thumb, and thus because of that, most of the crops ended up getting wasted as the harvests were botched. But by golly, Laz did his best. He increased his progress in the plant skill a little bit, and we ended up getting a handful or so of rice, so it's better than nothing. The immoral slave of having elves were at least kind enough to leave us a little bit of medicine, so that was nice, I suppose. Ironically though, about a day or so later, we had a very small child by the name of Felicity asking for some of that medicine to help her loyal pet, and of course, Laz being a man of honor, he ended up obliging. Ah, Godspeed, little one. I hope you're able to revive old Fido, or whatever kind of animal it was. Come to think of it, she never said. We might have got scammed. Oh well, we thought that we did a good thing, and really that's half the battle. Plus, we have plenty of herbal medicine lying around, so no biggie. There was a bit of a big deal though. As we were cutting trees, we ended up having our very first raid. A strange green humanoid creature, but not an elf to be sure. No time to figure out what the creature with jaundice is, we jumped onto our mount and began running away, firing at this Herculean monster all the while. And Laz did truly think this creature to be some type of Herculean monster to be sure, and the reason being is how many shots from the pistol it was able to tank before it eventually would fall. It had been like shooting a damn brick wall with legs and a big old axe. As you've probably already guessed, this large green creature happens to be an orc. You'll have to forgive our ignorance as we've never seen one before in this world. Either way, I'm sure this axe will come in very handy. The slimy son of a bitch had managed to burn down our entire camp though before we had put it out. It had taken our camp and we had taken its life, so of course we were victorious but devastated still. This felt like an ample opportunity to build ourselves a butchering table instead of the butchering spot. Many of you always have to remind me that you get a lot less meat and leather from using the spot versus the table itself, so I'm trying to accommodate that, but I'm also trying to get more leather, that way we can actually use it to build ourselves a proper tent instead of a wooden canopy, which is much more comfortable and just so happens to give Laz a mood boost. For a time, we began expanding our camp a little bit further out towards the east by cutting down plenty of trees and then utilizing the wood that we got from those trees to build more wooden barricades. A simple but effective method for the time being. It was during this period of expansion that we received word from someone who I'm going to refer to as Bid, who was actually being held prisoner by a small group of orcs. Bid actually told us that she would be so grateful if we rescued her that she would be willing to join us here. The prison camp wasn't too far away from our base, just north into the mountains, and we are in pretty dire need of some helping hands and extra manpower, so we set out on a journey. Upon our arrival, there were indeed 2 turrets and a singular mortar, but there only appeared to be 1 orc guarding Bid. We thought it best not to dilly-dally and squander this opportunity before the other orc returns, and thus under the cover of night through these murky, swampy hills, we began to trot on our horse. As we approached, the light snow was blocking out our vision a bit, but luckily we saw the gun turret just in time before it began firing at us. Thankfully, we were able to take cover in a small crevice between the hills, which also allowed us to pop out with the axe and attack the orc that was guarding the camp. After some brief beating back and forth, we eventually shoved the axe into his throat, killing him. Ah yes, I told you this axe would come in handy, did I not? Unfortunately though, our axe wouldn't do us any good against these gun turrets, as if we were to get even the slightest bit close to them, we're done for. So instead, I would opt for rushing around the side of the building and using the axe to tear down one of the walls so that we may enter and free Bid. But there was a little bit of discrepancy with the intel that we received. We didn't know that Bid herself happened to be an orc. Not that that was a big problem or anything, it's just, you know, the first and last orc that we've met thus far has tried to kill us, so we were a little skeptical. Then again, she wasn't incapable of any type of skill or task, so I suppose we should be grateful, regardless of her species. Hopefully she wouldn't trip over her clumsy orc feet as we try to escape the area, but first we need her to grab some pemmican as well as that bow there. With that taken care of, we were good to go and we could begin the long journey back home. Funny enough, even with our skepticism of Bid and orcs in general, she ended up being the first to say that we should name our faction and our settlement. We would end up calling our faction the Lost, as Laz is a lost soldier himself and Bid being lost from her original tribe and or home. We also ended ended up naming our settlement Remnant Lake as there are plenty of ancient war remnants just by a very large body of water, more like a pond, but you know, lake sounds a lot cooler. You know, perhaps she's not so bad after all. I mean, sure, she's incredibly grotesque looking, but that's not her fault. That's just some bad genetics, baby. Now, we were running a little bit low on food at this point. We weren't really able to grow all that much rice thus far, and you know, if we could eat Bid's ugliness throughout winter, we'd probably be completely fine, but that's not the case, so we're actually going to have to do some hunting. Thankfully, it was only fall as of right now, so there were plenty of wildlife to choose from. We ended up killing many a wild boar and getting plenty of meat for our food storage, but more importantly, we actually got plenty of pig leather as well. That way we could use it to go about making a tent for Bid. This way she too has her own proper comfy accommodations. A nice warm tent against the icy elements. Speaking of icy elements, as winter begins to dawn upon these lands, Laz here is going to need some better clothing, or at least something a bit warmer than what he currently has. And that's why we quickly shimmied together a tailoring bench just outside, and we used some of the pig leather that we had left to make Laz a nice warm coat. Now, of course, a leather coat is not exactly ideal for warmth, but it was the best material that we currently had at our disposal, and it seems to help out quite a bit. We should also be able to sew up some work gloves and boots, and everything together should keep us nice and toasty. We would also begin making several improvements to our camp. Starting off, we're going to build something of a canopy over our cooking area. This should help us keep rain and snow out of our rice and meat. Next up, we are planning on making some more defensive improvements, but to go about doing so, we're going to need a lot of stone blocks and other resources, which we would actually deconstruct some old ruins for. After obtaining much of this stone, we would end up using some slate to go about putting some walls in with our wooden barricades. This will actually give us some more cover. We can hide behind the walls and fire over top of the barricades. We would also throw in some large wooden tank traps. This is all some fairly simple defensive measures, of course, but it's better than what we had before. And for the coup de grace, I've decided to add in some chain link fence on both sides of the camp. Now, realistically, as I'm sure you can imagine, a chain link fence provides very little cover if you're getting shot at by arrows or bullets, of course, but it should help us kind of path our enemies in a certain way. Now, with our defenses taken care of, we began trying to tame some more mares and stallions, as I would like to have a horse for every single camp member. Though it doesn't seem like we're really having any luck with that, so it might be a little while. We ended up having a transport pod crash nearby, although this gentleman didn't seem to belong to any faction. His name was Maticus, and he seemed to be a citizen of a nearby city, though why he was in a transport pod, I'm not sure. Either way, we ended up rescuing him. He seems to be a citizen under the RimWorld state, the ancient government of the planet. If I had to guess, that transport pod might not have belonged to him. And I only say this because the very next day he ended up joining us. He was a little bit too eager to become part of a different society. Nevertheless, we're happy to have him aboard our little merry band of lost souls. But if he's going to make this camp his home, he's going to need to be willing to pick up arms to protect his home, so we had him craft up a bow as well as a steel knife. Everyone must do their part to defend this place, as danger is always just lurking around the corner in the dark. God forbid we have another orc raid or something worse. In exchange for his fellowship and loyalty, we would throw together a quick patch leather tent for him to stay in. He was quite the busy little bee, and even though his plant skill was only a 6 with a minor passion for the work, it was still the best that we had overall. So he was of course a very valued member of the team as our designated planter and tree cutter. And all the wood that he was collecting would be absolutely perfect for more defenses, such as some wooden spike traps to keep us safe and sound. A few days later, and winter had finally arrived. We were sitting around having breakfast, telling tales, and enjoying each other's company, waiting on these horses to wake up so we could try to tame them, when all of a sudden a couple of orcs had come to try and kill us. As they were slogging and wading through the wet, sloshy snow, I realized that one of them just so happens to be an ice mage. I don't think this is going to be quite as easy as we had hoped, for this little icy orc is within his element. And unfortunately, that is going to put us on the back foot. As they began to approach, we of course began firing at them from behind our defenses, but we were quickly pushed back. As we were trying to make a strategic retreat back into our camp, Bid was hit with a large ice ray. Things would only continue to get worse from there as we began trying to move further and further back, but we would also try to rush in on the orc and kill him. With the Ice Mage dead, we should have a much better chance. It would seem that Bid had her head crushed by a mighty orcish warhammer. With rage in our hearts and in our eyes, we would try to kill this other orc as fast as we possibly could, but she managed to get the better of Laz, knocking him to the ground. It would all be up to Maticus now. It was damn near unbelievable how many arrows and bullets she had taken thus far without falling, and then I realized that it started to make sense when she hit the ground. These orcs are tough as nails, but after losing enough blood, anybody will fall. Thankfully, Maticus had managed to end this battle just in time to run to Laz and begin tending to his wounds. I should have specified this earlier, but in case you're new here, Laz is our protagonist, our main character, and if he ends up dying, we completely restart the series. Guess I could have told you that sooner, huh? Unfortunately though, no amount of tending would be able to save Bid, as she was instantly killed when the Warhammer crushed her brain. The perpetrator, known as Eggs though, wouldn't be so lucky, and we would take her prisoner and begin to try to recruit her. We hated her for what she had done to our friend, but we needed the help. Mostly because Laz was on his last leg. No, literally, he only had one, and it was his right peg leg. His left leg was destroyed by the Warhammer as well. Though we hadn't known Bid for very long, she had become one of us, and thus we would give her a proper burial and indeed a proper funeral as well. The funeral would end up turning out pretty well, and everyone had a +5 mood boost for the next 6 days. That of course does not negate the pain that's in their hearts, but hopefully it'll help keep them from going insane. With our friend finally laid to rest, we would begin working on a small prison cell to throw Eggs in, as we currently had her in our storage room, which wouldn't be good once she started walking again and picked up a knife or something. We would also end up building a campfire in here for her, which was a bit surprising to me because I didn't think that orcs really could get hypothermia. With Bid, when I checked her, it seemed like she was pretty well completely impervious to the winter elements, but Eggs here seems to have some normal temperature control. So, I don't know, but we'll get her recruited, I know that. Something else that I know is winter on this planet seems to be extremely harsh, and it's making it very hard for us to travel. Even our horse has a very hard time trotting through the snick slush. Now, because of that, we would end up using much of the berries as well as the meat that we had in storage to make some kibble. This kibble will allow us to attract some stray canines. And with these canine, we're actually able to create a dog sled that will run off of kibble itself, because of course the animals need to eat. Now, this vehicle, just as all others, has its own pros and cons that come along with it, but given our situation, the terrain, and the current weather, it would be perfect for what we need. Laz would also manage to get lucky enough to finally tame yet another horse, this one being a mare, so technically we could breed it with our stallion and we wouldn't have to worry about trying to tame anymore. Before the episode ends, I also wanted to work on some proper storage for all of our wood, since it is a very crucial resource to the day-to-day operations of our camp. We ended up building some pallets underneath our little canopy here. Not only do we use wood to fuel the campfire and eggs room, as well as the one here under the canopy that we cook on, but we also use it for our generator and even every single one of our tents to keep us warm while inside at night. Speaking of wood and storage though, I wanted to use the wood that we currently have to fix up our storage room with some proper shelves. As of right now, we've had it all laying out on the ground, which is no bueno, obviously, but it's also taking up a lot of room. We can barely even walk around. Last but not least, I wanted to set up a form of communication so that we could speak with the other factions on the planet if need be, so we set up a telegraph. Rudimentary and simple, sure, but also effective. Unfortunately, our current small generator wasn't powerful enough to power the telegraph along with all the lights, so we had to swap it out with a much larger version, which was completely fine. As the camp continues to expand, eventually our power consumption is going to be through the roof anyhow, so we needed to upgrade it. Utilizing our tailoring bench though, and some wolf skin that we've gotten from hunting wargs, I decided to make Laz an eye patch. Now, technically, does Laz actually need an eye patch? no, but some people seem to find his artificial eye a little bit unnerving. It's a very crude replacement for an eye that goes in the socket. You don't need all the details, but from a lore perspective, I think it would make him a little bit less intimidating to speak to in the world, but also, in my own opinion, I think the eye patch looks really badass. After some time, we had also finally recruited the orc known as Eggs, who killed our friend Bid, into our ranks. We don't exactly forgive her, but she is one of us now. She'll have plenty of time and opportunities to earn our trust and our forgiveness by doing some work around the camp, possibly some research, as she has the best intellectual skill out of all three of us. First things first though, she'll need to wear a coat that Laz made so she doesn't freeze to death. As we were going about our merry little day though, we received notification that the government, the RimWorld state, had sent some soldiers to have it out with some orcs from a nearby tribe. The orcs were outnumbered, with there only being 2 orcish warriors and 3 soldiers, or at least that's what I thought upon first glance. It appears that 2 out of the 3 people here were soldiers, and one of them was actually some type of laborer or miner. As I got a better look at them and their uniforms, I began to realize that Laz must have been a part of this government at some point, as his uniform was basically identical to their own. But as I continued to inspect their gear and their persons, I realized that the 3rd member of this little party was an enslaved orc. I now realize why the orcs began to attack us in the first place. Whether or not Laz was or still is one of these soldiers, we know for a fact now that their government is based on unholy morals, and thus these orcs are not monstrous rampaging beasts at all. They are freedom fighters. This entire time we've been helping kill these poor orcs and further oppress them. We have completely misunderstood the factional dynamics of this planet, but there is still time for us to make a difference and change. As the orcs continued defending themselves, we would rush out of our storage room and begin to go on the offensive against the Imperial soldiers, one of which was using our defenses against the orcs, and thus we could sneak up behind him and slaughter him. But we would continue pushing forward. As the others were engaged in melee combat, we began firing at them from behind our chain link fence. But after we killed the enslaved orc's masters, we would hold our fire to ensure that she could leave. Looks like it's just you and us, big fella. Laz began to try to interrogate this soldier, but unfortunately we had accidentally cut out his tongue when we hit him in the jaw with our axe earlier. Instead, we would simply settle for stripping him butt naked, let him lay out in the snow for a while before we finally ended his life. Sickening monster. Truth be told, it was better than he deserved. Now that we're finally understanding what is happening to the orc tribes on this planet, I also believe we've realized what our goal really is. We began loading up plenty of herbal medicine, leathers, even a few weapons here and there, and we decided to take them out to a nearby orc tribe settlement. We're going to try to negotiate peace with them to put this whole misunderstanding of Laz still being part of the empire behind us. But of course, because of all the thick snow on the ground, even on our dog sled, this trip will take quite a while. So in the meantime, back home, we were actually expanding our wooden canopy for where we've been eating and cooking. I wanted to set up something of a little recreation area slash bar where people could enjoy alcoholic beverages as well as their meals, and maybe sit around and listen to some music in each other's company. We would also utilize some of our resources to produce a taxidermy bench, which will allow us to mount the heads of animals on a slab of wood, and it is extremely beautiful. We ended up making our very first with a buffalo head and mounting it on one of the wooden columns of the wooden canopy itself, and I think it looks pretty good, even though it's a little big. Finally, Laz had arrived at his destination, where he would immediately begin trying to convince the orcs not to kill him on sight, as he is not with the RimWorld state government. And after presenting them with all of the gifts that he had brought, they are no longer our enemy. It's important to mention though that they are simply neutral with us. They are not our allies, and because of just factional relations in general, eventually if we don't continue doing things for them or presenting them with gifts, they will eventually hate us again. And there is also another orc faction that still hates us and will not be willing to make peace with us. But we can't force them to be our friends, and if they want to continue raiding us, all we can really do is protect ourselves. If the orcs are too ignorant to see that we fight for their freedom just as much as they do, that's on them. But where at the beginning of this episode we were lost, I believe we are now truly found. We know our purpose in this world. Freedom fighters fighting for the freedom of those being oppressed and subjugated on this planet. We must topple the RimWorld state government. Much easier said than done, especially since we have a very long ways to go, with only about 3 or so members currently living in a very small camp, while the government seems to have a massive empire. That's never stopped us before, though, and I don't think it'll stop us now. Until next time, my friends. Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the RimWorld Restart Undead series, baby, where we are still in a frozen little piece of hell, where we are currently enjoying some brews and some tunes all at the same time. But today we're going to start out by doing a little bit of mining in our storage area. Actually, it looks like we're going to begin today with a raid. Yes, indeed, it would seem that the RimWorld state government has sent more soldiers here to try and stop our little resistance. They were fairly well equipped and they were supposed to prepare for a while before the attack, but they got a little bit too close to our camp, so we began firing at them. We weren't about to take any chances with these dirty bastards. One of them had managed to break through our lines and was approaching with a large wooden baton. It would seem that he wanted to take us prisoner, but we ended up killing him. The other was wading through shallow waters with a Tommy gun, and we ended up killing him as well. Sorry about that, lads, but we won't be facing any of your perverted justice today. The third soldier made the smartest decision of the 3, the poor coward. Well, that's one way to start an episode, I suppose. Now with the threat gone, we can finally finish up this little room that we have mined out next to our storage area that we're actually going to be using as a research area. For our first research, we're going to be working on biofuel refining. Now this will allow us to create the refinery itself and thus be able to make chem fuel, but most importantly, it is a prerequisite for all types of vehicles. We'll have eggs jump straight into that research head first, and in the meantime, we'll work on a few other projects. It was during this time that Maticus actually got a case of the gut worms, which was unfortunate because it made him a bit slower than usual, and it was also incredibly painful. As we were working on a few projects, we ended up having yet another small group from the RimWorld state government approaching us, once again wielding some non-lethal weapons. Something tells me that they're wanting to try to question us by force or take us alive for some reason. But I don't like the sounds of that, so I think we're going to try to rush them. We would approach their little staging area from the south and begin unloading our weapons into them. Their riot gear uniforms proved to be most durable and reliable. Well, at least after the first 10 bullets or so, that is. We had managed to kill one of them, but for the second, we punched him to the ground. That way we could try to take him prisoner. At first, I was a bit worried she might be unwaveringly loyal to her home faction, but thankfully she wasn't. At the very least, if she was, I had planned on taking her gear and weapon. But as you can see, she ended up being a potential recruit, which I'm extremely glad about, as you can see here with her skill set. She was an industrious man-hater, but she would end up being our designated chef once we finally got her recruited. But because of everyone's lack of a social skill, it's going to be quite a while. In the meantime, it would appear that we had some resistance fighter visiting the colony, and you may not be able to tell right away, but there is a bit of a size difference in these two gentlemen and ourselves, because these two are actually dwarves. It would seem that we and the orcs are not the only ones that hate the government on this planet. We ended up trading them a little bit of medicine and whatever we could to make some silver to kind of help fund their own rebellion. Perhaps eventually we could ally ourselves with them, as well as some more of the orc tribes. Eventually we may be able to build our own coalition. But now, truth be told, those are some pretty big dreams and ambitions. Before we could even think about doing anything like that, though, we're going to need to try to build ourselves up. And part of that is going to be building a proper base. As Laz and Maticus focus on constructing a base, though, I'm going to have Eggs begin working on some basic vehicles. As the name suggests, this research will allow us to create many different types of simple vehicles, as well as garage doors, which are going to be part of the base itself. First and foremost, we're going to begin focusing on what we currently already kind of have in our camp, which is going to be some places to sleep, i.e. bedrooms, as well as a large dining room and kitchen. And to go about doing so, we need to mine out out a good bit of the mountain, but we ended up having a little bit of an interruption. Not a raid, but an elven slave trader. In the first episode of this series, I had saw an elven slave trader that had came there as well, and I can't really remember what I had said about it, but I will say now, after seeing the way that this planet operates and its factions operate with slaves, they are just as guilty as the RimWorld state government, and if we wouldn't get killed right now by attacking them, I would do so. But their time will come. For now, we're far outnumbered, but eventually. But we would simply pay them no mind and continue working on our base. For this base, I wanted to go with something of a military compound. Instead of the usual that I do by building some type of city, village, or town or something like that, I'm going to build a gigantic base where we all live inside it, have recreation inside it, dinner, you know, all the good stuff. And for now, the internal walls are going to be made out of wood, as we don't have all that much stone, and I plan on using the stone for the outer walls for protection, of course. Maticus was attacked by a wild bunny rabbit while building this compound, and he proved to be a formidable foe, but we won. One of the first internal sections that we'll be finishing up today, at least in terms of structure, is going to be the kitchen. But I'll be damned, as we were working on the kitchen, we ended up having yet another interruption. This one was quite interesting though, as we had a public servant, possibly a magistrate or a dog catcher, something like that, from the RimWorld state asking to stay here for a while as they were being chased by a maddened hare. Obviously, we accepted, and the more than dapper gentleman would quickly make his way to our base, where we would then arrest him. Of course, what else would we do with him? I'm not sure why he thought that this would be a safe place. I mean, sure, technically he's safe now, but he's also our prisoner, and we're going to begin trying to recruit him. He was a very intelligent wimp, so he's not exactly cut out for fighting, but his construction and mining skills were off the charts, baby. And his artistic skill, but this is a revolution. We have little need for artwork at the moment. The bunny rabbit that was chasing the big wimp ended up hitting one of our traps, so there was no concern there. I'd like to formally apologize for all the interruptions to the construction of our complex. We were finishing up some bedrooms and, son of a bitch. Sorry guys. It would appear that we have yet another raid. This time around it seems to be some high elves with some pointy little sticks, and some pointy helmets and ears to match, but as much as I may laugh at their gear or their pointy ears, one of them just so happens to be a Death Knight, an extremely dangerous skilled warrior. Cut from an entirely different cloth, this won't be easy. Because I had Maticus and Eggs gathering the horses so that we would have some type of maneuverability against the elves, Laz would be taken down quite quickly. Now though, the others were rushing in, guns blazing on our prancing ponies, and though the Death Knight put up one hell of a fight, injuring our horses and ourselves quite a bit, after a few bullets we eventually took him down. Well, that was easier than I thought it'd be. The other elf just so happened to survive our barrage of bullets, and thus we would end up trying to recruit her as well. Until she comes to her senses though, for now we're going to confiscate her armor. Shortly thereafter, we had finally finished our extensive research into basic vehicles, and now we'll be able to create some of these more simplified vehicles, but we'll also be able to add that garage door onto our base finally. Luckily, since we've been here, we've accumulated quite a good bit of spaceship chunks in the area, which will give us a lot of components as well as a little bit of steel, which both were needed to create a biofuel refinery as well as a car parts bench. With these new areas in hand, Maticus could go through and make plenty of chem fuel that we would also need for some car parts and also to fuel a vehicle. He would also go through and begin making a lot of car parts for our very first vehicle as well. While Maticus was working on the car parts, we ended up having a shaman trader from an orc tribe that was visiting, and we ended up selling them some gold in exchange for silver just to try to help out their economy a little bit. Once we had all the parts we needed, we could finally finish up our very first motorized vehicle. Since this is our first, I decided to go with a little minivan. Now technically I could have worked on a few more parts and built some type of small, more militaristic vehicle, but right now I need something that can carry all of us. And now that we finally have a real vehicle, we could deconstruct our dog sled and let our canine compadres loose. Back into the wild they go. Now our new van is going to need a new name, so if you guys have any suggestions, be sure to leave those in the comment section down below. And speaking of names, last episode I asked you guys for some names for our people and for our animals. Now I didn't get too many for our colonists, so I'm going to hold out on naming them, but for our stallion today, we're going to be naming him Mashstock. And for our mare, we will be naming her Blizzard. These wonderful name suggestions come from our friend friends Green-Z7S and the Spartan 2.0. Mastruk being the name in Kazakh that was adapted by Cossacks for horses, apparently, which I think is an absolutely splendid name. The name Blizzard didn't exactly have an explanation behind it, but I'm assuming it's because the horse is white. It was originally intended for the stallion, but I decided to give it to the mare, and I hope that's okay. Now, you may also notice that our friend the Spartan was providing a little bit of lore and backstory for this planet. Now, I am going to go ahead and say that this lore has been added onto the planet and the story. Essentially, this planet many years ago into the past was nothing but a fantasy world of orcs and elves and a few other different types of species, but the elves ruled here with an iron fist, and humans eventually discovered the planet, enforcing their own rule upon it. Now look, I love lore. You know this, I know this, we all know this, but I am a bit hesitant to start putting a lot of lore into this series because if we end up losing Laz, and only Laz, we have to restart. But if you guys want to provide some lore in the comments section, I will sparsely pick and choose and add it onto this story, and I would very much appreciate it. Now then, with our naming done though, I think it's about time we start beautifying the base up a little bit with some nice stone floors in our kitchen and dining room and a little bit of wooden flooring in our freezer. We were sure to keep one of those pieces of wood though to try to add another peg leg onto Laz with his destroyed left leg. Thankfully, this type of surgery isn't exactly complex, and Maticus had a decent medical skill, so everything went off okay. Laz's moving, I think, was about 30% or so, and after his anesthesia had wore off, you can see now it's closer to 60%, which still isn't all that great, but it's better than what it was. When it comes to his speed and running away from danger in the heat of battle, a little bit of a percentage could make a big difference, and could mean the absolute difference between us having to restart and Laz surviving. I also want to take a moment to try to improve the quality of life of our soldiers here, as well as our prisoners, by updating their bedrooms with some dressers, end tables, and even a few plant pots. We would also toss in some vents for some temperature control, and we would be heating up the entire building with a wood-fired stove. Eventually, we should have enough power production to heat the entire building up with some actual electric heaters, but first we're going to need to research batteries, and I've been a bit lazy, and I don't think I'm going to do that anytime soon. Especially since we have all of these construction projects that we're expending our resources on, but we'll take some time later on and eventually get around to those batteries. But for right now, I want to actually try to research something else, which is going to be advanced lighting. There was no real specific reason I wanted this other than just for cosmetics, right? I really don't like the little orange warm glow that comes off of the wall lamps, and thus I wanted a nice bright luminescent white. Swap out those old shitty light bulbs for some nice bright eye-scorching LEDs. I also realized that we only had a horseshoe pin for recreation, so I wanted to throw together a nice chess table for everyone to play. Not only would this help them out with recreation, but it would also help keep their minds and their strategic strategies, I guess you could say, sharp. By this point, we had finally managed to recruit Stefania into our ranks. It took a very long time, seeing how Laz doesn't have a very good social skill in this playthrough, but she actually has a little bit of a better social skill, and thus our other prisoners shouldn't take as long to recruit, thankfully. I would let her pick and choose anything she wanted from the storage in terms of our armor and weapons, even though we really didn't have all that much. But she managed to equip a nice elven brain bucket and a long spear to try to poke someone in their ribs. Now that we have some additional population though, I'm going to begin loading up our van with a few different types of resources and items that I would like to trade, and I think I'm going to try to purchase us some weapons. Our first stop would be the nearby orc tribe, and after that we would actually go off a little bit further to the southwest and do some trading with an elven tribe. It's more like an elven society though, as they are much more civilized than orcs. Sometime later, we had finally returned back home with a lot of the items that we actually left with, as they weren't even willing to buy any of the RimWorld state government equipment, but nonetheless we had a Nordic bow now, as well as a repeating crossbow. I will say that I much rather prefer firearms, but I'll take what I can get for the time being. Now, with everyone back home, safe and sound, I thought it might be fun to go ahead and do a little bit more of construction under the base here. We're actually mining out a small section to move our research table and our filing cabinets, which increase research speed, into a new room that is is closer to our dining room. I also tossed in a bookshelf for good measure. After that, we began hunting an entire herd of caribou. Now, we were wanting some meat, of course, but I was also very much interested in the heads of the caribou themselves. As you well know, we have a taxidermy bench and will be able to mount the heads of these caribou on some wood, and once we put this on a wall in a room, it will significantly increase the beauty and value of said room. Thus, in keeping the surroundings nicer, keeping our people happier, and less of a chance of them having mental breaks. People are always asking me for different tips about RimWorld and stuff like that, and one of the biggest tips that I can give you is that a happy colony is a colony that survives. Something else that makes people happy is find meals, and to go about doing so, we would need some additional types of crops. So I ended up planting some potatoes, go with what we currently have, as well as heel root, some cotton, and also of course some hay grass for our animals. Late one night we had some enemies dropping not too far off from the base in transport pods. They were going to be preparing for a while before they attacked. To be honest with you, I was kinda happy to see them, because if we could manage to kill them, we could take all their firearms. These attackers though were actually stone folk and or dwarves, the first time that we've ever been attacked by their faction. Just as the orcs, the elves, the humans, and any other species around here, it would seem that there's always going to be the good and also the bad. These particular stone folks just so happen to be the bad. Really, really bad, as they want to flay our flesh from our bones. Funny enough, there was a friendly dwarf who was passing through the area, and they began attacking him as well, which, to be honest with you, I didn't really mind, as this would distract about half of the attacking group, giving us the opportunity to attack the other half all by ourselves. I had Laz and Eggs on horseback trying to circle all around while firing at them. That way they would have a much harder time at hitting us, of course. As the other group began to approach though, we began to fall back to our garage. This would allow us to pop out anytime we liked, fire at the enemies, and when they returned fire, we would jump back inside the garage, and just as well, they would get close and we would manage to cut their heads off. Some of the attackers were quite intelligent though, and would begin coming from the northern section of our garage, trying to sneak up on us, but they wouldn't get the advantage that easily. Finally, with their numbers whittled down to a fraction of what it was, we began to go on the offensive, chasing them down and trying to melee attack them. Many of them would begin trying to flee the area, but they wouldn't get away. They had managed to start quite a few fires around our defenses, like our wooden barricades and things of that sort that were burning down, but luckily we got that put out. Even if it continued to consume the entire forest though, this is why we built our base out of sandstone with the outer walls. Now that we've taken out all the enemies though and put out the fires that they started, it's time that we pick up their sweet succulent pistols and machine guns and any other type of firearm that they had. For our next research, we're going to begin researching solar panels, as this is going to give us a passive way of producing power that is much easier than having to cut down trees and burn their wood. No, instead we shall be harnessing the power of the sun, but we're also going to keep our wood-fired generators for the time being. So, okay, I promise we'll do some batteries soon, but not right now, okay? We would also begin building some sandstone fencing around our growing area. This won't prevent some animals from getting in here and eating our crops, though it should help deter most of them from doing so. We also finally recruited the RimWorld State Public Servant known as Bunnin into our ranks. His skill set will come in very, very handy as we continue mining and constructing in our pursuit to make the base much larger. We then finally finished up our research into solar panels, and we would now begin working on an area to actually put them. We were deconstructing our wooden canopy that we had to build to keep the rain off our campfire and whatnot previously. Unfortunately, this also means that we need to deconstruct and or destroy many of the ancient war runes that sat here, like the old ruined ACP vehicles. It felt sort of disrespectful in a way, but it was necessary. Now finally, with enough space cleared, we'd end up building something of a courtyard. It's a walled-in section of the base where our solar panels as well as our wood storage is going to sit, but it is going to be unroofed, of course, because we need the sun to hit the panels, and people could come out here and hang out or something, I don't know. Now finally, the moment that we've all been waiting for, we are going to research batteries. I know, hold your applause. Thank you, thank you. In the meantime as well, I'm going to be adding in an electric stone cutting table, as our previous non-electric one was destroyed due to the fire that was set by the dwarves. We also had a cold one, a prehistoric looking creature attacking our horses. It looks like we got here just in time, and some gunfire scared it away, but we began chasing it deep into the forest as we couldn't just let that slide. inside. But I began to think this creature's not only quite brave trying to eat our horses, but it's also extremely resilient, as we saw by shooting at it several times. That's it, pal. You're coming home with me. Some people have their own personal rooms for their dogs. Some people have their own personal rooms for their cats. I just so happen to have one for a bloodthirsty killing machine. I think I'm going to name him Princess, assuming he doesn't eat us when trying to tame him, that is. Would you look at that? We have some batteries now, so that's pretty darn sweet, eh? I ended up digging out a small section right next to our freezer for the battery room, at least for the time being. I had all this little small space here in the mountain in between our storage area, the freezer, and the kitchen, and thus I'm trying to find some stuff to put in there, basically. But my friends, this episode we have made some pretty big leaps, not only in increasing our population and technology, but just in general with constructing a proper base, a proper military-esque complex. I think it looks really good for what I'm going for. As I mentioned, I believe earlier on in the video, but I'll mention it again. I just want to do one big complex, right? With all the bedrooms and everything on the inside, sort of like we did in the Gun Empire series if you watched, with the mountain base, except we're not exactly in the mountain. We are creating the mountain itself, except it's just going to be a fortress, that is. If I don't forget, I think next episode I'm going to try to put a heavy focus on defenses. Currently all we really have are some spike traps and the garage door, which is not exactly ideal. We need some proper sandbags or barricades or possibly even some embrasures. But my friends, I must bid you farewell. I love you guys ever so much. I do truly hope that you have enjoyed this episode, and I hope you're all still enjoying this series, and I hope to see you next time as we continue Laz's journey throughout the cosmos and the universes in a whole. But once more, I love you. Goodbye. Howdy, kiddos. Welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Depth series. My friends, I'm ever so glad to see you back here once more today, as we have quite a bit of work. But not to worry, you won't have to do anything, just kick back and enjoy. Today we begin the episode with plenty of resource collection, mainly in the form of steel and components. Not only resource collection though, we're also going to be doing a little bit of tailoring by making some coats for everyone, as well as some other gear that's needed with winter coming up. We would waste no time utilizing our steel and components that we've been mining to build 2 brand new solar powered generators though. Now that we've doubled up on our abundant and passive source of power generation, we can also go ahead and begin preparing for winter properly with 2 new heaters. They heat just the same as the wood stoves that we were using, but with the added benefit of not having to refuel them. We would also begin utilizing some of our steel and components to go ahead and begin working on some more car parts. Now last episode we had built our small van, but this episode I want to actually build some proper military vehicles. We'll never fight off the fascist regime if we don't have any proper murder machines. In terms of our research to get us off the ground today, we're going to begin with some plate armor. Now realistically, the only reason I want to do this research is because it'll give us the horse armor that we can create. As the name would suggest, this is from the horse armor mod, which will actually add 2 different types of horse armor that we can equip onto our steeds, and I have recently added it of course to the mod list. Be sure to check the video description if you're interested in that. Speaking of steeds, we do have a cold one, some strange type of reptilian beast that we've trapped in a room at the end of last episode, and we are still attempting to tame it, though this isn't exactly working out so far. With some love and tender care though, I'm sure the old girl will come around eventually. Something else that we did last episode was discuss building some proper defenses. Well, unfortunately, I'm not actually going to be doing that, but I'm going to build some half-assed defenses that will at least protect us better than nothing at all, which is basically what we currently have. I quickly threw together some sandbags to hide behind and some spike traps for in case enemies get a little bit too close. And then late one evening, we did finally manage to tame the cold one. This is all realistically thanks to Egg's wonderful handling skill, so we couldn't have done it without her. The cold one did require a pin, but I didn't want to put it with our horses just in case maybe it got a little bit hungry, so I ended up building some chain link fence around a certain section out back. That way we can store it out there like a pit bull. Now, I don't store my pit bull in a chain link cage, nor do I think anyone should, but that's just the reference I'm making here. I felt bad about saying it. Anywho, though, we finally finished our research into plate armor, and we can now finally go about building some horse armor. But first, we would need to build ourselves an electric smithy. With his new production bench in hand, Laz would waste no time going ahead and getting started on said armor, but we did end up having a little bit of an interruption. It would appear that we have some no good damn dirty ne'er-do-well elves in the area coming to try to slice us into pieces. You know how that goes. Story of our lives. Interestingly though, the main elf here atop a yak appears to be a necromancer. Now luckily I thought ahead of time, since we have a RimWorld of magic installed and I've been keeping all of our corpses fairly far away from the base itself, so unless he plans on bringing our dinner back to life, we should be fine. That however won't stop them from firing at us with crossbows or taking a sword and shoving in our gullets, so we still need to be quite careful. As they approached, we would begin firing at them, but also attempting to retreat when applicable, utilizing every defense that we possibly could, whether it be a doorway or a sandbag. The leader here tried to tangle with Laz mano-a-mano, and this ended up not working out for her. The others would be shot down in their prime. There was a couple of them that were still remaining and attempting to flee the area after their captain was taken down, and they were finished off by us quite promptly. They did manage to light our cooler and food storage on fire, but Eggs and everyone else got in there just in the nick of time and managed to put it out before we lost our savings for winter. Now that everything is safe and sound, Laz could get back to work on that horse armor. Now this particular armor is made of steel, but it does have the appearance of bone. I mostly chose it because I thought it was quite foreboding, intimidating, and badass. And I believe I am correct if I do say so myself, as our steeds look sharp as a damn tack. By this point, Maticus had finally managed to create enough of the car parts required for us to build a brand new militaristic vehicle. This, my friends, is known as a Bunsen. You could think of a tank, and then think of a flamethrower, and then think if they had a baby, and that is the Bunsen. Capable of burning down enemy bases that are made of wood, and also forests, so we'll have to be careful with our target practice. For a few days, we would partake in a little bit of deforestation, as we need a lot of wood as well as many other materials, because I plan on trying to expand the base very soon, but of course also because we use wood for fuel. Because of this ambitious expansion plan I'm having in my little noodle right now, we would also begin cutting up a lot of stone blocks. I also noticed during this time that Maticus was taking damage, and it seems to be because he has hypothermia. Turns out I forgot to make all of that winter gear I was yapping about earlier because of the raid. Whoops. And this is indeed a big whoopsie because it's extremely cold outside, with it being almost negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit. A little bit chilly to say the least. So I started putting a heavy focus into winter gear like scarves and head wraps and stuff like that. Ah, son of a bitch. Another raid. It would seem that some stone folk, i.e. dwarves, are dropping in transport pods, and they plan on trying to kill us, of course, as we already know. I'm always quite impressed with their technological levels. Other than ourselves and the RimWorld state government on the planet, they seem to be the most technologically advanced. Now, they dropped in the southeast part of the map, but luckily they didn't detect Laz, who just so happened to be in the southwestern part of the map, and I originally had him coming back home before I realized he was very close to them. We could have been starting the series over. We had Laz hide behind some large hills, that way they couldn't find him, and the others would begin waiting on the stone folk to get close to camp. This was to bait them into trying to come through the garage since it was wide open. That's when the Bunsen flew out and began running them over and lighting them afire. Some of these poor saps tried to use our defenses against us, but we wouldn't allow that. We began chasing them away from our sandbags into our spike traps and towards the Bunsen. Not to toot my own horn, but this was a flawless execution of the plan I came up with when they originally dropped in. Now, with the majority of them dead and or crawling for their lives, we were free to take prisoners, and also not take prisoners. Oh, you poor sorry bastards. Some of them would be left for dead in the icy cold after we stripped them of their gear, though you could think of it as mercy, I guess. The one prisoner that we had taken, well, prisoner, was a bearded lady stonefolk lady who just so happened to be a super immune shaman with a good animal, social, and melee skill, which was actually somewhat unusual, as stonefolk are normally known for their mining capabilities, but apparently it says as an adult she was also a pathological liar, so maybe she lied about it, I don't know. What I do know though is our current accommodations for our prisoners are getting in the way a little bit of our progress for our residential housing of normal members, and thus I need to clear up some room and begin working on a brand new section of the base as I was talking about expanding earlier. We have quite a bit of slate as it seems to be the abundant stone resource in the area, and thus our new sections of the base are going to be built out of that, such as this one, which will be our prison. As of right now, recording this, I'm not exactly sure what I want to put in that large open room though, but maybe I'll just kind of save that space in case we need more prison cells. As we get bigger, I'm sure we'll need more rooms. The old room that we were using to house our prisoner in, we are going to be using as an extension of our storage room now, adding in a few large shelves. We would also begin working on a new research project in the form of a lathe. Now, this is mostly just being done because it is a prerequisite for many others, like machining and things of that sort, that I'd like to get done so we can make our way towards some weapons and better defenses. But as we're working on the new research project, I want to do a bit of naming. Starting off with our van, we're going to be naming it Big Boss, provided by our compadre The Only Bloke, saying that due to its sheer heft as well as Laz's striking resemblance to a certain poison reptile, Big Boss is a suitable name, and I completely agree. A wonderful reference. Next up, we actually have a name for Bunnin, which is going to be Roy. Now, though this name is quite simple, as pointed out by our good friend Cold Soul Fedrikos, it is in reference and in honor of a great late American hero, Roy Benavidez. Now, given our current setting, I won't go through all the details, but just know that he is indeed a great American hero, and it's actually a very interesting story, and I would say that you should look into it on your own time if you would like to do so. But just know that this name is indeed in his honor. Truth be told, I hardly could find any of our people who were worthy of such a name with such a legacy, but I ended up going with Bunham because he was an infantry engineer at some point. Next up, we have a splendid name for our cold one. We're going to be naming her Frost Fang. This name suggestion is from our friend ADM2275, who was saying the cold one should be Laz's personal mount, which I completely agree with, and was also saying that Frostfang is the name because her maw brings a cold justice to slavers. Now that is a cold ass line, and I am here for it, so thank you. Last but not least, we are finally going to be renaming eggs to Omelette. A name suggestion by our friend Red Cobalt because her beliefs have been scrambled. A fitting name change as well since she's now with us and getting away from her bloodthirsty orc tribe roots, or at least the one that she was part of. I wanted to take a moment as well and try to improve our prison bedrooms here. These cells, the better they are, the more likely of a chance that we'll have to try to recruit our prisoners, and thus why I want them to be beautiful. I also had Maticus begin working on a new artificial leg for Laz. This is much better than a peg leg by about 10% or 15%, I believe, although it does take an extremely long time to create, so we'll check back in later. We had also finally finished up our research into the lathe, and now we can actually start on things like machining, which will lead us down the path into firearm creation. At some point, I hope to make a worthy headquarters out of our little rough and tough base here, with all manner of different types of defenses all around. Speaking of defenders, we now have a new defender in the form of Luin Chin, who has actually joined our ranks after a little bit of coercing. We were happy to have her aboard, and we sent her straight into the storage room, as you well know, to equip some proper weapons and armor, but I also would send her into the styling station so that we could shave off her beard and give her a much more fitting haircut. Her dwarven companions never taught her how to properly groom herself, and thus we have to. Now, to reiterate, she is a shaman, which means she has quite a few different options in terms of her magical abilities that we can unlock, and also that she already has. The shaman class is actually one of my personal favorite classes from a RimWorld of Magic because you can spawn spirit wolves, and these little buggers can take down damn near anything, as you can see with this grizzly bear. Not only will she be significantly useful during combat, but she can also take over some of the work that other people are doing around the base, thus freeing up Laz and the others to do some more construction projects like another wing onto our little compound here. Now this one is going to be another residential wing since we're getting a higher population. We're also sending out a caravan in our Big Boss van to do a little bit bit of trading with some of the nearby elven houses, most of which would end up being different types of leathers and a few different types of melee weapons, but they were also quite intrigued by our firearms since the elves don't seem to have this level of technology just yet, and they would end up paying us pretty darn handsomely for our weapons and leathers. With all the money burning a hole in my pocket, I felt a little bougie and decided to buy us a kitty cat. I gave it to Laz, but technically it is the community kitty cat, and in case you're thinking this is a moot point and I've wasted money on a cat, you should know that it will nuzzle colonists and thus give them a mood boost. So this little kitty is worth it. Now that we have enough resources though, I also decided to go ahead and begin working on yet another extension of our facility by building a small operating room and or very makeshift crude hospital. I mostly wanted to do this, that way we could try to install the artificial leg onto Laz, but unfortunately this ended up failing. Which really sucks because those things take forever to create. But I suppose I should be grateful as it was only a minor failure. Anything worse than that could have ended up killing Laz, and we could have been restarting once more. Speaking of resources though, we would end up building an electric smelter because we have a lot of old ancient mechanoid chunks as well as steel slag chunks that we could be utilizing for steel itself. This will become quite crucial as we've almost depleted all of the steel in the area that can be mined. We finally ended up recruiting the elf known as Lyrandar. I'm just gonna say Lear for now. At least until you guys decide to give her a name, that is. We were happy to have her along with us here, and we would go ahead and give her some weapons as well as a nice coat so she doesn't freeze to death. She would fit right in with this little band of misfits, and we really do have quite the little war band going by this point. Our resistance and movement is currently 7 people strong, nothing to scoff at for sure. Especially when they're absolutely armed to the teeth and one of them can actually spawn spirit wolves out of the ether. Still on the topic of our arms though, we need a proper place to store all of our firearms, our melee weapons, this, that, and the other of course, so we would actually end up building a small armory. It was actually kind of expensive to go about doing so as we had to use some of our stone blocks to build some stone bridges, which I think cost like 15 per bridge area there, so it was quite expensive to do that, and as we expand further out on this lake, that's gonna keep happening. Nonetheless, the armory was complete, and though it does look a little bit small, those weapon lockers can hold quite a few weapons on their own, so we should have plenty of storage. We had also finally finished up our research into gas operation. Now this was a prerequisite for deployable bases, which just so happens to be our next research project, which is also going to be unlocking several different types of machine guns for us. The perfect weapons for our defensive perimeter. Speaking of which, I also used up a lot of our concrete to build some concrete barriers all around the same defensive perimeter. The best part about these is that they do provide more cover than sandbags or anything else that we currently have available, and we can still shoot over them. Though I don't really think the effectiveness is that much higher than sandbags, maybe by about 5%. I want to say sandbags are close to 50 to 55, while the barriers are 60. Still better than what we had. Just in the nick of time as well, it would seem, as we have a group of orcs coming to kill us, wielding large orcish bows, axes, swords, and even some of them having magical abilities. We'll definitely need to be cautious during this one. We quickly rushed our horses, and I was sure to put Laz on one of them since it snowed and he's quite slow already. It could be a death sentence if we didn't. We also had Roy and Omelette immediately get into our bunnin and headed out in it as well. The orcs and their animals approached and we immediately began gunning them down, but out of nowhere came a massive fireball. A rookie mistake on my part as it hit our entire squad. But it was time for us to fight magic with magic, utilizing our spirit wolves ability. The spirit wolves began ripping the orcs apart limb by limb. One of the larger ones was attacking our Bunsen, and for whatever reason it seemed to be glitched out and I couldn't move it at all. The only thing I could do was try to get Roy and Omelette the hell out of there and the hell away from there as soon as possible. We were attempting to fend the orcs off, but eventually we would have to try to run for our garage door. Roy was downed unfortunately, and we had no other choice but to leave him for now, slamming the door behind us, preventing any orcs from coming inside. Orcs tend to be known for their strength and not for their wit, and thus, as they were trying to find a way inside, many of them ended up dying or becoming incapacitated fixated on our traps. Even so, though, we still had a few of them roaming around the outside of our compound, so we would come outside to finish them off, as you would imagine. Now that it's safe, or at least as safe as it's going to get, we could rescue our companions, but not all of them were so lucky. Our friend Stefania, unfortunately, is lying dead on the icy, cold ground. Much of her body had been shredded and mutilated by the large fireball attack that we all were hit with, but it would seem that an orcish arrow was the final blow. Though the ground was frozen, we found a spot that was near our generators, just soft enough by their warmth to dig in. A shallow hole for our friend to rest in, but a hole nonetheless. You were a valiant fighter, and we shall not forget you. Our Bunsen was still glitched out for whatever reason. We had completely repaired it, and I'm not sure as to why it wouldn't move. It didn't have too much weight in the cargo. I don't know. I was very confused by this. It would have proved to be absolutely vital during the battle, and unfortunately we didn't have it, of course. I tried cutting down trees. I even used dev mode to remove items around it that I thought were blocking it, but nothing. Because we couldn't use our vehicle during the battle, unfortunately many of our mounts would take the brunt of the damage, like our horses. I would eventually shut the game down, restart my PC, and come all the way back, and now the Bunsen is moving around. Not something I could have done really in the heat of battle, but, you know, at least it's working now, I suppose. As I'm sure you could imagine, we had quite the mess to clean up after the battle, so we began hauling plenty of bodies, as well as weapons and jade and silver and anything else that the orcs had dropped all the way back inside, and we would also provide some cleanup efforts inside our garage by sweeping up all this frozen blood. Not exactly sure how they did that, but we got it clean. We finally finished our research into deployable bases. I think earlier I called it deployable bases. Either way, we can finally build our machine guns, which is indeed the most important part. The next time we have any hostile orcs, elves, or that damn dirty RimWorld state government come by, we'll blast them into next September with these. Speaking of the elves, a leader from one of their nearby houses was actually having a quest for us here where we could watch their pet duck for up to 15 days and they would give us a free colonist. I'm not a massive fool, so I ended up accepting, of course. Our new feathered friend ended up dropping in shortly thereafter, and we had built it a small chain link fence to try to keep Frostfang from eating it, as well as any other predators in the area. Not to worry, you're in good hands, little buddy. But my friends, I must bid you farewell. I'm pretty proud of the progress that we've made today, and pretty content with it. We've added on to our actual compound itself with a prison, a new residential area, and a proper armory, which is pretty sweet. We've also added in some mediocre defenses, to say the best, I would say. But at the speed that we're handling all of this research for new different types of defenses as well as other things, we should have no problem getting to the point where we have some really kick-ass weapons and vehicles and things of that sort. I want to remind you all, if you have any suggestions for mods to add to the series, names of course for our colonists, our animals, and our vehicles, be sure to leave all those in the comment section down below. I love you guys. I hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. My friends, I'm ever so glad to see you back here once more again today, especially today, as today is going to be a very big day for us, as I believe today shall finally be the day that we go on the offensive. Yes, indeed, my friends, we are going to be attacking our very first RimWorld state government settlement, all by ourselves. But in order to do so, we have a lot of preparation and work. First things first, we're going to be building a radio tower and a radio terminal to speak with other factions. Not that that's really all that important, but the research to build these items is a prerequisite for microelectronics, which, as you might have guessed, just so happens to be our very next research project, which is also a prerequisite for some other research that we'll be doing in the very near future as well. These things take time though, so we'll be doing them in the background on the back burner. In the meantime, we found an elf lying out in the woods who had crashed their transport pod. Now, we ended up taking them in and we began tending to their wounds, though you may notice we didn't use medicine at all. Well, that is because this elf has zero chance of joining us, since they are technically from a neutral and or friendly elf faction. Now, how these tribal elves got their hands on transport pods, I'll never know, but I wish they would drive a little bit more safe. Either way, we'll tend to this fella for some good relations. Well, while our new friend is healing up in our little makeshift hospital, we're also going to have Maticus cutting up plenty of stone, and I do indeed mean plenty of stone, as I have a bit of an expansion project. As per the usual. Speaking of the elves, one of their shaman merchants had stopped in near our outpost here, and we began trading some unrefined magicite to them, as we don't currently need it. In exchange, they would actually end up selling us quite a few books. One of these helped increase the construction skill, the other medical and social, and the other just social. One of them was also about a dark shard or something like that, but we'll treat it as a fantasy book. Besides, they really helped liven up our research area, and Maticus was quite interested in learning some new skills. In particular, refining his construction skill, as we were about to add on to the base once more. This time around, we're expanding just outside of the armory and our new residential area, and thus, as you can see, this is why we needed all those stone blocks. I think I mentioned it last episode, but we need about 12 or so stone blocks per actual stone bridge, and we need the stone bridge so we can put down stone walls to ensure our safety, and thus why we needed so many. This construction project was interrupted though when we were attacked by a bunch of damn dirty elves. But these, my friends, were no normal elves. No, these were cultist elves who were dabbling in the darkest of magics. Not far from our base, they began performing some type of disgusting ritual. They had some extremely intriguing looking armor though that suited their elven bodies quite nicely, but more importantly, they had some beautiful weapons. Sleek ebony swords and axes with some odd engravings in them. The leader of their outfit appeared to be wielding two knives, but these were no normal knives either. These knives appeared to be made of shards, the same type of shards that we've been reading about in our books. Perhaps the legends are true. Well, we're not scared of some sorry-ass supernatural knife or some stupid-ass ritual. We're gonna rush out there and we're gonna kill them, baby. Mounted atop our pretty little ponies, as well as our giant dinosaur, we were rushing out, firing at the enemies, and the old Bunsen was running over a few and catching them on fire as well. I cast Fireball. Well, we'll keep trying. Thankfully, the Bunsen, being a large, bright red, massive killing machine, kind of caught their attention more than anything else, giving us an opportunity to spawn in our spirit wolves and also to fire down on these elves, finally giving us a win against the majority of their forces after many an hour of trying. Unfortunately though, because it took us so long to take out the large mass of elven forces, they ended up finishing their ritual. The ritual only ended up being a skip abduction, which, yes, unfortunately means they're trying to kidnap our elven compadre, but at least they didn't summon a world eater or something. We would need to act fast, though, before they could get their grubby little mitts on her and run away from the area. Because we were on horseback, though, as well as cold one back, I guess, we could move pretty fast, and eventually we killed the last remaining cultist. Well, that was quite a thrilling battle, I must say. Really gets the blood pumping. But I'm also pretty glad that it's over with and nobody got kidnapped and or died. Except for all these dark magic-having bastards, but that's okay because we're going to strip them of their armor and then begin finishing them off once and for all. This armor of theirs should fetch a fair penny out on the market. Perhaps the dwarves or the orcs might be interested in it, or the normal elf tribes. Either way, I think we'll end up keeping the weapons though. Now then though, I suppose we'll continue with our construction. Now this new room is actually going to be a new storage room that is much larger than our previous. And of course we can always expand it further as we have plenty of open space. Now not only did I want to make a new storage room here because there's plenty of open space to expand into if we need to make it larger, that's great and all, but I also wanted to have it closer to our residential areas where people are sleeping and stuff like that. As you can see, I've done the same thing with the armory in case we have to rush in and grab something, or, you know, also it just kind of speeds up work and day-to-day operations. With all the new additions that we're making to the complex itself, I must say that it is looking mighty fine. I'm a big fan of how it's really beginning to take shape, and it seems that most of you guys in the comments are as well, and I'm glad. Just like that though, we had finally finished our research into microelectronics, unlocking many a different thing that we can actually build now, as well as many new research items that we can actually begin on as well. Now, these new research projects that I am talking about, though, are actually going to require a high-tech research bench. Because of this, we are going to soup up Omelet's laboratory just a little bit. The flooring in here absolutely is horrible, but we'll fix that later on. It's nothing too special, we just basically made it much larger, adding in our old storage room, but also making room for this high-tech research bench, giving us the ability now to begin researching transport pod technology. That's right, I want to be able to send our own soldiers into battle and across the planet in these little bad boys. While Omelet was working on the transport pod research, we began expanding our backyard a little bit with some concrete pathing, chain link fences, and some new wooden spike traps. I really don't know exactly what I want to do with this area. I suppose we could always just leave it open, that way we have a nice large space to run out into and fight from this side, but I don't know, we may end up putting something out here later on, but for now we can at least make sure that it's well defended. The research for transport pods didn't take very long at all, to my surprise, but we're not going to stop there. We're actually going to begin researching the super pod, a much larger version of the aforementioned transport pods that can actually carry several humans to the best of my knowledge, but is also a prerequisite for the skip and many other types of vehicles that can take flight that we are very much interested in. We had finally harvested our cloth that we've been growing for quite some time, and I thought it might be useful for us to build a proper recreation room for everyone where we can enjoy some billiards and poker along with our chess. Because of all the new technologies that we've been focused on researching, it's kind of been an all work and no play situation, and that is no bueno. So I think this new area and recreation items will keep everyone from getting bored. I forgot to mention I also put a little radio in there, that way they can listen to the local affairs or possibly some planetary music while playing. Even after all that hard work though, it seems Maticus prefers to read a book and Laz eat some raw tomatoes for some reason. Seems fun, I guess. After this, we would also end up sending out a caravan to the local orc tribe to do a little bit of trading with him, as we had a few weapons we thought they might be interested in, as well as all that elven armor we had. Not only helping further their resistance against the planetary government, but we would also end up purchasing many a thing like gold and Juggernaut serum. The serum I plan on giving to Laz, given he's our main golden boy here when we go about attacking the government settlements, but now the gold on the other hand is actually something I plan on stockpiling as we need it for ships. We would finally return home sometime later, making over just 600 some silver, as well as bringing home our gold and Juggernaut serum as mentioned. I am trying to get quite the stockpile of silver, that way if we have any orbital traders we can actually build a beacon and begin trading with them, possibly buying some good armor to help us out. But as we continue to prepare for our assault against the government facilities, I would send everyone into the armory to equip some of those beautiful ebony weapons. Not only are they beautiful, they're powerful. Much more durable and sharper than the orcish axes and swords that we've been using thus far. Late one evening though, the High Elf house was actually requesting that we send their duck back, and surprisingly they somehow sent a shuttle to pick him up. It would seem to me that the High Elves have a much more advanced technology than the other elven houses, and we have very much underestimated them. Either way though, we would end up sending the little ducky on his way, and then the High Elves would actually make good on their promise, sending us a colonist by the name of Keatster. Welcome to the Resistance, friend. It would seem that Keatster was actually a professional translator for the High Elves, which does make sense given the fact that he has a high intellectual and social skill with a burning passion in both, but not much else anywhere else. That's fine though, he can always help us out in the laboratory or run around and clean the floors for us in the meantime. Now then, of course, last episode I asked you wonderful people for some wonderful names, and you have provided them to me as always, and I very much appreciate that. First up, we have our Bunsen tank here that is going to be named the Crocodile. This wonderful name was provided by our wonderful friend Leaf on the Wind 625. The reason for this name is in honor of the British fleet flamethrowing tank from the Second World War, and I think that is very fitting given the fact that it's basically the exact same vehicle. We also have a name for our little kitty cat that is going to be Boss. Now this comes from our friend Zombie Robot 5747, with the reason being because anyone that owns a cat knows that the cat is actually in charge, and I also have a cat and I can say that this is factually true. Perhaps if something happens to Laz here, Boss will continue leading the rebellion in his name. And finally, we have a name for our elven lady, which is going to be Lyandon, I believe is how you pronounce it. And this comes from our friend Quiet Fan of 40k, who was saying that she should be named this because of the Eldercraft world in 40k. And you guys know I'm always a sucker for a 40k reference in these series. I would like to state that our elven lady here was a man when I reloaded the save file for some reason, so I used Character Editor to fix that once more. Not sure why. Finally though, we have Loinjin, who actually last episode I forced her to cut off her beard, and for whatever reason, I didn't even think about it, is a cardinal sin for dwarves, and thus I have let her regrow it. I would like to publicly apologize to all of you for this great dishonor, and also Katazo98, thank you ever so much for reminding me of this and educating me, I appreciate it. But with that, my friends, it's finally time. We began uninstalling our two very large turrets and loading them up into our tank and into our van, prepping them to be used in the battle to come. For we are about to put this little revolution on wheels, baby. We are going to be taking the fight to the RimWorld state. The most near settlement of theirs is just due south from our base, so it will take a little bit of time to get there. In the meantime, you're probably wondering, Rat Daddy, who's watching over the base in your absence? Well, mi amigos, I've decided to leave Omelette behind as she is still working on her research, and because it can take quite some time, I didn't want to miss a single beat along the way. Not to worry though, she is an orc, so she's tough as nails, and besides, look at this, she's locking the doors, she'll be fine. And if that doesn't work, she is packing some pretty major heat. But as a last line of defense, I have also left Boss behind to protect her, just in case things really go south. Eventually though, we had finally made our way to the nearby RimWorld state government city, or town. It's actually quite small, which is good for us for our first attack, but it is still absolutely crawling with police officers and soldiers. It seems they've evacuated enslaved peoples and citizens of this town as well. Maybe not such a good idea on their part, because now we can go all out without any worry of killing the innocent. To begin, we would get our turrets in place and begin stacking stone chunks around them, as well as cutting down trees to build some wooden barricades. It was during this time though that we were met with fire from their turrets in the outer rim of the town. We were only in range of a couple of these turrets, and of course we immediately began returning fire, but in doing so we alerted the soldiers and police officers that we were here. Before things really began to kick off, I rushed Laz down near our van Big Boss to pick up the Juggernaut serum and go ahead and inject it, of course. We would try to keep him mounted upon Frostfang throughout the entire battle to ensure he can move quite quickly. We were also sure to use our shaman abilities. Loinchin's summoning and lightning abilities were going to be quite crucial to winning us this battle if we were going to win at all. I was attempting to use the crocodile to try and run over as many of them as I can, especially the ones that were in cataphractic armor. As you might imagine, they were a little bit problematic compared to the others. They would also cause a lot of damage to the crocodile, causing it to break down in between some buildings. But the efforts of the crocodile would cause the remaining soldiers to try to flee this town as it burned to the ground, during which time Laz and Loinchin were trying to fend them off, but unfortunately were down themselves. We would quickly rush into their aid to try and begin tending to their wounds before they bled to death on the battlefield, during which time we were of course being shot at. We returned fire and hid behind some buildings to continue our efforts. We had also found a particular riot officer who was of interest to us, so we began tending to their wounds as well. But I'm afraid that I must report that not only did we end up losing the crocodile during this battle, which can be replaced, but we also ended up losing Maticus. After it became immobile and was being pelted with multiple bullets from all angles, Maticus sat inside operating the turret trying to kill as many of our enemies as possible. A most honorable death. But even in death, we refuse to leave behind an ally. We'll take him back home where he can be buried. Now that we finally got everyone rescued and tended to as best we could, we're going to leave Roy here with them because the hard part is really about to begin. You see, attacking this little town and killing enough soldiers that they flee or that they're all dead was the easy part. Going through a burning down city, taking on the city's defenses that are still online with only a couple of soldiers is going to be very hard. We would try to stay behind buildings, behind any cover that we could really, and sticking to the shadows while deconstructing these walls to see what was within their buildings away from any of their turrets. This process would continue until even after dawn had broke, at which point we finally found an interesting building full of wood and silver. After finding a couple more buildings like this, we decided to cut our losses and leave. For you see, this town has many more defenses in terms of their turrets, especially one that happens to be a uranium slug turret, meaning if we step out into the wrong alley and it sees us, there's a good chance we die instantly. So we'd take what we could and try to sneak back out of the town and make our way home. Even after arriving back home from a successful mission, needless to say, we weren't exactly feeling all that glorious or successful even. Sure, we had achieved something really big, but we were already having to bury yet another friend. He was a damn fine man and a damn good soldier. Rest easy, old pal. We had acquired quite a bit of silver as well as a little bit of uranium in our victory against the state government. And of course, we also had a potential recruit in the form of one of their former police officers, not so much anymore. Not to mention the fact that they were one hell of a fighter, an amazing cook, and amazing crafter as well. These skills will all be very useful for our revolution. But you know, many of our people were severely injured. Were their injuries, the silver, and a potential recruit really worth losing one of our friends and our tank, and possibly almost losing many more of us? No, I don't believe so. But was beginning to topple the fascist regime that reigned over this planet worth all of our sacrifice to bring this planet one small, tiny step closer to the freedom that it and its peoples truly deserve? Yes, I believe it was worth it, and we would all make that sacrifice 100 times over if we had to. For is that not the exact reason that we have all come together here to form our revolutionary party to begin with? I do believe that it is. After all this time, though, we finally finished up our research into the super pod, and it will come in very handy, I'm sure, if we end up actually building one, as our next research is going to be the Skip, a vehicle that I am much more interested in. For you see, the Skip is not an oversized transport pod, it is an actual ship, something of a VTOL and or plane that can bomb areas, and that is the whole reason that I want these ships. I want to maybe try to get some anti-grain warheads, or even just normal mortar shells. That way we can do some carpet bombing on enemy settlements. A little bit of time later, and the dwarves of the area had actually offered us up a quest. They said that their friend is interested in learning about our culture and would be staying with us for 16 days. In exchange, if we were to accept them here for that amount of time, they would actually give us a few advanced components and an Archotech eye. We very quickly accepted this proposition, as an eye such as that would be amazing to have, and their friend ended up landing shortly thereafter. The disease that she's currently suffering from will keep her from even getting out of bed for another 30 days, and since she's only going to be here for half that time, we don't really care. Not a big deal at all. We basically just have to keep her in bed and keep her from starving to death, and I guess occasionally tell her about our culture. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that I plan on popping that Archotech eye right into Laz's little eye socket so he has two good ones again. But my friends, we have truly had quite the eventful episode here today, and unfortunately, as mentioned, we have lost our tank, although it can easily be replaced after we get a few bits of steel and some more components, which we may end up needing to purchase. I'm not all that sure what the resources are currently looking like within our vicinity, but either way, easily replaced. We did end up losing Maticus, unfortunately, but he died for a much greater cause, and we ended up gaining quite a bit of ground, or at least a significant portion of ground compared to what we had previously achieved by taking down our very first RimWorld state government settlement, and monumentous accomplishment. But I would like to thank you all ever so much for watching today's episode. I love you guys, and I hope to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Restart Undead series. My friends, I'm ever so glad to see you back here today. I have quite the episode in store for you, but first we're going to begin with a little bit of resource collection. Currently, we're in dire need of some components and steel, which we're going to finish off stripping our map of its resources, of course, today. We plan on utilizing the remainder of these resources for some new vehicles today, such as a replacement for our crocodile tank. As Laz was working on our car parts, we began detecting an SOS signal not too far from our base. Oddly enough, the signal was a RimWorld state signal, yet it was in the Orcish language. Even more odd, we had no idea of any type of outpost or settlement this close by. Naturally, to ensure our safety, the safety of our members, and the revolution as a whole, we would send some folks out to investigate. We traveled for about an hour or so and finally arrived at the base. What we saw there was unusual, to say the least. Immense fighting and gunfire erupted in one of the four corners of this base. Funny enough though, this base appeared to be populated by Orcish tribespeople that were also wearing some more modern and human-like attire. And the RimWorld state was here, absolutely tearing through every single orc that they found, killing them without even a shred of mercy, gunning them down with miniguns, charge rifles, everything they could. It was an absolutely devastating bloodbath. Among their ranks was even a RimWorld state officer, the first that I believe we have ever seen on the planet. To see a raid like this conducted by an officer themselves, horrifying to say the least. Even worse so, it would seem that one of these oppressors that are attacking the orcs happens to be Laz's brother. This only further cements our point that Laz must have been part of the state government at some point. How he lost his memory of this, we may never know. A loyal soldier to the fascist regime is no brother of ours, though. In this battle, though, we had no choice but to watch the orcs be destroyed. As we couldn't side with them, they were hostile towards us as well, and we only had 2 of our soldiers. It would seem we're going to have to sit this one out, lads, though it is going to be best if we sit over here in the shadows and park our van next to these hills where we can't be seen. The fascist oppressors were making quick work of all of the orcs, going throughout the city, leveling it if they had to get a hold of them, cleansing the area with their unjust and unholy fires. The orcs would attempt to fight back, and in some cases they were having a bit of luck, but the odds were not in their favor at all, to say the least. To see these vile monsters operate in such a way, and to know that this is what goes on for many orcs, if not all of the orcs across the globe. Truly a haunting thought, but the question still remains, why are the orcs the ones in possession of this grand base? Well, if I had to guess, I would say that the Marshall state government had either abandoned it at some point or something of that sort, and the orcs have refurbished it. That's about the only guess that I could have. I would love to ask someone, but this place is devastated and everyone is dead. And in the ashes of this grand base, the RimWorld Marshal state still going room to room, knocking down doors and beating in skulls. While they were busy with their chaotic mission of oppression, we thought that it might be a good idea for us to sneak around the other side of the base and begin taking an opportunity. An opportunity to better ourselves and our movement in terms of our equipment, picking up plenty of drum rifles, grenades, and even charge rifles in the rare case. As we were doing this, the oppressors were also beginning to leave the area. It would seem they plan on coming back at a later time to re-establish this base. And when they do, we'll need to be ready. We would completely destroy it, but I hardly think that would stop them from setting it back up if their hearts were really set on it. The loss of life here was absolutely immense and terrifying, to say the least. A sea of green corpses lie among the city streets in every direction. Pitiful. We had already taken all the weapons that we could that were worth anything, so it's time for us to begin making our way all the way back home. Upon our arrival, we would immediately begin unloading the van as well as all the weapons from our inventory. We really only took the rifles and grenades. We could have ended up taking some more spears and knives and selling them, but for the amount of work that it would have taken, it wouldn't have been worth it. After returning home though, we had a a lone figure that was approaching the colony. A white-haired woman, it would seem, with tattoos on her face in a lab coat. Very suspicious. The stranger was a lady by the name of Lockwood, who seems to be murmuring about some type of scientific breakthrough, and she was actually recently kicked out from the RimWorld state. Apparently because they wanted to use her scientific research for some devastating weapons or something of that sort. She requested to join us here, which we quickly accepted. Anyone on the run from the RimWorld state is always welcome here with us, especially such a nice young lady with a high intellectual skill such as hers. I'm sure Omelette will be tickled pink to have some extra help in the laboratory. Her breakthrough in research has allowed her to transmute steel, though. Apparently she's been dabbling, mixing, and fusing the magical abilities of this planet and this universe with scientific discovery. Somehow, way, shape, or form allowing her to actually change the atoms and the materials that make up steel into other materials such as bioferrite. Mind-boggling. I'm quite glad that we accepted her, as is Omelette. Now, initially, I thought it might be great if we had Lockwood scheduled to come in at night after Omelette went to bed. That way we're never missing a beat of research, but since she's not a night owl, I thought it might be best if we just went ahead and built a secondary research bench. That way they can work together on their projects. This will also give them the added benefit of socialization while they're working. Here's hoping they become the best of friends. I'm sure Lockwood, and even Omelette for that matter, could use some friendship in their lives. By this point as well, we'd also finally recruited Noskov into our ranks, one of the RimWorld State riot officers who we had taken prisoner last episode, who also just happens to be a hussar. Now, she has a good crafting and cooking skill, and because she is a hussar, she's also one hell of a fighter, with her shooting and melee skills being quite high, but the downside to that also means that we're going to have to find her some go juice fairly soon. Otherwise, she'll have mental breaks, and she'll also end up dying. Now, by this point, we had also finally accumulated enough car parts that we could go about rebuilding our flamethrower tank. This time around, it shall be named the Crocodile Mark II. Now, this is, of course, because we had the crocodile from last episode, and it didn't last very long after being named, so this is only fair. We would, of course, give it yet another appropriate paint job with some slightly different tones of red, though you can't really tell. For a time, we would focus on day-to-day operations, as well as putting a hyper-focus into finishing up our research, though I did begin to think that there is a little bit of an issue. Our current research project is the skip still yet, but the issue is, even after we finish it, we don't have near enough resources, something I sort of brought up at last episode as well, so I decided that we needed to try to get a head start on collecting these, of course, and to do so we began going out to many different settlements to do some trading. We didn't care, orcs, elves, humans, whoever, as long as we could find some gold and plasteel, as those were the two main resources that we didn't currently have. Even after all that effort though, we had finally returned home and we barely had any gold or plasteel from all the trading, I'm afraid. Looks like this is going to take quite a while. We had finally finished the research for the skip itself, but of course we don't have the resources. We also don't have the resources or the technology currently to make mortar shells or anti-grain warheads, which is what I'd like to use to try to bomb these other settlements. To try to help us out with the resource issue, I started making some wooden sculptures. The idea here is that we'll be able to sell these, and in exchange we'll be able to use the silver that we get to purchase plasteel and gold. Now, I was going to begin working on mortars as our next research project, unlocking some mortar shells for our bombing runs, but I thought it might be better suited for us to begin working on gun turrets for protection of our base and ourselves. I also began trying to upgrade the magic abilities of Luingchen. Now, we have unlocked the majority of her abilities, but they could also be improved by putting points into the amount of mana she uses, the amount of spirit wolves that can be spawned in particular was something I was interested in. These upgrades were just in time, as it would seem that we are now being raided by a bunch of dirty dark elves once more. Last episode, the sickos tried to use a skip abduction ritual to steal one of our people. God only knows what they have planned this time around. The leader of this pitiful band of bastards mounted on horseback appears to be some type of sorceress. Upon further inspection, it would actually seem that she is a necromancer. We've had run-ins with necromancers in the past, and I don't think it'll be much of an issue unless she gets close to our corpse pile or brings back the dead animals that we've been hunting, but it would seem she did bring a small entourage of zombified elves. They do seem to be doing their ritual as well in the area. Perhaps they are trying to conjure something of an earthquake on our base. I'm not sure, but the ground cracking can never be good. Given that our base and its defenses are much more, well, defendable than some random spot out in the forest, we began preparing here to hold our ground, utilizing our traps, turrets, and our crocodile. We began firing upon our enemies, and the sorceress was the first to approach. A very bold move on her part, but a foolish one at that. We began circling her with the crocodile to try to knock her off her mount, but our bullets would end up doing the job for us. Now it was time for her little compadres to face our heat. As we were fighting though, it would seem that the ground has ripped completely open, forming a massive hole. Those zombie elves, they weren't here to fight us. They were sacrifices to rip open a pit gate in the ground. All manner of fleshy, mutilated monsters began rushing for our base. Knowing that this threat would completely overwhelm us and our defenses, we immediately made a break for it to get back into the garage and slammed the door behind us. Every smart warrior needs to know when to retreat. If these bastardous creatures got a hold of us, there would be no more revolution. Without the sorceress awake to try and quell these monsters with her powers, they actually began attacking her fellow elves, and even they knew that they were outmatched. After many of their soldiers would fall, the others would begin to try to retreat out of the area away from here, leaving us to deal with these beasts on our own. At first, I thought it might be a good idea for us to go out in a group and try to attack them outside of the base, but they began attacking our freezer, and then I thought it might be better to get them in close quarters. Once the freezer had finally broke, we tried to get their attention, and we began holding open all of the doors as we fled and fired at these fleshy monsters. This would allow more to come through so we could get them right where we wanted them, but also distract them with some of our furniture that they could destroy. Then, once we had finally dwindled their numbers down to an acceptable amount, we could summon our spirit wolves to help us. This way, we now outnumber the flesh beast, giving our wolves the advantage. And with this power and numbers advantage, we could utilize our soldiers and our spirit wolves to go about finally cleansing the base of these monsters once and for all. Well, I will say that that was definitely one of the more interesting battles and chaotic battles that we've dealt with thus far. I'm just glad it's finally over and nobody died. Other than the elves, of course, except for the sorceress herself. We actually began tending to her wounds out on the cold, frozen ground, and I know what you're thinking, Rat Knight, she just summoned a pit gate to try and kill all of you. I realize that, but imagine what a necromancer's power with a lightning wand could do against the RimWorld state. Perhaps this is a huge mistake though, and perhaps even I'm a bit too ambitious for my own good, but only time shall tell. Besides, as we saw earlier on in the video, the power of the RimWorld state is immense. They have many soldiers, and in terms of technology, they are far more advanced than we are. We need all the help we can get. Speaking of technology, we had also finally finished our research into automated gun turrets, which would have been a little bit more helpful before that raid happened, but nevertheless, better late than never. Something else I noticed during the battle is that Carrie, the dwarf that was suffering from the sleeping sickness and who wasn't supposed to wake up anytime soon, is somehow awake after I reloaded a save file. Don't worry, I wasn't cheating, I just needed to have dinner. Either way though, this is a little bit odd, but I guess at least now she can help us do stuff. Though something I don't plan on having her assist us with is closing this pit gate, as this will be a very mighty but also extremely dangerous task. Perhaps the most dangerous mission that we've ever sent our soldiers out on. This isn't a fascist government or an army of orcs or elves. This is some power that is beyond comprehension. And it is for that exact reason that before we try to take it on head first, we're going to need to take some time to heal from our wounds from the battle, as well as better prepare and try to rebuild on our base, such as our freezer that was destroyed, our walls that were damaged, and of course our generators that were supplying power along with our solar generators. Since we had finally finished up our research into gun turrets, we would also now begin the new research project of mortars. This way we can get the shells for our bombing runs, as mentioned previously. A bit of time later, and everyone was finally healed up fairly well, so I would send them into the armory to equip some better arms, but in particular, we would end up equipping some grenades. Whatever's down there, I highly doubt out that it's indestructible against explosives. Laz was about to lead his team quite literally into the depths of hell. Now, I didn't end up taking all of our soldiers as someone had to stay back and take care of the base as well as work on the research. We ended up with a team of 6, including Laz himself, just enough so we're not overpowered or overwhelmed by too many enemies, but not too many that were not super slow. Slowly and cautiously, we began to approach the pit itself. Into the bowels of the abyss itself we delved today, my friends. We tied a rope to some trees and threw it down into the pit. One at a time, we would all begin to enter the area. This place was damp and disgusting with a putrid smell in the air, worse than we had anticipated. It was also absolutely crawling with much larger flesh beasts than what we encountered on the surface. The cave walls were encompassed with a fleshy mass that was very dense. Even our magical weapons like the wand had a hard time breaking through it. If we were going to make our way through here, we would have to use all of our weapons in unison. At first, we decided to begin traveling north, following the large trail of fleshy mass, destroying it along the way, of course. We would eventually make our way to a large flesh sack that seemed to have some type of item within. It would seem that this cave has items like this of abundance in these fleshy sacks. Not only that, but it also seems that the cave itself, as one might imagine, is rich in steel and other resources. Perhaps we could leave this pit gate open, as it might be very useful for us, but that's a decision we'll need to make in the future. As for now, we have more of these monsters to clear out, as well as the caverns. It also seems to me that some unlucky buggers in the not-so-distant past seem to have lost their lives and perhaps even their town to the pit gate. Hard to think of how any human could survive down here. They would have to be the toughest of the toughest son of a bitch around. We would begin making our way south, killing all of the beasts that we could and trying to destroy as much of the walls as we could. Eventually, we had found an area that seemed to be quite dense, even more dense than the rest. We immediately began firing at it, but then we realized that the Dreadmeld, the sole creature within this cavern, has now been released. And within its cavern was a beautiful woman wearing some ancient style purple armor. Highly unusual, but we had little time to think about this as the Dreadmeld was coming right for us. We began making a swift retreat towards the entrance of the cave so we could get the hell out of here, utilizing our spirit wolves. And thank God we did, because those wolves fought hard. Not only were they a distraction to keep us safe, but they were dangerously lethal towards the monsters. While the flesh beasts were distracted by our spirit wolves, we began using our grenades and our firepower to try and destroy more of the fleshy mass to the south of us so that we could sneak by and grab the lady. She didn't appear to be a hostile elf or orc, or even an elf, orc, or dwarf for that matter, and she sure wasn't part of the RimWorld state, at least not from what we could tell. And as such, we couldn't just leave a damsel in distress lying by while the cave fell in on top of itself, killing her. No, we couldn't allow that at all, so we took her back home with us, getting out of this damn cavern as soon as humanly possible. We were finally safe once more, or at least as safe as it was going to get. Now, I ended up putting the lady in the prison. I know I said that she doesn't seem to be hostile towards us, but we can never be too sure of her true intentions, and besides, she's been knocked out this entire time. We'll never really know what's going on with her until she comes to. A couple of hours later, and the pit gate ended up collapsing on itself. So much for going back in for items and resources, but I mean, to be honest with you, there was really no chance of that after we killed the Dreadmeld anyway. I will say though, I'm quite proud of how we all conducted ourselves down there, but more importantly, I'm quite proud of Luingen. Yet again, she has come in clutch, absolutely saving our asses per the usual. And because of that, I'm going to be rewarding her with a proper name provided by one of you guys, the name being Solomon. This name suggestion comes from our friend Ronnie Gomez 3953, who suggested Solomon because in Islam, Solomon is said to have the power to speak with jinn as well as animals and to command birds and devils, which I think is very fitting given Solomon's ability as a shaman. Now, whether or not you remembered that Solomon was actually a lady with a beard and not a man, I don't know, but I'm still going to give her the name, and thank you very much for it. I love it. A few days later, it would seem that our prisoner has healed from her wounds, though I notice she's missing basically all of her right leg for the most part. Interestingly enough, though, she does appear to have a level 1 Psylink. Laz would come in and try to begin discussing with her, and she immediately immediately recognized him somehow, and she also called him leader, which is a good sign for the recruitment process, but a little bit strange. Has the word of Laz being a leader in the revolution spread that far so fast? How would a woman in the ground in the pit cave know about this? This was all very highly suspect. She claimed to be some type of samurai, and we're not really sure what that is at all. So we'll check back in on her later. Maybe she bumped her head one too many times. But my friends, I must bid you farewell. I would like to thank you all ever so much for watching today's episode. I very much appreciate it. Remember, if you have any name suggestions, mod suggestions, or any suggestions in general, be sure to leave those in the comment section down below, and I'll try to get around to them as soon as I can. But I love you guys. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, one and all, and welcome back to our RimWorld Restart Undead series. My friends, I'm ever so glad to see you back here with me once more today. As you well know, in the last few episodes, we've been making some extensive expansions into not only our base, but our research as well, and that is currently what we're beginning with today. One such project that we've been working on since last episode that we recently finished is mortars, now allowing us not only to create mortars themselves, but the shells, which is really what we were going for. For the sheer sake of defensive purposes, we're going to begin working on trench warfare for our next project, as it unlocks a smorgasbord of different things like barbed wire, decoy targets, yada yada yada. In the meantime, we're also going to be collecting resources, in particular plasteel, which is something that we need for our skip ship, and which is something that we don't currently have a lot of. It was during this time that we easily ended up finishing our research into trench warfare, and shortly thereafter, the shuttle had finally arrived to take on Carrie, our dwarven friend who's been hanging out with us for quite a while now. Anyhow, though, we loaded her up into the shuttle and sent her on her merry way. Our new dwarven friends made good on their promise to deliver after we sent her back home, giving us an Archotech eye as well as a few advanced components. We wasted absolutely no time operating on Laz to give him a brand new right eye, and thankfully the surgery went down perfectly. Now Laz could take off his eye patch, though I did notice it seemed like it was over his left eye while his right eye was the one that needed to be replaced. Not really sure how that happened. Whoopsie. Either way, though, he could see perfectly now. Actually, more so than before. His sight was now increased to 138%. We are still currently working on our project of sculptures at the moment as well, making quite the little stockpile, that way we could sell them, which we would actually begin to do by loading them up into Big Boss, our van. However, this was interrupted. It would seem that space and time itself has ripped wide open, and there are many water elementals coming out to try and slaughter us. We would all very quickly run to mount to our defenses as well as to our crocodile tank. As you could imagine, the water elementals were quite resistant to our flamethrower, unfortunately, although we would continue attempting to run them over, even with us being in their element of a little pond. Thankfully, we would end up winning this fight, but the substantial damage that was done to the crocodile would render it immobile for the moment. Quite a shame, as we now had many more elementals coming right for us, some of them extremely large in their stature. Nonetheless, if it can bleed, even if it is bleeding water, then it can die. Even with our frequent use of firearms, I also thought it might be useful to use Loinchin's magical abilities by summoning a lightning totem to help us out. And I'm quite glad I did as well. If nothing else, the chain lightning definitely weakened them enough that it was quite easy for us to finish off the remaining elementals. And with that, my friends, we have finally defeated the rift itself as it has closed, leaving behind a few gems, some jade, and unrefined magicite. Magicite can be quite useful for scrolls and spells, things of a magical nature, if you will. Not only did the rift leave them behind, but we could also get them by butchering the elementals themselves. It can also be sold for a pretty decent price, which is most likely what we'll do with it. Speaking of which, we're going to finish loading all of our sculptures up into the van, along with unrefined magicite and quite a few other items to go out on a bit of a trade mission. The idea is to travel to a nearby dwarven settlement where we can go about selling all all these items. Now, of course, we communicated with them ahead of time to let them know that our caravan was coming, at which point they actually had a special trade request for us in the near future, as we're already on our way there right now. It would seem that they have quite a few horses that need some proper armor, and in exchange they'll give us a recon eye, a skill trainer, another book, as well as a lot of plasteel, which we were very much interested in. We would immediately begin mining out some of the last few steel reserves in our area here. That way we could begin utilizing this steel to make the horse armor for them. Though, since Noskov is the only one that's capable of creating this armor at the quality that's required by the dwarves, it is going to take quite a bit of time to go about producing it. Luckily though, in the meantime, we were having quite a few chats with Kona Yoshimaru, and we even managed to convince her to join us here. She still seems to think that she's some type of special warrior leader from another dimension, and that she already knows Laz from a past life or some dumb shit like that, but what's most important to us is her loyalty. And that does indeed seem to be something that she has in droves for Laz already. Now, as I briefly touched on a little bit earlier in the episode, we're currently collecting a bunch of resources for our very first skip ship, but before we do that and actually build it, we're going to need to build a proper landing pad for it as well. Now, with that completed, we were finally ready and prepared to go about building the ship itself, especially after Laz had returned home with enough gold and plasteel to do so. We had to do quite a bit of trading for this little bad boy, and it also basically cost us our entire reserve of silver, but it will be worth it, trust me. This ship and the many more that I hope to have following it shall be crucial for the revolution and for our movement. It wasn't too long after we built the ship, though, that we ended up recruiting Nivorlus, the elven sorceress who attacked us last episode with some undead, who also opened up the pit gate that ripped through dimensions, according to Kona Yoshimaru. But nevertheless, this sorceress is indeed a true necromancer, which is going to be quite useful for us, because that does mean that we can use her magical prowess and abilities to raise corpses from the dead, and thus adding them onto our army and revolution itself. Late one evening, we let her go out and choose the corpses that she'd like to reanimate. Shocking to no one, she ended up choosing her fellow elves. She had collected 4, but only had enough mana to raise 3 from the dead, as this is very taxing on her all the time. 2 of them even appeared to be from her personal guard, while the other seems to have been maybe one of the cultist elves or someone who we had killed a year or so ago. I could tell because her guard here on the left was in much better condition than the cultist on the right, being a complete skeleton by this point. One of the downsides to having the undead be risen, as you might see and might imagine, is that they are incredibly slow, not only at their work speed, but also just moving in general. We can alleviate this issue just a little bit as we continue improving our necromancer skill, and thus we can hasten the undead just a little bit, but they'll never quite be as fast as they would be if they were alive. Now, even so though, they are able to do normal tasks just as any other colonist, which is absolutely wonderful. Though their speed is nerfed, since they are undead, they don't have to eat or sleep or anything like that, and they're just essentially a 24/7 workforce. Extremely useful, especially when it's late at night and we need a machining table built or things of that sort. Speaking of which, with our new machining table, we're actually going to begin producing some proper mortar shells that we can use in our skip. Before we move on though, as we were making these mortar shells, our necromancer sorceress ended up falling for Laz. Laz, the silver-tongued devil that he is, was playfully making fun of her judgment and how she tore a rift in between realities and almost killed all of us. And now they're in love. How sweet. Ah yes, from enemies to lovers. I will say things have escalated quite quickly. She was trying to kill us and now they're in love, and also their first night together, she's pregnant. Yeah, I told you things were escalating very quickly. It seems that Laz and she are going to be mommy and daddy now. I suppose a congratulations is in order for our father-to-be. In other good news, we finally finished up all that horse armor that we were working on, so we were going to load it up into our skip to take it out for the delivery. It only seemed fitting that Laz would be the one to take the skip out on its maiden voyage. Be careful up there, old pal. You've got a lot to lose down here. We would end up arriving rather quickly, as one might imagine, and thus we began to fulfill fulfill our trade agreement, returning home with many of the items discussed, most importantly our plasteel, though I must say with the plasteel it's really only giving us a head start on our next skip since we already built this one. Now then, one of the eyes that we ended up getting as a reward is a recon eye, which is actually quite a bit better than an Archotech eye, and it would be perfect for someone of Noskov's caliber. Plus, I think it looks really badass with her other red eye. But anyhow though, not only would we give her a recon eye, but we would also give her Lockwood's charge lance. For you see, with this eye and this weapon, she is going to be our sniper, not to mention that she has a light passion for shooting as well as a 13 in the skill. I would say she's pretty overqualified for the position. Speaking of which, we would also have our undead elves go and equip some of their elven halberds that they were using while alive, along with any firearms that we had left. Now, we had plenty of weapons, but we were severely lacking in the armor department, so I began loading all of our sculptures that we've been making again back up into the skip, and we would actually go out and do some trading with the elves and the orcs once more. We also done some trading with the dwarves, who we knew were a bit more technologically advanced, and by the time we made it back home, we ended up having 2 new helmets of not so great quality. Nevertheless, these brain buckets would do a pretty good job at protecting our skulls, better than our natural organic defenses, i.e. our bones, I suppose, so we ended up giving them to Noskov and Loinchen, who were lacking helmets. They wouldn't stop a bullet, but perhaps if somebody chucked a rock at our head, we'd be completely fine. Though I fear our enemy for today may not be throwing rocks, as we have a small RimWorld state outpost not too far from the base. It's not very large and is most likely some type of safe house, or it's something of that sort, which would be the perfect target for us to test out our bombing runs with the skip. We would go ahead and send out a caravan to attack comprised of the Crocodile, Frostfang, our horses, the Big Boss van, and anything and everything in between, everyone except for Laz. For you see, Laz will be staying back home and loading up mortar shells into the skip, hopping in and readying himself for battle. Not only to test the bombing, but because this is the safest place for him. I often like to put him in quite the bind just to keep things interesting, but not today, at least not for the moment. No, as for right now, this little outpost shall be attacked by everyone else as Laz is flying overhead. I did spot a familiar face at the outpost, however. It would seem the same officer that led the merciless assault against the orcs in the beginning of last episode is here as well. I believe that this very well may be where she stays in her spare time, as to not draw too much attention. She's even adorned her gibbeck cages all around the outpost with the corpses of orcs. How disgusting. We were completely outraged by this, but we couldn't rush in so sloppily just yet. We would call in the signal for Laz back home, and so began our bombing runs. We had only managed to kill one of their soldiers, but we also took out one of their mini turrets and injured the officer quite well. With their soldiers dying, the coward would attempt to try to run away, which we just couldn't let happen. A shootout began in the alleyway, and the officer wouldn't make it out of there alive. Even though it would seem that our bombing runs need a little bit of practice, they did do some crucial damage, giving us the upper hand and winning us the day. Plus, imagine having 3 or 4 more of those skips with much larger bombs. There would be no outpost left. Speaking of which, we began going throughout the area, building to building, looking for any useful items. We ended up finding 7 vials of metal blood serum, which will come in very handy for any upcoming raids that attack us or any that we end up doing. We were also lucky enough to uninstall a fire foam popper and a turret. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing, I suppose, and they'll both come in quite handy back home. Speaking of which, we made the journey back home, where Laz was already waiting on us, and as we began to pull in our Big Boss and Crocodile, he greeted us in the garage. Everyone congratulating each other on a successful mission, a job well done. And now that we're finally back home, I decided that we would begin partaking in a bit of an expansion and construction project onto our base. As you heard me mention earlier, imagine if we had 3 or 4 of these skips, right? Well, we need a proper place to park them all, and thus Plus, just on the outside of our armory, we ended up building what I suppose we could refer to as a hangar bay, something of another open courtyard, but this time around where we can actually park our ship along with any future ships we end up building. We had also built something of a small corridor that led outside into this hangar bay as well, so I decided that we would shift our power generators up there. It felt like a very fitting place. In the days to come though, Laz ended up proposing marriage to Nivorlus, and the two of them are now engaged. Moving awful fast, but I suppose that's what happens when you get pregnant the same night you start dating. Anywho, we threw down a marriage spot in our recreation room, and we're going to start making some improvements in there so it's nice and ready for the wedding ceremony. We would also take a hot moment to begin installing some of the things that we got from the outpost, like the fire foam popper, but also the mini turret that we took as well. We would actually make some additions to the area that the mini turret's at by putting sandbags around it and just kind of walling off our corpse pile. This may not seem like a big deal, but we have a real problem right now where our soldiers will walk through this area, see the decomposing corpses, and get a substantial mood debuff. Because of our ever-growing population, I thought it might be a good idea for us to go ahead and begin at least planting yet another field of rice. As you might have noticed earlier, we had to begin doing some hunting because our food baskets were empty. Thankfully, all this planting was easily carried out around the clock by our undead companions, and just as well, they would also be able to work around the clock on making some car parts for us. Because of the fact they didn't have to sleep or eat, and we didn't have to worry about them having a mental break, we could easily make all of these parts very quickly, thus allowing us to build our very first actual tank that isn't a flamethrower tank within a very short period of time. This, my friends, is a roadkill tank, and for it to be a tank, it is indeed quite small, and it can only hold one soldier at a time to operate it, but it packs one hell of a punch. And I truly think that this little murderous machine, as well as a few others that we can build, will be crucial for taking down the state government. And of course, if you guys are interested, we do need a name for this little beauty, so be sure to leave those in the comments section if you would like. We would once again have Roy begin making plenty of wooden sculptures for us, but this time around we're actually not going to be selling them. No, we're actually going to be decorating all of our rooms with them to make them much nicer. Because of the less than desirable conditions here on this icy cold planet, we have mental breaks pretty often, unfortunately, so this should help counteract that. There's also something new about a RimWorld of Magic. Although I don't believe it's actually new, I think it's just new to me. It's the fact that we can make golems. So I decided to try to make one, and I ended up with a straw golem. However, even after implanting it with some type of energy cell or something of that nature, it still didn't seem to come to life. After further inspection, it appears that we need a Golemancer, which is a special type of magical class, which makes sense. Sorry I wasted your time. Could be something fun for the future though, like an army of the undead and golems perhaps. Speaking of which, we were able to increase our sorceress's abilities as a necromancer with powered creation, allowing her to raise more corpses from the dead. We allowed her to pick out 2 more corpses, which just so happened to once again be some elves. I'm sure it helps out with coordination that they can all speak the elven language even in their decaying undead state. Plus, they're the only corpses that are still recognizable from our pile, so. With this, we ended up having quite the little squadron to protect us, but not only that, to work around our base and to help us with our revolution, of course. Nivorlus and Laz's baby is going to be the most well-protected child on this whole damn planet, I'd say. Speaking of protection, our skip ship is pretty great at doing bombings, but I thought it might also be quite useful for us to have some proper mortars in place around the base itself in our courtyard with our solar panels. This way, when attacks happen on our home as we're flying over to drop mortar shells on top of them, we can also end up firing them at them as well at the exact same time, completely overwhelming them, or at least that's the idea, hopefully. For quite a bit of time, I just let everyone kind of do their day-to-day operations, growing food for everyone inside the base, of course, working on sculptures and things like that, basically just getting our inventory up. This was interrupted, however, when I noticed that our kitty cat here was in a state of confusion. This appears to have been brought on by dementia, which she must have had when we first got her, because I never noticed her developing it at all. She's only 10 years old, so this is a little surprising. Our poor little baby. Even if she begins to forget who we are at times, we shall never forget the love we share with her. Speaking of love, love and medical conditions, Nivorlis is about to give birth. Yes, indeed, she is now in labor. We would all very quickly gather up into the operating room to prepare for the birth of her and Laz's child, with Kona Yoshimaru as our doctor. Even if Laz doesn't realize it, and even if this may not even be the same Laz that Kona Yoshimaru knew, this is the greatest honor of her life, to deliver his child. And after several hours of agonizing labor, we had a healthy baby boy. Though excruciatingly painful, as with most births, everyone was a-okay, thankfully, and our revolution just got a little bit larger. Now that the two of them have a proper family that is growing a little bit bigger than what our normal bedrooms are like, I decided to build them an extra large one on the opposite side of the base. For protective purposes, I decided to double wall it, with the outer wall being granite and the inner wall being a fine wood, mostly for looks. And just large enough for a family of 3, 2 adults and 1 baby. Sometimes I often wonder in this series if every time we start a new episode, we're going to have to start the series over because Laz is going to die, and I wonder what'll happen to our revolution, and to all the people that we've met along the way. But with the way everything's been going, I think everything and everyone is going to be a-okay. Spoke too soon, it would seem. Hello one and all, welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. My friends, I'm glad to see you back here with me today, where everything is hunky-dory. I'm just kidding, we're being raided by quite literally the largest raid of the RimWorld state government that I've ever seen. These damn dirty fascists are approaching the base at a lightning pace. Their manpower and numbers are numerous and plentiful. As they approached, we began unleashing mortar fire upon them, getting lucky killing one of their muffalo, but that was about it, I'm afraid. As we were doing so, and as they were continuing their march towards the base, we would also gather around our defenses. Laz himself would quickly man our new roadkill tank to help us out with this endeavor. The plan here was to summon our spirit wolves to distract the enemies while the tank began firing shells at the group. The only issue with the plan is because of their numerous soldiers, our spirit wolves were defeated quite easily, I'm afraid. Nevertheless, we continued using our magical abilities, also spawning in lightning totems to try to help us out by casting chain lightning across all of our enemies. We also used the roadkill tank to try to run over some of these sorry sons of bitches as the lightning was burning their flesh. We would be forced to pull our troops out of our defensive position though and back into the garage, as our undead companions would hold them there, giving us the opportunity to escape without taking too much damage. Meanwhile, Laz had killed so many of their soldiers that the group decided to flee, even though they still had countless soldiers among them. Even so, our unrelenting barrage would not end there. Before they left though, the bastards would manage to break down the doors of our base and begin going throughout our homes. I was puzzled by this at first, but it's my belief now that they were tearing down our doors and going towards our prison to try to rescue any of their own. Of course, we didn't have any of their companions in the prison at this time, and all we really had for them were bullets. They would make their great escape out the northern section of our base after tearing through more and more of our doors, where a group of our soldiers would meet them as they were trying to run away. After finishing off as many as we possibly could, this battle had finally ended. And to my surprise, we were the victors. Even so though, the remnants of the battle itself lingered on afterwards, like the giant fire that ended up starting in our food storage area. Some of these soldiers ended up begging for their lives, and because of that, we decided to take some semblance of mercy on them, and we would actually take them in to recruit them. As for the other monstrous marauders, we would strip them of their gear and begin finishing them off. I wish I could say this battle didn't have any casualties on our side, but I'm afraid our kitty cat boss was killed, shot to pieces when our enemies were running away from us. They truly are monsters. Laz was absolutely heartbroken at the death of his companion. He dug a shallow grave to put him in, and we all began to mourn. Technically, though, Boss was not the only casualty, as many of our undead elven companions had died as well, but the beautiful part about that is they could easily be brought back to life. Almost as if nothing had ever happened, they quickly went to re-equip their weapons and started back on their day-to-day work, which I was quite glad for because they truly were a crucial piece to this puzzle by this point, always doing all of the hauling and construction and many other tasks that everyone else did as well, but not 24/7 since our undead didn't have to sleep, as we well know. And with their help having them back alive, they easily helped us clean up the gigantic mess that was made from the battle. As this was going on, I decided that we would choose our next research project, which is going to be the multi-analyzer. If you're all that familiar with RimWorld, I'm sure you already know, but the multi-analyzer ends up opening up a lot of research that is in the later stages of the game, and thus will give us access to technologies like fabrication that will only help further improve the chances of our revolution succeeding. Speaking of which, now felt like a really good time for us to begin stockpiling mortar shells. That way we can go about using them in the very near future for any carpet bombings or just mortar bombings if need be. While all this work is going on, it felt like the perfect time to do a little bit of naming. So first up, we have the name of Calithar for our baby boy who was born last episode, the son of Laz in Nivorlus. This name was provided by our good friend Maybe-J3G. They state that the name actually means light born in shadow, since his mother is a dark art sorceress and his father a freedom fighter, and the boy is a symbol of repentance and hope for the entire rebellion. A guiding light for justice. Thank you ever so much. A wonderful name and a wonderful bit of lore to go with it. Next up, for the old roadkill tank, we have the Lehman Russ, which is going to be the name, and I've probably mispronounced it, and all you Warhammer fans are pissed. This name was provided by quite a few of you fine folks, but the first that I saw provided was Craft 7598. Because of the resemblance between our roadkill tank and the Lehman Russ tank, which I can definitely see, so thank you all for your wonderful suggestions. With such a new intimidating name, I was eager to test out our tank in the heat of battle. We had a mining site not too far from the base controlled by some elves, so I sent out a small caravan. And in the meantime, back home, I thought it might be a good idea for us to get our defenses up to par with some more spike traps, sandbags surrounding some mini turrets as well. But of course, before I could finish this little project, we had arrived at the mining site. The mining site itself was probably fair-sized if we're being generous, although I'm sure they still have some decent metallic goodies within. Doesn't seem like there's all that many soldiers protecting the place either, and there were only about 2 or 3 miners. I bet if we kill them, they probably have some steel or components in their back pockets. And not to worry, these aren't civilians, these are still soldiers, they're just designated mining duty. Now with our brand new tank, we had the bright idea that instead of going around the mountains, perhaps we could just blow a giant gaping hole in them, and so we did. Having this little shortcut through the hills here would make it easy for us to walk through and engage enemies, but instead, we actually decided to have Loinchin summon her spirit wolves on the other side, and those wolves would hunt down the elves for us. This ended up making the fight with the elves a non-issue, and we quickly went through and began going throughout their camp and just looting all of their medals and stuff. Really not much to say here. I was shocked with how easy that was. Now with all of our newly conquered and found possessions, we would begin making our way back home, but before we did so, we would also stop in at a nearby orcish settlement to do a little bit of trading with them. By this point back home, our undead labor force had finally finished up all the mini turrets that we were building with their proper sandbags and spike traps. Our caravan would then arrive back home sometime later with all of our people, as well as plenty of resources like plasteel, some components, normal steel, yada yada yada, silver, whatever else, but we also brought some urns and things like that to try and decorate our bedrooms and just make everyone a bit happier. Then we ended up finishing our extensive research into the multi-analyzer, quickly throwing together one shortly thereafter in our laboratory. Now, along with this, we can begin researching many of the technologies that were previously unknown to us, such as fabrication. Fabrication will actually end up unlocking quite a few different types of technology for us in the very near future, but in particular, the reason I am interested in it is for the combat equipment that we'll be able to make. Coming in clutch with its own own types of armor, different types of goggles and helmets and night vision, you name it, and fabrication can make it. Touching back on that, I should mention as well that the combat helmet that we bought for Noskov last episode, I believe from the dwarves, is actually the same type of combat helmet that we'll be able to create with fabrication as well. Now this new armor also ties in with our good friend Ledger-G6I's comment about needing proper uniforms. And now this isn't exactly a uniform, or I suppose it is really, but for an undershirt or camo or something, we'll end up creating that in the near future, but I want to focus on getting a uniform look with this proper type of armor. I will say, however, this is somewhat of an ambitious endeavor because the new types of combat armor that I'm wanting to make into our uniforms is actually pretty expensive in terms of resources. They require advanced components and plasteel. So I might try to incorporate maybe some elven armor into our gear as well, mix-matched with the combat armor. I'd like to see what you guys think about that before I actually go about doing it. I think that could be a good idea though, because we have a pretty diverse culture of races here with our revolutionary movement. So I think it might make sense to have elven and orcish and dwarven armors and things like that, if not for everyone, just maybe specifically for those races, so that they can tie it back into their own cultures. Speaking of which, we also finally ended up recruiting Fama and Goethe into our ranks, the two RimWorld State Riot Police who had attacked us earlier in the first half of the video with the massive raid, both of which should be great additions to the revolution, if only for fighting, if nothing else. I would have them go ahead and equip some rifles and branding irons, two types of weapons they should be pretty familiar with given their background. I did, however, notice that Gerda was magically gifted. Essentially, she has some type of magical abilities dormant within her, just waiting to be harnessed properly. With the magical abilities and experience of Nivorlis and Loinchin, we would be able to promote Gerda into a wanderer, unlocking her abilities once and for all. It would seem that even in its infancy, her magical prowess will now allow her to be able to teleport and to heal wounds with a touch. No doubt she'll need some practice, but I think these will come in quite handy. After some time, we finally finished our research into fabrication, now allowing us to create a fabrication bench, and also opening up the future research of advanced fabrication, which is just going to further fling us into new techs, as you know. So we would go ahead and begin on it as well. And in the meantime, while we're studying these new advanced fabrication technologies and methods, I decided to go about expanding our garage a little bit. That way we have more room for more vehicles in the very near future. But not only that, I also want to open it up a good bit more because we're using it as a workshop as well. And with fabrication and all these new techs, we're going to need somewhere to put all these new production areas. One machine that we've been needing to build for quite a while and we're long overdue on is a concrete mixer, allowing us to grind up stone chunks into bags of concrete. And since we use so much stone and concrete, it only felt like a natural adjustment. Plus, it'll help us out quite a bit with new foundations and bridges and even walls when we expand the base. After that, we would throw some proper pallets for storage of concrete and stone blocks around it, and we would also finally end up building our fabrication bench. To celebrate the occasion, I thought it might be a good idea to try out some of that new combat armor we were talking about, so I had one of our undead laborers begin crafting it. And since he could work all throughout the night without any rest, we got it done relatively quickly. This particular piece of the combat armor set is an M91 exoskeleton. And if you've watched any of my other recent series, you know how much I love exoskeleton suits. This one in particular, of course, is simply going to improve the moving and manipulation of the wearer. Though, as you might imagine, it offers little to no protection. Nevertheless, it does render the user much faster than what they normally would be, as you can see here with Noskov, who now has a movement speed of just over 7. While I think on average, the best for a pawn is maybe 4.5, something like that, something around 4.5 to 5. Now that we have a growing population though, I want to upgrade our food storage area, adding in many more food baskets. Now, of course, I know I go over the undead folks quite a bit, but they don't have to eat food, so it's no big deal there. But with all the new recruits, like our riot police that we've recently gotten, we do need to feed them, which is going to be quite crucial. Late into the evening, we ended up finishing our research into advanced fabrication, which All of this research getting done so quick is also thanks to our undead laborers who can also do research 24/7. And once again, here I am bragging about our necromancer and all of the undead laborers, but they are a huge game changer for this series. Regardless though, with that completed, we could move on to the true research I've been wanting to do this entire episode, my main goal, which is anti-grain technology. With this research, we will be able to make our own anti-grain warheads, the equivalent of a vanilla nuke. A couple days later though, early in the morning, we had yet another raid from the RimWorld state government. This time around though, it looks like they're shipping in some mortar barrels and other things to go about sieging us. A little bit frightening, sure, but I think we can handle it. We'll have to see how this plays out. There were, however, far too many of them for us to try to engage head-on on horseback, Frostfang, or even riding in with our tank. So we needed them to come to us, and to get them to do so, Roy began loading up some mortar shells into the old skip ship, and that way we could do a bit of a carpet bombing run. Over the mountains and trees we fly, dropping death from above. Our initial strike ended up killing a few of the soldiers, and the others began to attack us. One in particular was quite interesting, as I watched him raise someone from the dead. A fella by the name of Simeon appeared to be a necromancer. Definitely no mighty sorceress and or sorcerer like Nivorlis, most likely just an amateur, but still very deadly nonetheless. As the enemy party approached, we rushed out of our garage, rifles in tow, along with our tank, of course. We would rush behind our concrete barriers to fire at the enemies from afar while they were distracted by the tank and our mini turrets. While many of them were also getting turned into pancakes just next to the pond here, or even having their limbs ripped and torn to shreds by our spirit wolves, who would end up chasing the remaining few who were still alive out of the area, winning us the day once more. Priority number one for us was putting out the large fire that was made in the base when we got hit with a mortar shell on the inside. I suppose everyone was right when they told me to stop building out of wood. But alas, I am a glutton for punishment. Funny enough, even after it was all said and done, Simeon the necromancer, novice necromancer I should specify, seemed to be alive. We decided to tend to his wounds. Perhaps he could be some use to us if we could manage to convert him over. Besides, Nivorlis could use an apprentice of sorts and teach him the ways of raising the undead and the darkness of magic. Now then, before we end up finishing our research into anti-grain warheads, we're going to need the proper components and resources to go about making them, so we're going to be taking many weapons and sculptures out to do a little bit of trading with other factions. The elves are sure to have plenty of plasteel and gold, and then the stone folk dwarves are sure to have plenty of advanced and normal industrial components for us to use, to which, proving my suspicions correct, they indeed did, so we got back home with all of our new goodies, and it was time for us to begin hauling them all in. By the time we were finished doing all of our trading, we had actually finally recruited Simeon, and I say finally very loosely, as it didn't take very long at all, most likely having to do with the boy's young age, as he's only about 14. But even given that he is quite young, he had a burning passion in melee, crafting, and artistic, which will come in quite handy, I'm sure. We wasted absolutely no time letting the boy try out his undead raising abilities on some of the corpses lying out in the pond. Just some of the more weak specimen, that way we don't waste all of his mana. Obviously the boy couldn't really mass an army such as what Nivorlis has conjured with her elven slaves of the undead, but this is better than nothing, I suppose. He has much to learn, and we are willing to take him under the wing. Besides, can you imagine what we would be able to do with 2 undead armies strapped with all kinds of armor and weapons? Because I sure can. As you've seen previously throughout this episode, I have been upgrading our defenses quite a bit, and this is mostly due to the increased attacks that are coming from the RimWorld state. Well, the minimal defenses in our backyard should really be no different, as this is a bit of a weak spot, so I ended up building a brand new high security fence with barbed wire on top. Unlike our chain link fence, enemies cannot climb over it due to the barbed wire, they cannot shoot through it due to the height of the fence itself, and to get inside they're going to have to come through our spike traps, either killing them or injuring them. But of course we wouldn't stop there, as fences and spike traps are really only going to take us so far, and they can really only do so much to keep our enemies out, so we would also end up building plenty of sandbags to take cover behind. We would also build a turret in case somebody needs to man it to gun down our enemies, and last but not least we ended up adding a few decoys in and some mini turrets to try to take the attention off our soldiers. And with that, the base is really beginning to take shape once more. We haven't really made that many expansions in the last episode or two, but we've made plenty of upgrades and improvements to the sections and regions of the base that we already have, which is pretty great. A day or so later, and we finally finished our research into anti-grain technology. Finally, in the palm of our hands is destruction, and we plan to utilize it. I must say it was a really good thing that we had recruited Simeon, because he was the one that raised Grigory from the dead, and Grigory was actually one of the only people on the entire map, albeit a corpse, who could actually make anti-grain warheads, as the skill requirements are very high. Once again, just further proving how crucial our necromancers really are to us. But either way though, we now have 3 anti-grain warheads. We hardly have any resources anymore, but I think it'll be worth it. Now then, to show you what we were truly creating these anti-grain warheads for, as we have to properly use them, no? Of course, that was a rhetorical question. We have to test these new weapons out, and I think I have the perfect target. A nearby town that is governed by the RimWorld state. Once again, we were quite thankful, as it seems that they've evacuated all civilian life from the city. Say what you will about these monstrous bastards, but it does seem that they care about their people, as long as their people are humans and nothing else. Upon our arrival, we got our vehicles into position and also began setting up our small infantry mortars. As we all know, these mortars are fairly short range, and I really only set them up in case the enemies decide to attack us before the skip could get here. Well, that sure seems like it did the trick, mostly because they were all in the same area, but nevertheless a win's a win. What remained of their defensive force would attempt to flee, and some of them ended up getting away, but others weren't so lucky. Chalk it up to their faulty cataphract armor, I suppose. Speaking of which, the cataphract soldiers done quite a number on our tank, and thus their minigun bullets rendered it immobile for a short period of time, so I would have Kona Yoshimaru immediately begin trying to repair it. That way by morning we can get the hell out of here. But before we can do any such thing comes the tedious task of taking the big boss van into the town and going door to door, room to room, ensuring there are no more enemies left and seeing what we could take. During which time we did not encounter any more soldiers, but we did encounter many of their flame and mini turrets that were still currently online. Thankfully, the uranium slug turret was not online and ended up burning. This gave us a great opportunity to retrieve many a resource, such as some very fine and lavish meals, as well as nutrient paste, which we're not exactly interested in, as well as plenty of wood, and most importantly silver, as it makes the world go round, and also because we need it for our next skip ship and to buy things. With all these newly obtained items and resources in tow, we would begin making the long journey all the way back home though, finally arriving about a day or so later, pulling up into the old garage and getting everything out. As you can see, we took many weapons, silver and everything as previously mentioned, but we also took all the turrets that we could, minus the uranium one because it was gone, which I was quite sad about because I was looking forward to maybe having that sort of protection, but oh well. But with that, my friends, our mission was a complete and utter success. Hopefully decimating one of their nearby cities will maybe hinder so many damn raids, but something tells me we may have only strengthened their hatred for us. Either way though, it would seem that anti-grain warheads, though quite expensive, I will say, seem to be very effective against our enemies as well. A more than vital tool for us to continue using in the future. But until then, my friends, I must bid you farewell. Until next time. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series, where, at the end of last episode, me compadres, we actually made out with quite the bountiful harvest of turrets and other different types of things after raiding the RimWorld state government. Well, in today's episode, we're going to be focusing on our very own defenses by building some large, high-security fences with barbed wire on top to prevent anyone from walking through or climbing over. But not only that, no, we're actually going to be utilizing those same turrets that we stole from the RimWorld state and adding them into our defenses with the walls, and also building, of course, some sandbags around them for added defense and cover. And for the cherry on top, we're also going to be building some barbed wire fencing around the turrets themselves, even the sandbags. That way any enemies trying to get to them will get tangled up in it, or at least that's the idea. All in all, I was pretty happy with these new defenses. I think that they are much better than what we previously had, especially in the northern section here, because it was basically wide open, and now we are expanding out further to protect ourselves, of course. I also ended up adding in some of these turrets down in the southern entrance of our base as well, where we already had plenty of spike traps and mini turrets. Those of you with a keen eye will probably notice that one specific type of turret that we're adding is actually just a searchlight. This little bad boy won't shoot or anything like that, but say we have enemies coming to attack us in the dark. What this will do, it will shine its big bright light on them and we can easily see them, thus making it easier to shoot them. You may also notice that it appears that the power is out, so it looks like we need to invest in some proper power generation. Well, currently I am playing in our Rags to Riches series as well, where we only recently got geothermal power, and I don't want to have the same issues here, so we're going to immediately begin working on that. With as small of a base as we currently have, one geothermal power generator should do us for a very long time. After all of these upgrades to our security and defenses though, the remaining mini turrets that we currently had taken from them, I decided to kind of scatter them throughout the inside of the base, just here and there, in case we have them breaking in once again with a large raid. We also had plenty of other items though, like a royal bed that I would actually install for Nivorlus and Laz, since it is very befitting of a leader. We also had a pretty good sized DNA sculpture, which was quite beautiful, and a nice harp, which we would end up installing both of those in our dining room for all to enjoy. In the meantime though, we have been producing many of our own wooden sculptures, and once again, as you well know by this point, we're doing nothing really but trading these to the dwarves and the orcs and anyone else who's willing to buy them, so we are going to be loading them up into the skip and doing just that. First and foremost, I think we'll be doing some trading with our old allies, the dwarves, but while we were out doing this, it would seem that we're being raided by a large orc tribe. Though most had very crude weapons, their numbers were indeed plentiful, and they wasted absolutely no time along with their chieftain attacking our brand new defenses, I'm afraid. Our revolutionaries rushed out into a large group to begin attacking them all, especially the chieftain in particular, who seemed to be able to take one hell of a beating without a scratch. As we attempted to shoot the chieftain in the back as much as humanly possible, we sent in Grigory to try to distract him from the front by smacking him in the face with his skeleton hands, I suppose. This would give us the opportunity, however, to use our tank as well. And he somehow even managed to tank the damage, no pun intended. We would hit him with multiple tank shells, and even our poor spirit wolves were no match. It should be noted as well, the entire time we're trying to kill this big bastard, we're also taking on his entire tribe as well. Nevertheless though, we are relentless, and we would not give up near as easy as they had hoped. At a certain point, we would begin trying to bring all of our soldiers inside though, to protect them from the onslaught of orcs. Yet one of our many strategic retreats, of course. Eventually though, we ended up getting quite lucky with a tank shell, and we killed their chieftain. As we were trying to make a retreat back into our garage where we could fight more adequately, they were also coming in on us. Using our tank for cover and our minigun for some heavy fire, we would attempt to prevent this from happening as much as possible, of course. But after many an hour of fighting and blowing them up with our tank, eventually they would begin to flee as the moon sat high in the night sky. die. The battle had finally concluded, and I am quite grateful to say that we are the victors. Not all of our attackers were that bad, though. Badly wounded, I should say, as this one here, we could tend to her wounds, what few she had, and take her into our prison to begin recruiting her. Even with the prospect of some new recruits, though, that battle was tough as hell. So much, in fact, that Loinchen actually went into a catatonic breakdown from all the stress. And worst of all yet, poor Keatster had ended up losing his life during the battle. Yet another of our friends, our soldiers, put down by a merciless and cruel enemy. Even with the frozen ground, we would still manage to dig him a very shallow but honorable grave next to our other fallen heroes. Rest easy now, my friend. The revolution shall continue in your absence, and your sacrifice shall not go in vain. As for our possible orc recruit, though, it appears that she is a woodsman, a particular type of warrior who specializes in a bow and arrow, preferring the silence and lethality of it. In other words, she is incredibly deadly, and she would also be the perfect soldier for hunting down deer for their venison in the winter. Back over at the Dwarven settlement, Laz was actually doing quite a bit of trading, selling off a lot of our leathers and different types of weapons that we had actually taken from the RimWorld state before we would move on to yet another Dwarven settlement, where this time around we would actually do a little bit of selling and a lot of purchasing some actual components, advanced components, yada yada yada, things that we needed for some projects, you could say. Shortly thereafter, we would end up returning home, and we ended up purchasing 5 advanced components, 11 normal components, and we even managed to make a little bit of silver. To celebrate our great victory over the orc chieftain and the orc invasion that we were facing, Fama decided to throw a party. After everything that we experienced, it was much needed. We had Nivorlis playing the harp like a mad woman all night long, and everybody was boogieing down. Lyandon and Kona Yoshimaru were placing their bets on some poker cards, and then Kona Yoshimaru won, and then Lyandon got mad and ran away. Foma himself sat at the dinner table and read a book for some reason. Oh, this is boring. Well then, we shall begin on our little project that we needed our advanced components for. We would actually end up having our undead companions begin crafting up some advanced combat armor. All in all, I was pretty darn glad with how these turned out. As for now, we only made the helmets, and we actually ended up making Lockwood a protective mask for her in particular, and this is mostly just because of how expensive these helmets are. Now, there are other pieces of this armor that we're going to work on as well in the very near future, but for now, I think this gives you a sense of what we're going for. I don't plan on giving this to all of our soldiers, as a revolution with many revolutionaries wouldn't exactly be super uniform. A little bit of time later, we had finally recruited Iroyo, which actually didn't take near as long as I thought it was going to, given the fact that she is a great warrior and a huntsman at that, but either way, welcome aboard, madam. We're glad to have yet another orc among our ranks. Immediately, we sent her into the armory to equip some appropriate weaponry, and it should come as no surprise that she ended up choosing a Nordic bow as her weapon of choice. Not only because she's quite skilled with it, but one of her abilities in particular is called the Arrow Storm, which is going to require a bow. Laz would send her out on a bit of a hunting mission where she would put these skills to good use with the Arrow Storm as well as a poison trap, and if anything like that fails, we can always just resort to the big guns, a minigun that she keeps on her back. Oh, and she knows how to use it too, by golly. Yes, indeed, I think that'll do quite nicely. She should be able to utilize her bow and minigun if she has to hunt off many animals in the area, and thus that way we can feed our growing army. This all the while everyone else is doing their jobs like research. Speaking of which, we finally finished our extensive research into geothermal power, now giving us the option to build our very first generator, of course. Thankfully, we had a steam geyser that wasn't all that far away and was actually within our high security fence around the base, making it quite convenient to build this generator and to suck the power right out of the planet. And as you can see, no issues here. We are good to go. All lights are on and they are not going off, baby. For our next research project, I wanted to start on flak armor because unlocking flak armor is actually going to unlock many of the different types of combat armor that I was talking about earlier that go with the combat helmets that we had also created. This includes, but is not limited to, many different types types of plate carriers, different types of boots and gloves, and so on and so forth. Since we've already unlocked similar technologies, I wouldn't expect this flak armor research to take all that long, but in the meantime, we would also end up tailoring a very specific mask for Simeon. Given the fact that he too is a necromancer, I think that we need a nice Reaper mask to distinguish him from our other soldiers. And besides, he was part of the state government for so long, he needs to really embrace his magical roots. For a bit of practice, I thought it might be a good idea for him to go ahead and resurrect the towering orc chieftain that we had recently killed. Luckily, it doesn't appear that his body has rotted away since he's been frozen, so he's in prime condition. Something tells me this big behemoth isn't too familiar with firearms, but I bet those 2 axes he's wielding would do him some good, as would a broom and dustpan, so we immediately put him back into the base to go about cleaning. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Only a few days ago he was trying to cut our heads off, and now his undead corpse is sweeping our floors. Beautiful. Finally, with our research into flak armor completed though, we could go about making many of the plate carriers and everything that we had discussed previously. Thankfully, these are not near as resource expensive as the combat helmets, so perhaps we should have started with them, but regardless, we ended up finishing 4 or 5 of these plate carriers, and I think that this is a pretty good start. They should help protect our sweet little vital parts like our heart, our lungs, and anything below the old chest cavity. Best of all, we look damn good in them. I didn't realize this until now, but I noticed that the plate carriers and combat helmets are purple just like the old samurai armor from the previous series that we saw Laz in. Perhaps this was planned, it wasn't, but it's still pretty cool. Now with that finished, our protection for our people, we need protection for our base once more, and these security fences are damn fine. They are amazing, and thus we are going to be building one around the southern section that is actually going to link up with the western section, basically our backyard where we built some defenses last episode. This would give some of the vegetation in the area plenty of time to regrow, and thus we could cut it all down and use it once more with some wooden spike traps around the front here. A little bit too uniform for my liking, but we can't get them too close together, unfortunately. We would also end up doing the same in the northern section. This way, hopefully, if our spike traps don't get them, the barbed wire will. And with that, my friends, our base is looking a lot better, much more well defended and much more secure because, well, it really is. We've never had this many turrets at all, we've never had this many spike traps, and we've never even had a wall around the entire area, so this is great. But enough is never enough, as they always say, so our next research project is once again going to be focused on security and defense in the form of IEDs, basically trip mines, essentially. While we were working on that research, we also built something of a chimney around our cooler, which I just realized in this clip is indeed backwards, unfortunately. We'll have to take care of that, but this will allow us to expel heat outward into the environment, and it won't be so easy for raiders to bust through. This is also based on a comment from our good friend Jay Cease, I believe is how you pronounce your name. This is a great idea, and I can't believe I haven't done it before, to be honest with you, but thank you. We finished up our research into IED shortly thereafter, and immediately began building some incendiary ones out in front of the base. Now, we only had enough shelves to go about building 2 of them for now, but that is a start. We can eventually build an entire minefield at some point, which would be really useful. Something else I found that would be quite useful is expanding our storage area. The old one is already walled in, so there's not really any room for expansion, unfortunately, and thus because of that, we are going to be building yet another right next to our little flight deck here. We could think of this as a backup storage room for the time being. We'll just throw in plenty of big wooden shelves, and we'll also keep our other one since it's still pretty close to our garage where we need all of our resources. That way people don't have to walk too far. As for our next research project, we're actually going to begin working on the autocannon turret, a much larger and much more powerful design. Along with this, I do have the double autocannon mod installed as well, and thus if we want to, we could build even larger ones that pack more of a punch. However, something tells me our research and building of these autocannons will not be done by the time that this siege comes from the state government, as it looks like they're already here, wading through the icy waters to set up their camp and begin bombarding us with shells. But not just any shells, it appears. they have brought anti-grain warheads. They think that these are an asset to them, but little do they know they shall be their downfall. Time for us to drop a few bombs, eh? Striking and lighting on fire these anti-grain warheads, making them detonate, would end up killing many, if not the majority, of their forces, and destroying any hope that they would ever have of creating their siege cannons, but we still had to deal with an onslaught of their soldiers. Although I must say that after summoning our spirit wolves and killing several of them, they were hardly any issue to us and they began to flee the area. Do not be mistaken though, this is going to become a common occurrence. Sieges with anti-grain warheads should be something that we expect very often in the near future. We have been poking the bear for far too long, and now the bear is going to bite. We would immediately begin our cleanup efforts, stripping those living soldiers of their gear so that we can either wear it for our protection or sell it to some of our allies, and we began hauling everything else. A lot of our victory there I will chalk up to the fact that we had some great defenses. Even though we did detonate their own warheads against them, killing the majority of them, that small force still would have done a lot of damage to us if we hadn't built up all these defenses here to protect ourselves. And because of that and the ramping up of their forces attacking us with these warheads and everything, that is why we are going to continue pushing forward and trying to expedite the process of making our defenses better and better every single day. Part of defending ourselves is not only our base and our people though, we need to also protect things like our power production. For example, of course, we have all of our solar panels inside of some walls in the base that are left unroofed, but we also need to build some walls around our geothermal power generator since it is the most crucial of all. We ended up building these walls out of granite since it is the strongest stone of all, although I think I'd like to double wall it in the future when we get some more steel and actually use some armored walls as well. By this point, we had also finished up our research into autocannons and double autocannons, which was absolutely perfect, sticking with our theme of defense, of course. And this is also why I didn't want to expend any of our steel reserves at the moment, as we needed that steel to go about building a few barriers as well as the autocannons themselves. Up in the northern section, we are going to be building some of these barricades to try and help with our protection in terms of cover during battle. The reason being, I noticed during the orc invasion of our base, we were stuck fighting near the garage, taking cover behind our tank, which was a bit too far for my liking. But with that, my friends, we are well defended, at least from a ground perspective. Anything coming at us from the sky very well may take us out if we're not careful. I think we need to try to focus heavily on shields and maybe trying to get some type of high shield that will protect the entire base from incoming objects. Speak of the devil, it would seem that our old friends are back once more to try and siege our base. You know I said a moment ago that we should expect this to become more common, but I don't think that I was expecting it to be this common. It would seem after their failed attempt last time, they just can't let it go. Bringing along with them some anti-grain warheads once again, as we well should have expected, but the problem with this is that we've used up our supply of mortar shells, and thus we're going to need to rush to make any to try and detonate theirs. But I'm afraid that this seems to be a race that we won't be able to win. They quickly threw together their siege tower and then loaded up their shells. The base was hit with the warhead, but luckily our storage room seemed to manage to keep the blast within its walls, destroying them, but luckily saving our skip. Utilizing the one single mortar that we had, we managed to hit their stack of anti-grain warheads, killing once again the majority of their forces. With this detonation, the majority of them were killed and the others would flee the area. But this was not before they had managed to fire yet another anti-grain warhead hitting the front of our base. Luckily, it didn't really do any damage except to all of our defenses here, simply eradicating some walls, spike traps of course, as well as sandbags, nothing we couldn't replace. And now that the battle was finally over, we would of course go around and start putting out all of the fires started by the warheads as well before the rest of our base burned down internally. Though I suppose I should also say that many of the undead elves and our other undead companions were struck by the blast as well. Luckily, none of our living folks were, and these three could be easily brought back. It's a good thing that their bodies weren't destroyed during the blast, otherwise they would have been gone forever. Later on into the evening, as night was creeping up on us, we were inspecting the siege site, and we came upon many of those still living. We began to stripped them of their armor as we thought it might be quite useful to us. We ended up providing these armors to some of our greater soldiers like Laz and Noskov, Kono Yoshimaru. Again, I realize that we're trying to stick with a more uniform look for our soldiers, or at least the majority of our soldiers, but the Cataphractii armor is just so damn good compared to any plate carrier that we could build. It would be such a waste not to use it, and of course using it for someone like Laz, who we really don't want to die, is going to be quite crucial. For the next few days, our main focus would be nothing more than repairing the walls of our base to keep out the icy, frigid temperatures from freezing us all to death, and of course by repairing our storage room and just trying to go about rebuilding what was. It is clear to us now, though, that we have a massive gap in our defenses from above, something that we shall try to fix in the next episode. Until next time, friends. Hello everyone, welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. As always, my friends, ever so good to see you back here with me today. Currently, we are still recovering from getting hit with 2 anti-grain warheads last episode, which luckily didn't end up killing anyone, but done quite a number on our base. It was these vicious attacks that made us realize that we need some shields around our base to protect our revolutionaries, otherwise we are going to be bombed into oblivion, so that is going to be our first research project. Though I should state we need to actually work on the low shields that are more for human use than actual structures first and foremost. While Omelette and the others are hard at work at this research, we're also going to work on our defenses a little bit, as we're going to begin digging some trenches between our spike traps in the southern entrance, digging up the dirt and utilizing very little wood to keep the trenches from falling in on themselves. They were absolutely perfect for our defensive needs. Now, of course, they are incredibly slow to walk through, so any enemies coming through the area will be slowed down by them, but we can also take cover in them as well, making it almost impossible to hit us if we're shooting out from them. Unfortunately, though, the frigid cold winter of this planet has been lasting well into about mid to late spring, so we're running quite low on food. To mend this pesky little issue of starvation, we would go out in large groups and begin hunting down literal herds upon herds of animals. Grizzly bears, buffalo, you name it, we killed it. And in doing this atrocity of genocide against the local wildlife population, we ended up filling up our freezer and our bellies quite easily. By the time that we were done, we had finally finished up our research into shield technologies, the simple shield technology, as we still need to work on the research for the one that'll cover the entire base, of course. But before we begin our next research project, it would seem that Calathar has reached the age of 3, making him able to do many different types of work. Meaning as well, he's now able to walk around on his own, as he's no longer a bumbling baby, he is a teetering toddler. Funny enough, at the age of 3 as well, it would seem that he has unlocked a magical ability. It seems that Calathar is a Goalmancer. I suppose that this makes sense, seeing how he is a hybrid child, the half-breed of an elf and a human, whose mother actually has some magical abilities herself, being a necromancer. But before we go a little bit too far down that road, I want to begin working on repulsor technology as our next research project, as this is going to unlock the low and high shields that we've been talking about and that we need. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that these bad boys are going to be highly expensive, but they should also be highly effective. Also going to begin working on our very own explosive shells, that way we can defend ourselves or possibly do a few bombing runs against the state government. After our undead orc chieftain was finished up there, we would also have him come by and make a bit of a straw golem for Calathar. A new one had to be made, as our last one had been nuked by the anti-grain warhead in our storage bay. Though it seems that our new golem companion is going to take a hot moment to suck up enough natural energy to be activated, so we'll check back on him in a hot moment. It was during this time that the ground finally began to thaw and we were able to plant more crops. This has been an excruciatingly long winter. Damn near an eternal winter, one might even say. Anyhow though, a little bit of time later and the straw golem had finally activated. I must say, it's incredible to think that at the measly age of 3, Calathar is so powerful that he can conjure up these golems like this. Though I suppose it is technically in his blood, seeing how his mother can also conjure up her own undead companions. Either way though, the main reason that we wanted this straw golem is because we fear for Calathar playing out in the forest and running around on his own, and that is why this golem is going to follow him everywhere where he goes, a true companion. Meanwhile, as our population grows, of course, we need to expand the base with it furthermore, and thus we're going to be adding in a new residential section for everyone's homes, and/or teeny tiny rooms. But unfortunately, this construction was halted when we had a large group of man-hunting wargs who had entered the area. It seems to me that we're not the only ones who were experiencing food shortage issues with this extra long winter. We were hoping that they might stop and snack on some of the rotting fascist corpses, but it seems that they prefer live prey. The wargs would begin rushing our defenses, hitting many of our spike traps as our turrets fired down upon them. We were a bit worried, as even though we had brand new defenses, there were so many wargs we feared that they may overwhelm our defenses. Thankfully though, it seems that we had just enough spike traps and turrets, as well as our spirit wolves, who were absolutely relentless to stop the onslaught of wargs. Now, with the true threat behind us, it was time for us to begin our cleanup efforts, which, truth be told, we didn't really mind, whereas previously we didn't have enough food to go around. Now we have so much warg meat, we should be eating good for quite a while. This was very beneficial to us because, of course, finishing up this large construction project, the additional rooms to our base would have been hell on earth on an empty stomach. We ended up finishing it shortly thereafter, though, and everything was all hunky-dory. Well, except for the fact that Lyandon tried to woo Loinchen by describing her as a jagged shell, and the two of them now fell in love somehow. I suppose that's a pretty smooth line to use. But this would leave us needing to create an entirely new room onto this wing of the base, as we now need something of a double bed and a family room, and we were right up against the edge of the map, so I couldn't double wall it, but whatever. A lot of interesting things to take in here about our very first lesbian couple of the series, that one of them is an elf, one of them is a dwarf, and they just so happen to be revolutionaries trying to overthrow a fascist government. Kinda sounds like we're writing some type of fantasy smut novel, doesn't it? Anyhow though, we would end up crafting some new pieces to our uniforms that we plan on keeping for most of our soldiers. This time around, we're actually going to be making some combat gloves. It's always important to remember that most armors, especially the vanilla style armors, don't actually protect your fingers and toes, and thus we would have to take matters into our own hands. We ended up giving them to our primary soldiers here. We only made about 6 pairs or so, though you can't really see them obviously because they're covering our little fingies. We would also end up finishing our extensive research into repulsor technology, now allowing us to create a small and large shield generator that would actually be capable of deflecting and/or tanking shells from above, which I was very excited about, but there was just one little problem. We don't have near enough advanced components to go about building one. Of course, the easiest way for us to go about getting some more advanced components is by trading with our dwarven allies, and thus we would load up plenty of leathers and sculptures and yada yada, you know, everything that we always sell to them. We ended up arriving at the closest dwarven settlement, where they only had about 4 advanced components, so it looks like we're going to be doing quite a bit of trading with them. Or so I thought. Most of these settlements in the area didn't actually have enough components that we needed, and thus we only ended up getting about 8 or so, which is enough for a small shield generator, but the problem is a small shield generator is barely going to cover even a small portion of the base, so we're going to have to try to find some more. Now, truth be told, I guess this is okay, as I do want to go about researching nuclear power. Since we're going to be building mini generators around the base, we're going to need more and more power to go about actually powering these generators, and geothermal is only going to take us so far, I'm afraid. Plus, the issue with geothermal generators is we don't actually get to choose where we build them, unlike with nuclear power generators, which we're going to be able to put anywhere we please. We still need to be careful, but you know what I mean. Now then, a little bit of time later, and we spotted yet another outpost by the RimWorld state. We had decided to send out a caravan to attack it, one, because we don't want them impeding on our territory and we need to push them back as much as humanly possible, but two, I bet that they have some advanced components as they use it for a lot of their machinery. The outpost was pretty fair size compared to most that we've encountered thus far. Upon our first glance, we also noticed the corpses of many orcs and elves. Lord only knows the tragedy of their demises before being stuffed into these cages. We'll ensure they pay for what they've done to you. Using the skip, we would come through and begin bombing the outpost with high explosive shells. Now, I could have taken the time to use anti-grain warheads, but we don't want to destroy any components. Instead, this is going to be a ground invasion invasion using our vehicles and our soldiers on foot, as I'm sure you could guess. We would indeed attempt to take cover behind our vehicles as well, but unfortunately at some point Roy was shot to the ground. Thanks to our hulking orc chieftain Henry though, who whisked him up into his loving arms and ran off to take him to safety, he should be fine. And even without the battle experience and prowess of our beloved Henry, the fight would continue on in his absence. Our spirit wolves were ripping the enemies apart limb for limb, our tank turning them into a fine red mist, as well as all of our soldiers turning them into Swiss cheese. Eventually, we had forced many of their squads to flee the area, and we would take out those remaining few. At one point, they summoned their own minions to attack our tank, forcing Laz, Loinchin, and the others to try and escape. Even after all that damage, our tank ended up surviving the explosions, but Laz was on fire. I thought this might be the end for the old boy, but thankfully, Loinchin managed to take the butt of her rifle and extinguish the fire. We ended up doing the same for our undead companions, but I also noticed that Iroyo had died as well. Now normally this is the part where I would give a very sad speech about how her death would not go in vain and yada yada, but actually with Simeon here we could just easily bring her back to life. And yes, this is still the exact same Iroyo that we knew, even though her soul has been torn from the grips of death and put back into her husk vessel shell of a body. It's still Iroyo. Now that our companions are back alive though, we decided to send Henry throughout the outpost looking for anything and everything that we might find useful. Funny enough, we just so happened to stumble upon a large pile of advanced components. Just what the doctor ordered for our big and bad shield generator, once we get them back home of course. We would spend the rest of our night though going building to building looking for any other useful items other than the advanced components, though we would have been tickled to find more, we did not. We would also end up repairing our vehicles to ensure that they're ready for our journey back home. After yet another successful mission, we would finally arrive back home sometime later, and we began to pull back into our garage. I forgot to mention, but I added some garage doors to our security fence, that way our vehicles can come and go as they please. And the best part about them, since they're automatic, we can open and close them against our enemies as well anytime we please. Now that we're back home, it was time to get everyone unpacked and also get everything that we had taken from the state government outpost unpacked as well. Nothing really of interest, some food, a little bit of resources here and there, plenty of weapons, and I think we may have also taken a turret or two as well. Not only would we take their weapons, resources, food, etc., but we had also managed to take one of their riot police as our prisoner as well. Once we can manage to get through the hard exterior of her fascist ideology, we should be able to convert her into a proper revolutionist. But ideological brainwashing, just as all good things, takes time, so we'll check back in on her later. But before we go about recruiting any new soldiers or installing any of the stolen turrets from the state government outpost, we have much bigger fish to fry. We're actually going to begin deconstructing our solar panels in the center of the base here. Not to worry though, as we're going to be adding them in around the side of the western and southern section of the base itself. This is another great reason I'm quite glad we ended up building our high security fence to protect our solar panels, and utilizing the old resources. These didn't cost too much. Ironically, as we were deconstructing and then reconstructing all of our solar panels, we also finished our research into nuclear power, which is going to be a great alternative, though I think we'll keep both. The reason for moving our solar panels, of course, is because we are going to be putting a large shield generator right slap dab in the middle of the base where we previously had the panels. This is a centralized location, that way we can get the most bang for our buck, as we currently only have enough resources to build one of them. As you can see, after constructing it, it covers a vast majority of the base. It does not, however, cover our geothermal generator, any of our turrets or other defenses or anything like that, but we'll get there with due time. Once we finally have the resources to cover those areas with generators, I promise you we'll get around to it. For now, we're just trying to cover our most vital section. God forbid an anti-grain warhead drop on one of these residential areas while we're all sleeping. To this, I decided that we should probably build a proper medicine cabinet remnant in our little makeshift hospital here where we do operations and also tend to wounds, of course, as we had actually gotten quite a bit of Glitter World medicine from the outpost as well. It may not seem all that important, but the proximity to medicine when you are literally bleeding out on one of these operating tables can mean the difference between life and death. Now we begin on a very small project that shall be near and dear to our hearts. We're going to be building a special item. This is a simple wooden staff, but it is for Calathar. I would think it's high time that we begin training the next generation of revolutionaries. The boy must learn to fend and fight for himself, and I feel that there is no one better than Kona Yoshimaru herself to train him. Though Laz may not remember their previous time together, his time with Kona Yoshimaru and his leadership previously as well is invaluable to her. Truly, training the boy is the least that she can do. We built him a dummy to beat on with his little stick for a while, and to be honest with you, he was a damn natural. A bit more training and you shall be just as strong as your ma and pa, little fella. I'm afraid to say, but our training time was cut short when we had a group of loyalists from the RimWorld state coming to siege us once more. Most likely emboldened by their previous attacks on us, dropping their anti-grain warheads and decimating a good bit of our base, but also enraged by our recent assault against their outpost. And as you probably could have guessed, it would seem indeed that they have once again brought the big guns with them. Little do they know, we have been preparing for this and have a counter to this exact issue. Our shield had deployed and was quickly engulfing the entire base under its gigantic umbrella, though you may notice that a lot of our electronics had kicked off during this time, and that is because when the shield generator came on, it began sucking up a lot more power. When fully engaged, the generator requires 4,800 watts, which is actually a good bit more than a singular geothermal generator can actually produce, and thus I'm quite glad that we rebuilt our solar panels, otherwise we would have been screwed. Nevertheless, our strategy is the same. We were going to load our skip up with some mortar shells and begin a carpet bombing run, attempting to kill as many of them as possible. We were aiming for their anti-grain warheads, but unfortunately we ended up missing. On the contrary, though, we also ended up killing several of them and destroying their possible mortar blueprints, so it seems that they're just going to attack us head on. During this time, we began rushing to our defenses and firing mortar shells at the incoming group of attackers. With a raid this size, this is sure to be a battle for the ages, regardless of who ends up being the victor, of course. But our ideals and our morals are strong. We must hold the line, for this is how we will be defined. If we go out, we go out together as a family. As the oppressors approached our entranceway, we began raining down hellfire and furies of bullets upon their heads. Swarms of our magical abilities would begin surrounding their troops. The teeth of our wolves would shred them to pieces, while Nivorlus's magic would force their allies' corpses to explode, or undead chieftains splitting them into fractions of their former selves. It seemed that our victory was quickly forming right in the palm of our hands. But their reinforcements had arrived and were falling right on top of us. Due to this, we would be forced to make a retreat away from our defensive line as they burst forth from their drop pods, immediately firing their weapons at us. The only place that would be safe for now would be our garage, which we were trying to rush to as our turrets and our tank were handling the soldiers. They were trying to chase us in, and some of them even managed to make their way inside. We would utilize our tank to try and keep as many as possible from getting inside, but eventually it too was destroyed, with our undead minion rushing to a nearby elven sword to continue fending off the invaders. By this point, the largest group of the state government was beginning to try to flee the area as they had suffered too many casualties, but there were many left in the secondary group who were still attacking us head-on inside the garage. There was a large explosion near our shield generator, and while many of our soldiers would rush there, Henry and Laz would attempt to fend off the enemies, and hiding behind what little bit of cover he could find in the garage behind our vehicles, he would try to stop these bastards at all cost, all by himself. but eventually I'm afraid he was shot to the ground. Things were now beginning to look a tad bit bleak, as you could imagine. Laz was crawling for safety while bleeding out, though the others were en route to try and rescue him, finishing off any of the remaining riot police and soldiers they encountered. As the battle was coming to an end, we were trying to put out the fire around our shield generator since it had overheated during the fight. Meanwhile, Kono Yoshimaru was attempting to tend to Laz's wounds, but he ended up bleeding to death. He had died, and she, as well as we, had lost him once again. I'm sorry, guys. I really am. I didn't expect this to happen, at least not so soon. Dear God, what have we gotten ourselves into this time? Some type of insectoid invasion, it would seem. I suppose these fine fellows are our comrades. Dear God, I can't... He's back. It would seem that Nivorlis wasn't ready to let her lover go so soon. I had never even considered this possibility before, but something tells me that Laz does not have it in him again to resurrect like that even if we try. If he dies again, it's all over. And to complicate matters even more so, Nivorlis being the necromancer that brought him back, that does also mean that now if she dies, he will die as well. So now we have two people to worry about. But now our revolution shall continue on, and we will also continue to fight the good fight forevermore. Well, until we die again, that is. Before I go, friends, I want to mention that this episode is pre-recorded, so I wasn't able to really take any suggestions into consideration, and thus I am quite glad that Laz ended up getting brought back as well, because that means next episode I'll be able to use many of your name suggestions, as well as I've seen a lot of suggestions about defenses and some other things you guys would like to see, so we'll be tackling that. But a big shout out to our friend Eddie Bendigo7317, whose comment I just so happened to see right after Laz's death, who reminded me of the simple fact that our necromancer could easily bring him back to life, and of course this is definitely something that she would do. Initially I was considering maybe that this would be cheating, but you know what, we'll give it one more try. For now, friends, I believe this is going to be where we leave our protagonist. Just for now, we shall revisit our friends in the very near future, but I began to realize that this should be broken down into seasons, definitely since this supercut that you're currently watching, and kudos to you for making it all the way through. I hope you've enjoyed, but this supercut is close to 6 hours long, which is absolutely insane, so at the very least, I felt that I should break this into Season 1, Season 2, so on and so forth. I'm sure you could understand why. But again, thank you ever so much for watching. I love you guys ever so much, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.